Chapter 552. The resort was located in the southern suburbs, so the air was naturally much more comfortable than the dry indoors in the north. The weather was also very good, and there were green plants everywhere, making it warm. Tao Yuan was enjoying a delicious breakfast. Hi, what a coincidence. Luli sat down opposite her with a tray. Her brows furrowed in an instant. Didn't you promise not to follow me? I swear it's a coincidence. Luli raised the corner of his mouth. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses and dressed casually, looking young and pleasing to the eye. He was born noble and refined. Even if he did not wear a suit, one could tell that he was a successful man at first glance. The watch in his hand alone was worth millions. Tao Yuan suddenly lost her appetite. Did you not sleep well last night? You don't look good today. Don't tell me you dreamed of me. She snorted. You also know that you are a nightmare? I slept very well last night. The air quality here is good. Yes, I could have had a good holiday. She said, originally. The weather is so good today. Where are you going? It's rare for me to have a day off, so of course I will rest in my room. Her room was a room with a beautiful view of the sea. Just the thought of resting in the sun made her feel very comfortable. Isn't it a waste to stay in the room on such a good day? We have different interests. Tao Yuan hurried to finish her breakfast. Luli insisted on sending her back and followed her to the supermarket. I want to buy something. Wait for me outside. Why are you so mysterious? Could it be? I have some in my place. You don't have to prepare it yourself. She rolled her eyes at him and did not bother to explain to him. Luli followed her to the women's products section. Tao Yuan felt a little embarrassed. It was the first time she had bought sanitary pads with a man. I was wondering why you don't look good. It turns out that you are on your period. Do you feel uncomfortable? I won't feel uncomfortable as long as you don't talk to me. She chose a few bags and hurried to pay the bill. She escaped back to her room, changed into warm pajamas, took a magazine, and was about to enjoy life in bed when the doorbell rang. Tao Yuan was very depressed. She opened the door a little and saw Lu Li standing at the door with 2 paper bags. What is it? I'll go in first. He had already squeezed in with his body, placed the bag on the table, and started taking things out one by one. I've done some research on the internet. Women with dysmenorrhea need to drink ginger water with brown sugar. We bought all of them, as well as a thermos. Oh, I heard that women are especially gluttonous during the holidays, so I've also bought snacks. He glanced at her. Why are you still standing there? Quickly lie down on the bed and rest. I don't have menstrual cramps. I don't need these. Can't you see how bad your complexion is? Leave that thing behind. You can go. As a colleague, I have the obligation to stay and take care of you. Luli found a high-sounding excuse. Hurry up and lie down to rest. Otherwise, I don't mind wasting time with you. After 10 seconds of stalemate, Tao Yuan admitted defeat and climbed onto the bed. Luli boiled some water, soaked the ginger with brown sugar, and placed it on the bedside table. I'll drink it later. Then he heated a thermos and covered her stomach with it. Pay attention to keeping your uterus warm during your period. I don't know what women like to eat during their period, so I bought some of them. Plum candy, jujube, chocolate biscuits. What do you want to eat? Seeing that he was so considerate, Tao Yuan felt a little jealous for no reason. You really know how to take care of women. Tao Yanran has trained you well. I've learned these things on the spot. I've never taken care of a woman during the holidays before. Otherwise, I could do better. In other words, she was the first. Tao Yuan had reservations about this sentence. I don't have much of an appetite. It's just my period. It's not like I'm seriously ill. There's no need to treat me as a key protected object. Subconsciously, she resisted his kindness, because she knew that he was just acting on a whim, but he hadn't won her heart back yet. It was easy to dote on a woman in a short period of time, but it was too difficult to dote on her for a lifetime, so she chose not to start. Periods are a small matter, but pregnancy is a big deal. At your age, if you don't pay attention to your period, it will affect your future pregnancy. So what? Anyway, the child is not yours. You don't have to worry about it. That's not what you said. Luli said with certainty. If you have a child in the future, the child's father must be me. Absolutely impossible. No one knows what will happen in the future, so don't rush to deny it. There's still a long way to go. After drinking the ginger brown sugar water, Tao Yuan said, "You can go now. I'm fine. It doesn't matter if I stay with you. Maybe I could be useful. You will only disturb my rest." Seeing that she really didn't want him to stay, Luli didn't argue and stood up. "Then have a good rest. I'll come over to have dinner with you tonight. Remember, keep warm." He left the room after a few words. Not long after, he received a call from Tao Yinran. In the past 2 days, he had hesitated whether to contact her or not, but in the end, he didn't want her to misunderstand, so he gave up the idea. "It's me. Are you busy?" Tao Yinran's tone was very light. "No. What's the matter?" "Nothing. I just called to say hello. I drank too much on New Year's Eve and had a memory loss. Did I say anything I shouldn't have?" Luli wasn't sure if Tao Yinran had really forgotten. She was still sober at that time and should remember. But that kind of thing was too embarrassing. Whether she remembered it or not, she had to pretend that she had forgotten. "Well, no. That's good. I haven't drunk for a long time abroad. My ability to drink has deteriorated. I'll go crazy if I drink a little. I don't know what I've done. Anyway, even if I said something I shouldn't have, I was just acting crazy. Don't take it seriously." "Okay." Luli looked at the scenery outside the window. It was surrounded by green trees, and the breeze was gentle. The wind blew into his heart and dispelled the haze. "Oh, there's one more thing. A friend of mine from the dance troupe has a ballet performance this Friday, but she was injured and asked me to help temporarily. It's a big performance. If you come, I can save a VIP seat for you. I'm out of town. There's still a few days left. Can't you come back? Didn't you say that it was a pity that you couldn't see my performance?" "Sorry, I still have something to do here." "I see." The voice was obviously disappointed. After a moment of silence, she said faintly, "Actually, I don't want to talk about this. I'm sick." A trace of worry appeared between Lu Li's eyebrows. "Sick? What's wrong?" "I have a cold and a fever. My fever reached more than 40 degrees yesterday. It's a little better today, but it's still terrible. I don't have any friends in the country and can't find anyone to take care of me. It would be good if you could come to see me." Should she go back? Luli only hesitated for a second before making a choice. "I've rushed back for too long. You should have other colleagues. They're all busy. Can't you come back? I can wait for you." "Sorry. Drink more water." "I see. Huh. Then I won't disturb your work." On the other end of the phone, Tao Yinran smashed the phone as soon as she hung up. Bang! The phone screen shattered into pieces. Tao Yinran's face was red, but of course it was not because of the fever, but because of anger. She had already pretended to be sick and said that her fever was more than 40 degrees, but Luli could still be so cruel to leave her alone. Damn it! Drink more water? Huh? Could he be more perfunctory? How was he different from those scumbags? He was now completely fascinated by Tao Yuan, that little vixen, and couldn't take a step away, right? She wouldn't give up just like that. Her eyes sharpened, and she finally made up her mind to pick up another phone. She gritted her teeth and made a gloomy sound. Act according to the original plan. Tao Yuan came here on vacation in the name of inspection, but Luli didn't. He had a lot of work to deal with here, and the afternoon was full. After the meeting, it was already past 5 o'clock. He didn't know if that woman had woken up. At this time, he was afraid to go too early and annoy her again. When did he consider the feelings of the other party when he did things? Luli himself was stunned. Was this still his style of being so timid and overcautious? Although it didn't feel good, he was willing to do it for that woman. As he turned the corner, Xiao Shan walked up to him. She was tall and charming, and very eye-catching. She only wore a white short skirt with a deep V-neck under the fur coat, and her figure swayed. "Hi, Boss Lu, what a coincidence." Xiao Shan pretended to meet him by chance. Luli nodded and was ready to leave. "Boss Lu, we just met. Why don't we have a drink together? I wanted to talk to you about this year's endorsement." Luli thought that it was still early, so he agreed. Xiao Shan suppressed her joy. After she found out about his schedule, she deliberately waited here for more than 2 hours. If he didn't agree, it would be a waste of effort. More importantly, she still had a mission to complete. As soon as she sat down, Xiao Shan took off her fur coat. The heat in the restaurant was turned on, so it wasn't too cold, but the short skirt still made her look a little thin. Luli lit a cigarette. Aren't you cold? I often shoot summer scenes in winter, so I'm used to it. Xiao Shan leaned forward, and the right side of her face was facing him, because that angle looked more beautiful. Lu Li ordered a bottle of red wine. Boss Lu is Boss Lu. You have such good taste, and this is also my favorite wine. There are many rich and powerful people, but few people have power and taste. A man like Boss Lu is like a phoenix's feather. No wonder he became the president of Lu Enterprises at such a young age. Xiao Shan flattered him. Men all like the compliments of beautiful women. But this trick didn't work on Lu Li. He just raised his eyebrows and didn't respond. Xiao Shan picked up the wine glass and enjoyed the colorful red wine. His handsome face was more and more charming. He was a man with 360 degrees and no blind spots. Every angle had a different charm. His thin lips curled into a cold smile, making one yearn to conquer him, yearn to see his gentle side. Xiao Shan was tempted. If only this man belonged to her. Of course, this was just a fool's talk. She didn't think she was that charming. Xiao Shan let her imagination run wild, but she still calmed down. The most charming thing about a man is not his appearance or how much wealth he has, but his wisdom. Success is the crown of a man, and it is also the best weapon to conquer women. A man like Boss Lu must have many women chasing after him. Chapter 553. He didn't reply to her and continued to smoke in silence. This awkward silence made Xiao Shan feel awkward. She had never been treated so coldly by a man, but she could only bite the bullet and find a topic to talk about. Mr. Lu seems to be in a bad mood today. Is there something bothering you? I'm a good listener. Her concerns still couldn't open his heart. Xiao Shan continued. A man like Mr. Lu definitely has nothing to worry about in his career. Then what about his relationship? Is he not on good terms with Mrs. Lu? How did you know? His tone was cold, but he finally spoke. Xiao Shan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That's what people say. You believe what people say. Yes, it's normal. There are many marriages in the rich. To put it bluntly, a wife is just a standard for a rich man, just like an object. The more powerful a man is, the more important he is to a woman. How can a woman satisfy Mr. Lu? Moreover, men have always liked to seek thrills and continuously conquer different women. The more Xiao Shan spoke, the wilder her eyes became. She even used her leg to rub against Lu Li's thigh. He calmly puffed on his cigarette and narrowed his eyes as he looked at her meaningfully. His inscrutable expression made it hard to guess what he was thinking. He didn't reject her. No man could reject her. But this moment, Lu Li dodged. She lost her footing and almost fell. She was so scared that she held onto the table, looking very embarrassed. Under such circumstances, Lu Li's half-smile looked a little cruel. Xiao Shan tried to steady her breathing, but her body was still trembling. You're right. Men want to conquer. But if they care about the number of conquerors, then they are very ignorant. To me, conquering the woman I love is a success. No matter what the outside world says, my wife and I have a good relationship. Xiao Shan tried hard to think that he was acting, but a man like Lu Li would never lie, right? But how could he have true feelings? After finishing his cigarette, Lu Li put it out. As for the details of the endorsement, you should talk to the person in charge. Wait, Boss Lu, let's have a drink. It's such a good wine. It's such a waste that you didn't even take a sip. Lu Li raised his glass as Xiao Shan stared at him nervously. But just as he was about to press his lips against hers, he suddenly stopped. Xiao Shan trembled in fear. Did she find out? I don't like this piano piece. Please ask the musician to change it. Xiao Shan looked as if she had walked through the gates of hell. Her expression was already very strained. All right. She asked the musician to change the song. When she came back, Lu Li drank a cup of wine with her. The drug will only take effect in 5 minutes. With this thought in mind, Xiao Shan got up and followed him. Boss Lu, I'll go with you. Tao Yuan slept until 6 o'clock, and the sky was almost dark. It was all because the warm water bag was too comfortable that she fell asleep after reading for a while. The sky slowly darkened, and all was quiet. A thin layer of loneliness covered her heart. At this time, people were especially weak, and it was especially easy for them to feel lonely. It was so oppressive as if they had been abandoned by the whole world. Tao Yuan was temporarily immersed in this thin layer of desolation, and then she laughed at herself for being too sentimental. Life was so beautiful. Why should she be sad? Didn't Luli want to have dinner with her? Why wasn't he here yet? Wait, she was expecting him? How could that be? She couldn't wait to never see that annoying man again. He was originally a person without integrity, so it was normal for him to stand her up. Tao Yuan decided to enjoy a good dinner by herself. She got out of bed, washed up, and changed her clothes. A man and a woman were kissing passionately in the corridor. The man's back was facing her. He was very tall, and his hand was forcefully stroking the woman's thigh. The woman was panting, and the two of them kissed while retreating into the room. That was Xiao Shan's room. That Xiao Shan and that man was Luli. No wonder he stood her up. So he was busy here. Sarcasm, dissatisfaction, anger, and all sorts of emotions surged into Tao Yuan's heart. She knew that he was a beast, and she didn't care which woman he slept with. What really made her angry was that he said one thing in front of her and another behind her back. When he was in front of her, he kept saying that he loved her, as if she was the only one in his life, and he didn't care about other women. But the moment he turned around, he kissed someone else passionately. It sounded better than a song. Her good mood was ruined by him. When it was time to eat, Tao Yuan was full of anger. The sound of the beef being cut made a zhi-zhi sound, and the customers at the next table couldn't help but turn a look at her. Bastard Luli. Bastard. Didn't we agree to have dinner together? Why did you come alone? I went to the room to look for you. Speak of the devil. And the man she was cursing was standing in front of her with a smile. He actually pretended as if nothing had happened. His acting was really good. Tao Yuan almost grabbed the cup of water and threw it at his face. She didn't do that because she didn't want to argue with a scumbag. The more turbulent her heart was, the calmer Tao Yuan appeared to be. You said it yourself. I didn't agree. But you didn't object either. I just couldn't be bothered to talk to you. Luli looked at the steak that was cut into a horrible shape and raised his eyebrows. So cruel? Who made you angry this time? You couldn't have stood me up because of a misunderstanding, right? Have you been waiting for me? Of course not. I didn't treat it as a promise. It's just that the steak is hard to cut. Oh, Luli called the waiter over and said, give me a steak that's as hard to cut as hers. Okay, please wait a moment. Tao Yuan tried very hard to suppress her anger, but when she saw his nonchalant look, she couldn't help but get angry. He came looking for her the moment he got out of the bed of that little vixen. What did he take her for? Was she a spare tire or a toy? How could there be such a shameless man? His skin was thicker than the city wall. Damn it. She couldn't help but become rough when she cut the steak. Luli pitied the poor steak and teased. Are all women on their periods so irritable? That's right. So you'd better not provoke me, or this knife won't be cutting on the steak, but on your body. Luli raised his hands in surrender. I don't dare to provoke you. The steak was served, and the man slowly enjoyed it. The strong smell of gunpowder on the opposite side did not affect his mood. He had long been used to her terrible temper. Is your stomach still uncomfortable? Very good. Thank you for your concern. Go back and drink a glass of brown sugar water. Do you want me to make it for you? No, I have my own hands. You have to make a hot water bag. Oh, I know. Her reply was cold and indifferent, and there was even a hint of anger in it. Luli felt like all of his concern had been bounced back by an invisible wall. He had been too nosy. Their relationship was not so stiff in the morning. So what did he do wrong? Tao Yuan finished the steak and was about to leave when Luli reached out to pull her. She didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. I only have a very simple question. He paused for a while before asking, how did I offend you? No, you didn't offend me in any way. Then why are you always cold to me? Don't you know how to be gentle? I don't know how to be gentle. Tao Yuan smiled. That's because I've never been treated gently, so I don't know what is gentle. I'm treating you like this now. Acting. She corrected him. To be precise, what you're doing is acting. After saying that, she pushed his arm away and left in a carefree manner. Luli sat in the same place and didn't leave. He slowly finished the steak and drank a glass of red wine. His eyes, as time passed, became more and more profound. He was determined to conquer this wild horse. One night later, when Xiao Shan woke up, she found that the man lying next to her was not Lu Li, but a fat manager who had been drooling over her for a long time. She almost went crazy on the spot. She quickly chased him away and tried to recall what happened. Yesterday, she followed that person's instructions and drugged Lu Li's wine, then left with him. But not long after, she started to feel dizzy. Then she met that fat manager, and then, so disgusting, she couldn't bear to think about it. She wouldn't feel dizzy for no reason, let alone with a fat man. Last night's situation was more like she was drugged. But she was the one who was drugged in Lu Li's wine. How could she be the one who was drugged? Could it be he changed the wine glass? Just when Xiao Shan was still in shock, her phone rang. She gritted her teeth and pressed the call button reluctantly. Miss Tao, is it done? I'm sorry. The atmosphere on the other end suddenly turned cold. What do you mean by sorry? It's not done. Boss Lu seems to know that I drugged him and changed the wine glass. Last night, before Xiao Shan could complain, the person on the other end cursed. How did he find out? You idiot. Don't you have a brain? Xiao Shan was already furious after suffering a loss. She opened her mouth and wanted to curse back, but she didn't dare to, so she held it in. I don't know either. You don't know? You don't know anything. You can't even do such a small thing. Why don't you go and die? Boss Lu is too smart. You didn't betray me, did you? No, I swear. I'm really sorry. All right, there's no point in saying anything now. If you can't deal with him, then you can do your best to make things difficult for Tao Yuan. But what should I do? Do you need me to teach you such a small thing? Don't pretend in front of me. You're in the entertainment industry. Don't you know how to make things difficult for others? Anyway, think of a way to deal with her. It's best if you piss her off. Yes, I got it. If you mess this up again, I'll make you disappear from the entertainment industry completely. After warning her, Tao Yinran hung up the phone angrily. She was originally very unwilling to let a bus seduce her man, but she had been forced by Tao Yuan to the point where she had no other choice. As long as she could hurt her, she would do anything, but she didn't expect that she would fail at the last moment. Chapter 554. The next day, the weather was even warmer. Tao Yuan went to the beach early in the morning to bask in the sun. Unfortunately, Xiao Shan was there too. Lying on a lounge chair, her figure was so sexy that even women couldn't help but have a nosebleed. No wonder Lu Li couldn't help it. Thinking of the kiss yesterday, Tao Yuan felt like she had swallowed a fly. It was very uncomfortable. She lay on a lounge chair to rest and put on her sunglasses. But Xiao Shan soon noticed her and took the initiative to greet her. Hi, Manager Tao, what a coincidence. Tao Yuan just smiled politely. Can you only put on sunscreen? Although it was a question, Xiao Shan's tone was obviously commanding. Tao Yuan was also a person with a temper. She thought to herself, why should I listen to her? So she replied, I think there will be someone else who is more willing to do it for you. Who are you talking about? Tao Yuan replied with a smile that said, you know what I mean. Xiao Shan turned over and sat up lazily, looking at the sea. The sea breeze blew her long hair, making her look even more languid and sexy. I'm a little thirsty. Please get me a bottle of wine. The beach was at least 10 minutes away from the hotel. Of course, Tao Yuan was unwilling and directly refused. You have your own hands and feet. Why don't you go by yourself? I want to enjoy the sun here. I am here to enjoy the sun, not to work for others. Xiao Shan smiled charmingly. You are here with a job, but my job is not to serve you. Not wanting to be entangled with her, Tao Yuan planned to find a quiet place, but Xiao Shan suddenly said, What? Am I not qualified to order you around? Lu, grand. She said this extremely sarcastically, full of mockery. But Tao Yuan didn't even frown. Instead, she was not angry but smiled. Since you know that I am Mrs. Lu, then you really can order me around. I can't order the favored Mrs. Lu around. But Mrs. Lu in the cold palace, that's another matter. I was speaking kindly, but I didn't expect her tone to be so harsh. What? Are you jealous of Boss Lu and me? In the past 2 years, he has had so many women outside. Even if you wanted to be jealous, you wouldn't be able to eat all of them. Why do you have to target me? You misunderstand. I don't have the time to be jealous. I just don't like dealing with people who don't know themselves. You're the one who doesn't know your place. No matter what, I'm my husband's new lover. I'm the one who's most spoiled. It's not too much to ask you to do some work for me, right? Tao Yuan shook her head and sighed. The three of them are really more arrogant than the last. They even want to ride on the head of the main wife. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You small-time celebrities date rich men, not only for the money, but also because you want to marry into a wealthy family one day and become a phoenix. Women like you are like moths to a flame. There are as many as the hairs on an ox, but only a few can succeed. If I let you order me around, then you would be the one sitting in the position of Mrs. Liu right now, not me. No matter what, I'm stronger than you. Since when did you get this idea? Do you think this is the feudal era? Xiao Shan retorted sarcastically. You can't keep your husband's heart. It's useless even if you occupy the position of Mrs. Liu. Your husband sleeps with different women every day. You're a joke. Do you know that? If Mrs. Liu is just a joke, then why are there so many women who want to sit in this position? For example, you provoke me for no reason. Isn't that just jealousy? Without waiting for Xiao Shan to refute, Tao Yuan shook her finger lazily. All right. I've seen too many small-time celebrities like you. You all say the same thing. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. To be honest, I'm not jealous at all. No matter what happened between you and my husband, it's no different from prostitution. You're just playing the role of a prostitute. Whether it's you or someone else, I don't care at all. After all, there's so many women who provoke me. Who do you think you are? If you want to be proud of your status, I can only sympathize with you. And your provocation, to me, is just a sign of low EQ and IQ. Usually, I just ignore people like that. Tao Yuan stood up and stretched. She squinted comfortably under the sunlight. I'm going to enjoy my holiday. Xiao Shan was so angry that her hair stood on end. There was a meeting that afternoon. It was the signing ceremony for Xiao Shan to officially become the spokesperson of the resort. Originally, it had nothing to do with Tao Yuan. But when the other party asked her to attend, she knew that it was nothing good. Sure enough, Xiao Shan suddenly went back on her words. I refuse to be the spokesperson. The executives of the resort looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. Didn't we basically come to an agreement before? What's going on? Xiao Shan played with her freshly done nails and said indifferently. Nothing, I just don't want to. There are many celebrities fighting to be our spokesperson. There are some who are more famous than you. Oh, then go find them. The executives were angry. Is it about the endorsement fee? There's no problem in that area. Then why? I'm not satisfied with your staff. Xiao Shan put down her hand and looked at Tao Yuan. As a manager, your attitude towards people is so bad. This gives me a very bad impression of your resort. So, I refuse to be your spokesperson. If you want to know the details, then go directly to Manager Tao. More than 10 pairs of eyes looked at Tao Yuan at the same time, but she was very calm. With a formal smile on her face, she shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about. This morning on the beach, I asked you to help me nicely, but you actually used words to humiliate me. That's too much. This was called the guilty party complaining first. Tao Yuan just thought it was ridiculous. Then tell me, how did I humiliate you? You know very well, but you still called me a prostitute. I was just using an analogy. You compared me to a prostitute. What's the difference between that and directly scolding me? I know that women's jealousy is terrible. I really don't know how such a big hotel like Wilton can accommodate such a narrow-minded woman like you. Tao Yuan clapped her hands in praise. You're a star. I can only say that I admire your ability to invert right and wrong. No matter what, you shouldn't bring personal grudges to work. Let's talk about work first. Can we deal with the other things in private? Xiao Shan leaned forward and spat out 2 words with a fake smile. No. The atmosphere in the meeting room was at an impasse. The supervisors all looked at Tao Yuan, not knowing what was going on. They had never interacted with Tao Yuan before, so they knew nothing about her character. They just had a good impression of her, so they didn't believe that she would call someone prostitute. Of course, at this juncture, they didn't want to know the truth. They just wanted to quickly solve this problem. Miss Xiao, is there a misunderstanding? Supervisor A asked. There's no misunderstanding. I have no grudges against her. Why would I accuse her? I don't know the specifics. But what Manager Tao said makes sense. After all, this is your private matter. There's no need to affect work. There are so many endorsements for me. I don't need one more. Xiao Shan put on a cold front. She crossed her arms over her chest and said arrogantly, I'm a person with a bottom line. Anyway, if she doesn't apologize today, there's no need to talk about the endorsement. The supervisors were definitely unhappy. With the company's strength, there were naturally many other choices for the endorsements. But they were about to sign the contract, and it would take a long time to choose a new one. Of course, they wanted to avoid trouble. It was just an apology. It wasn't a big deal. Supervisor A could only say to Tao Yuan, Manager Tao, why don't you just apologize? Manager Tao, why don't you just apologize? There are still a lot of things to do. If it was any other time, Tao Yuan might focus on work. After all, she wouldn't lose a piece of meat if she apologized. But when she thought of her and Lu Li kissing passionately, she couldn't help but get angry. It's not my fault. I will never apologize. It's not your fault? You dare to say that you didn't call me a prostitute? You know very well what the truth is. I don't care. Anyway, you scolded me. You have to apologize. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about the endorsement. The two of them spoke one after another. The supervisors were having a headache. They didn't care about the truth. They all wanted Tao Yuan to apologize. Manager Tao, it's already like this. Don't say anything. Yeah, it's not a big deal to apologize. Work is the priority. No matter how they try to persuade her, Tao Yuan had already made up her mind. She only had one sentence. I won't apologize. If you don't apologize, I won't endorse. Up to you. The two of them were in a deadlock until Lu Li walked in. He immediately smelled the atmosphere and asked, What's going on? The supervisor walked over trembling and explained the matter. He was expressionless, but the temperature of the whole meeting room dropped. Xiao Shan felt that she was in trouble. She thought that Lu Li would not come in person for such a small matter. That was why she dared to be so arrogant. He knew that she had schemed against him. He would definitely not help her. He was dead meat. In his heart, he started to beat like a drum. Tao Yuan, on the other hand, was fearless. He could do whatever he wanted. Even if he did something to her for his new lover, she wouldn't be surprised. After all, it wasn't the first time. However, she felt that he might be doing something different now. After all, he still had to act. So, it was hard to say how he would deal with it. Lu Li raised his hand to stop the supervisor from continuing. He saw that Tao Yuan didn't look too good and guessed what was going on. Wasn't all the scheming and jealousy between women the same thing? If she doesn't apologize, you refuse to be the endorser. Is that it? His deep voice was questioning. Xiao Shan was so stressed that she didn't know how to answer. Is that it? He asked again. Her body suddenly trembled. I called Chen Ming from Xing Entertainment and asked her to come and sign the contract now. Xiao Shan's face turned pale, and she stood up anxiously. Boss Lu, don't be like this. Her smile was uglier than crying. No, it's not necessary. Actually, Chen Ming was her competitor. If Chen Ming snatched the endorsement, the company would definitely kill her. She just wanted to embarrass Tao Yuan, but she still wanted to be the endorser. Chapter 555. I was just having a fit. I wasn't clear-headed. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry, looking pitiful. The male supervisors felt sorry for her, but Lu Li's face was as cold as ever. The one you should apologize to is someone else. Xiao Shan bit her lips and apologized unwillingly. Manager Tao, it's my fault. Before Tao Yuan could speak, Lu Li said first. I can't hear any sincerity from this apology. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Xiao Shan cried, feeling wronged. This was a great humiliation to her. Tao Yuan didn't feel anything. Xiao Shan was an actress. She could cry easily. Although she was crying, she had already cursed her 10,000 times in her heart. But if she continued to argue with her in front of so many people, it would be too petty. Magnanimous forgiveness was the way to behave. So she smiled. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Just remember in the future. Everyone thought that this was the end of the matter, but Lu Li continued. Didn't you hear me asking you to contact Chen Ming? The supervisor was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, yes, I'll go now. Xiao Shan was stunned. Her face was full of tears, and she sobbed. Didn't I already apologize? Manager Tao forgave you, but it doesn't mean that I forgive you. First, you shouldn't be so arrogant, and second, I won't allow anyone to bully my people. Tao Yuan's heart trembled. He said that she was his person? What? She wasn't his person, Xiao Shan was. Yesterday, they were just intimate, and today he turned his spear against her. This man was really too cruel. Sure enough, as long as she slept with him, he would trample on her like trash. If he conquered her heart, he would do the same to her. Tao Yuan warned herself again in her heart. She must not fall. Otherwise, the humiliation that Xiao Shan suffered today would also happen to her. Chen Ming arrived 2 hours later. After signing the contract, Tao Yuan returned to her room. Just as she sat down, the doorbell rang. Lu Li stood at the door with a heroic spirit. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes sparkled. Tao Yuan held the door with one hand and looked vigilant. What can I do for you? Aren't you going to invite me in? No, I helped you just now. You owe me a thank you. How shameless must a person be to say such a thing? Tao Yuan couldn't help but shake her head. If one day you stop causing trouble for me, maybe I'll say thank you. So you're saying that it's my fault that Xiao Shan caused trouble for you? There's no need to say it too clearly. It's fine as long as you understand. She was about to close the door, but Lu Li blocked it with one hand and squeezed in with both legs. Tao Yuan retreated too hastily and sprained her ankle. She fell backwards and was pulled back by him. The man's strong arm circled around her waist. Her face instantly turned red. She reached out to push him and at the same time twisted her body. What are you doing? Let go. I'm helping you out of kindness. Do you need to resist me like this? Huh? Are you a hedgehog? I don't want to be touched by you. Let go of me. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Tao Yuan still struggled with all her might. But the more she struggled, the more his hand touched her back and rubbed intensely. Lu Li, what are you doing? Don't bother me, even if your brain is filled with lust. She was so angry that her teeth were trembling. But Lu Li's smile became deeper. What is this? Huh? Tell me, what is this? Bastard, stinking hooligan. Tao Yuan scolded. The corridor was very narrow. The door was still open and footsteps could be heard. This made Tao Yuan even more anxious. Someone will see. You're my wife. So what if someone sees? You're shameless, but I'm shameless. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't touch me. I don't like to be stuck in a corner with you. You don't like it? I like it very much. He lowered his head and just happened to be beside her ear. His gaze fell on her white earlobe. It was like a pearl, pink and beautiful. Who asked your body to be so soft and smell so good? When he spoke, he was so close that Tao Yuan could hear the choking sound at his throat. It was like a dangerous beast. Her little hand pressed against his muscular chest, trying in vain to pull away. She felt very helpless, very frightened, and very angry. But all those emotions were useless because she was his prey. Her feelings were not important. What was important was how he wanted to deal with her. Don't say such disgusting words. You're a stinking hooligan, Tao Yuan scolded. Go away. Someone will see. Lu Li. He kicked the door shut, and at the same time, he turned around and pressed her against the door. With a bang, the door closed, and she also experienced a short period of dizziness. You're not afraid now, right? He pressed against her body. Her face was red, and her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The circle he had formed was filled with his aura. It was restless, passionate, and could make one go crazy. Tao Yuan was originally afraid of being seen, but now she realized that it was even more dangerous to be locked up with him. In this room, he could do whatever he wanted. His gaze was burning hot like an X-ray. Tao Yuan did not dare to look at him directly and kept avoiding his gaze. She refused to look at him, afraid that she would be melted by his gaze. She, who was stuck in a corner, was useless, weak, and helpless. She was clearly very angry and wronged, but she could not vent it out. She had to grit her teeth and endure it because this man did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. Her fear and tears would only make him more excited. Tao Yuan, who was pressed against the door, trembled and swallowed with difficulty. She wanted to ask for help, but she did not dare to scream and could only try her best to avoid his gaze. "Why don't you dare to look at me?" Lu Li grabbed her chin and forced her to look at him. "What are you afraid of?" "I am not afraid. I just think you're disgusting and don't want to see you." "Don't want to see me again? Weren't you fine 2 days ago? Why are you throwing a tantrum now?" His tone was doting, as if he was coaxing a little pet. That kind of gentleness could give people goosebumps. However, Tao Yuan was more resistant, which made her feel disgusted. "I don't have time to throw a tantrum with you. I've hated you for a long time, and I've never been good to you." "I don't think so. Answer me. How did I offend you? Let's have a good chat, okay? I have nothing to talk to you about. Let go of me." Tao Yuan struggled a few times, but those 2 fingers held her chin tightly and refused to let go. He even deliberately moved his fingers, as if he was flirting, which really made her feel helpless. "What do you want?" Her face was pinched by him, so she could only stare at him with her eyes wide open. To her, this was a sign of anger. However, to Lu Li, her eyes were alive when she was angry, and she was livelier than usual. He did not like to quarrel with her, but he liked to see her cute look when she was angry. "I'm here to make peace with you." His voice was lazy, and he was smiling. "I'm not angry with you, but we can never coexist peacefully. Give up. If your temper wasn't so bad, it would be possible. Why don't you look at yourself now, pressing me in the corner like a barbarian and saying all these strange and annoying things? Can I treat you calmly? Don't you know that you deserve a beating and are very annoying? If you want to coexist peacefully, then stay away from me. Don't cause trouble for me. You're very perverted. Who told you to be so tempting? I can't control myself." His face was a bit closer, and he could kiss her lips at any time. Tao Yuan's heart was in her throat, and she fiercely gritted her teeth. "Go find your Xiao Shan. Don't come to me and act crazy." Didn't Xiao Shan already leave? Then find Chen Meng or another woman. Anyone is fine, but I don't have time to deal with you. That's strange. I only want you. Why do you always push other women to me? You seem to have a big problem with Xiao Shan. What a joke. What problem can I have with her? The scene of the 2 of them kissing flashed before her eyes, and the anger in Tao Yuan's heart began to boil again, and she sarcastically retorted, "I have to thank her for serving you, saving me trouble. When did she serve me? How come I don't know?" Tao Yuan rolled her eyes. She really admired his ability to lie with his eyes open. "You know this in your heart. I don't need to say it too clearly." "I don't know at all. Can you explain it to me?" "Lu Li, I originally thought you were magnanimous, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? It's just sleeping with a woman. It's not a big deal. Why don't you admit it?" "It's indeed not a big deal, but why should I admit something I didn't do?" "You still say you didn't, and I saw it all." Tao Yuan shouted loudly. "I saw you 2 kissing. It was at the door of her room." Her chest violently rose and fell. She finally broke through, and her reaction was very intense. This anger had been suppressed in her stomach for too long, and now it burst out. Lu Li silently looked at her for a while, and suddenly burst out in laughter. Tao Yuan was even more angry. He still had the face to laugh. "What are you laughing at? I was wondering why you suddenly lost your temper. So it's because you're jealous." "I'm jealous? Are you crazy?" She agitatedly retorted in a shrill voice. "I can't wait for you to not bother me with other women. How can I be jealous for you? Don't be too narcissistic. Do you know, when people feel guilty, they will raise their voice very high, just like you right now. You're like an angry little wildcat." His tone was very lingering, causing Tao Yuan to tremble uncontrollably. She really couldn't stand this kind of flirting. It made her feel uncomfortable all over and gave her goosebumps. "Stay away from me. I'm not jealous. I just hate it when you touch me with dirty hands that have touched other women. I just feel disgusted." Chapter 556. "I haven't touched any other woman," he murmured as though he was swearing. "Do you think I'm blind? I clearly saw you enter her room. Maybe there were other men, but it definitely wasn't me. Yesterday, She drugged my wine, and I exchanged wine glasses with her. Maybe the drug took effect, and she slept with another man? These words sounded very nonsensical, but the voice that came from above her head had a convincing power. At least from his tone, it didn't sound like he was lying. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Because of nervousness, her voice was trembling. I'm not lying to you. Every word is true. His body continued to embed into her body, messing up her breathing. I hate being schemed against, but I should thank her for scheming against me and letting me know that you're jealous. Do you know? I'm very happy. His gentleness was hard for Tao Yuan to resist. She could still resist when he was domineering, but once he started to act like a rogue, she really couldn't do anything. Her body wriggled in vain, but the more she struggled, the deeper he penetrated and easily controlled her. Her breathing was extremely messy. I'll say it again. I'm not jealous. Don't say such strange things again. You are. Your emotions are written all over your face. Not only are you jealous, but you're also jealous fiercely. But you can swallow your worries back into your stomach. Right now, only you can satisfy me. So I won't touch other women, definitely not. I don't care if you touch. Her lips were firmly blocked. Just as she was about to push him, he had already grabbed both her wrists and locked them by her sides. He kissed her intensely and passionately like a storm, as if he wanted to squeeze everything out of her. Tao Yuan only felt the world was spinning. Her lips were boiling hot, as if they were on fire. By the time he was done, she was already panting, and her face was flushed red from holding back. He stopped right above her. His brows were relaxed, and his eyes were filled with a satisfied smile. His eyes were as bright as the stars, making her feel dizzy. I'm really happy, he said in a deep and serious tone. I like it when you're jealous of me. You're talking nonsense. Tao Yuan exploded. There must be something wrong with your brain. You lunatic, don't bother me anymore. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that others don't know what we're doing? Do you want everyone to come and see it? He was like a fox, constantly rubbing her body, feeling that her body was as hot as his. Do you feel how much I want you? A man who wants to have sex with a woman is no different from an animal. I'm not. I only want to have sex with you. I want it so much that I'm going crazy. He seemed like he would swallow her at any time. Such words of love could easily make people confused. Tao Yuan was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. Her palms were constantly sweating. Luli, baby, you shouldn't be so sexy. With one hand holding her and pressing her against him, Tao Yuan felt as if she was about to melt. At this moment, Luli's lips fell on her ear. He smiled and blew a hot breath in her ear. Right at that moment, Luli's lips landed on her ears. He put on a smile and breathed some warm air into her ear. Tao Yuan's face suddenly flushed red as she cursed. You're shameless. His lips moved slightly, and he let out a deep laugh. You're so cute. Of course, it's normal that you can't accept it now. But I'll teach you slowly. You still have a lot to learn. Tao Yuan tried to slap him, but Luli stopped her. She twisted a few times. Let me go. I can let you go, but don't hide from me and be angry with me. Okay? I hate you. Luli shrugged. Then I don't mind if we continue to waste time like this. Are you threatening me? Despicable. I said, I just want to make up with you. If you forgive me, I'll let you go. Or you continue to be angry, and we'll continue to waste time like this, or maybe we'll go deeper. Which one will you choose? Tao Yuan was very angry with him, but she couldn't do anything. She really had no way to deal with such a shameless man. She could only compromise. Okay. I can't be bothered to be angry with people like you. Let go. In the first-class cabin of the plane. Miss, your ticket has been dropped. Pan Shi turned around, and a handsome mixed-race gentleman picked up the ticket and handed it to her. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at him again. He was dressed like a business elite, but it could be seen that under the white shirt was a very strong figure. Bright smile like the Californian sun, snow-white teeth, gentlemanly demeanor, strong figure. He was completely Pan Shi's cup of tea. Thank you. The mixed-race man was obviously very interested in her. Before the plane took off, he took the initiative to talk to her. What are you going to do? To find a friend? Pan Chi replied. She had received a call from Tao Yuan yesterday, saying that she was going on a business trip with Lu Li. From her tone, it seemed that she had been bullied by that bastard. She was afraid that she would be bullied, so she immediately booked a ticket. Oh, I'm going on a business trip. Which country are you mixed race? Spain, the United States, China. Spain? I stayed there for a few years. I'm from Complutense University in Madrid. What a coincidence, me too. The two of them were from the same university and had many topics to talk about. The more they talked, the more they got along. Pan Chi was secretly happy about this encounter when she was suddenly kissed on the face from behind. She was shocked and turned around, covering her face. A beast in human clothing stood in front of her. Lin Yuqing? Baby! Lin Yuqing blinked and called out softly, his pair of peach blossom eyes glancing at the mixed-race man sadly. Who is he? Your new lover? Pan Chi didn't know what he was trying to do and was speechless. Pan Chi cursed in her heart. What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense, okay? The air stewardess and the mixed-race man's gazes made her feel very awkward. They must have thought that she was a lonely woman looking for a date. You guys talk slowly. I'll go back to my seat first. The mixed-race man stood up. It's not like that. He's talking nonsense. Yes, I know. Pan Chi couldn't explain herself. Lin Yuqing's lips curled up, and he squeezed her into the seat inside. Excuse me, this is my seat. A gust of wind blew over, and he easily grabbed her wrist with a faint smile. What? You want to hit me again? Do I have the words, you can hit me as you please, written on my face? Lin, you, Chung. Pan Chi gritted her teeth. Bastard. Shoo, lower your voice. This is a public place. Mind your image. You're already so shameless, and you're telling me to mind my image? Pan Chi was trembling with anger. Is it fun to prank? Only a despicable man would think of such a lousy trick like pretending to be a date. The corners of Lin Yuqing's mouth curled up. I think it's quite fun. You idiot, get lost. This is my seat. Where do you want me to go? Pan Chi admitted that she was unlucky. If you're not leaving, I'll leave. The plane is about to take off. What are you doing? Hurry up and sit properly. The man was very strong, and he pulled her back to her seat. Pan Chi tried to get up several times, but was pulled back several times. She was very angry. Hey, I can go wherever I want. Who are you to control me? We're together now. You're my client. I have to serve you at all times. Lin Yuqing winked with a smirk. You're such a jerk. You're the one who provoked me first. Do you think I can let a woman hit me? I've said it before. I'll definitely settle this score with you. Pan Chi rolled her eyes fiercely. You're so vengeful. You're a man. It's because I'm a man that I can't let you hit me for nothing. We're even now. Lin Yuqing sat down calmly and let out a sigh of relief. He was in a very good mood. You win. Let's wait and see. Pan Chi gave him the middle finger and ignored him. It was too ungraceful for a girl to give him the middle finger. But this devil had been so barbaric since junior high. If she wanted to be gentle, she wouldn't be Pan Chi. Lin Yuqing shook his head. He had seen too many beauties of all shapes and sizes, but even with his extremely picky eyes, Pan Chi was still a top-notch beauty. After all, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Although she was barbaric, she was still very noble. Which man would not go crazy for her? Lin Yuqing's throat was a little hot, and his mind was full of wild thoughts. Soon, Pan Chi felt two hot eyes, which she was very familiar with. She turned her head and stared at them. Sure enough, Lin Yuqing was staring at her chest, so she quickly covered it. What are you looking at? She put up 2 fingers to his eyes. Lin Yuqing easily blocked it with his palm and ridiculed her. You don't want to be seen by men. Why are you wearing so revealing clothes? Pan Chi's dressing style was relatively bold, but it was not revealing. This bastard took advantage of her and pushed the responsibility to her. It was too shameless. Can I have big breasts? Yes, yes, yes. You have big breasts. You have the final say. Lin Yuqing chuckled and mumbled softly. Don't women have big breasts for men to see? Do they admire it themselves? Straight man cancer. What are you going to do? What does it have to do with you? Oh, I know even if you don't tell me. You're going to find my sister-in-law. Then let's go. I'm also going to the resort. What? Is there a party at the resort? You and Lu Li are indeed brothers. You're in cahoots with each other. You're all up to no good. Hey. You can talk about me. Why do you have to talk about my big brother? Look at you. TSK. You're cheap. Pan Chi said with disdain. Are you Lu Li's lackey? But he's not here now. You don't have to rush to suck up to him. What lackey? We're brothers. You guys are in cahoots. You're nothing. Lu Li is even worse. I'm going there this time to not stop him from bullying my Yuan. When did you become so nosy, you meddlesome woman? Pan Chi's eyes widened and she frowned. You actually call me a meddlesome woman? Isn't meddling in other people's family affairs a meddlesome woman? I advise you not to do such a thankless thing. Otherwise, if they reconcile, you'll be in trouble. They reconcile? How is that possible? My Yuan isn't blind. Now it's Lu Li who refuses to divorce. Why don't you persuade him to stop pestering you? Just think of it as accumulating good karma for yourself. They won't divorce. Who said it's impossible? I think they're going to get divorced. Oh? Want to bet? Of course, Pan Chi was not afraid of him. Let's bet. Why should I be afraid of you? What do you want to bet? If I win, then you let me sleep. What if I lose? Lin Yuqing spread his hands and narrowed his peach blossom eyes. Chapter 557. Pan Chi realized that she was fooled and spat. Shameless, who wants to sleep with you? There are many women who want to sleep with me. If you don't make this bet with me, don't even think about sleeping with me in this lifetime. Hee. You speak as if I really want to sleep with you. I'm afraid of getting sick. What sickness? An addiction disease? Pan Chi made a stop gesture. Don't talk to me. I don't want to listen. Look at you. You're not bad looking, but why is your temper so bad? With someone like you, which man would dare to want you in the future? Hee. That's not something you need to worry about. No matter which man I'm with, it's not you. That's for the best. I'm afraid that you'll fall for this young master. Even if you give me someone like you, I won't want you. Give you? Dream on. Even if all the men in this world die, I won't be with you. If that's the case, why do you think I'll choose you? Pan Chi gritted her teeth. Despicable. During dinner time, the doorbell of Tao Yuan's room rang. Opening the door, it was a certain peacock man. He was holding a rose in his mouth, standing at the door with his arms crossed, thinking that he was handsome. Hi. Towards his repeated harassment, she expressed that she was very helpless. What are you acting this time? For you. Lu Li passed the rose to her. Can you do me the honor of having dinner together? Can I refuse? We just reconciled. I think we should have dinner together to celebrate. Tao Yuan shook her head. I don't think this is something worth celebrating. I didn't agree to live peacefully with you voluntarily. I was forced. Whether it's voluntary or forced, life and marriage have to continue. There's no need to make things difficult for yourself, right? Furthermore, you're at the resort now. You should enjoy your vacation. I originally planned to do so, but unfortunately, it's completely ruined. Then let me make up for it. Lu Li smiled. The gentleness in his eyes was invisible. I've been working hard to repair our relationship. Can't you see my sincerity? I didn't see the sincerity, but I saw the madness. Lonely and empty, and suddenly interested in a wife who went through hardships? Could it be that Tao Yanran can no longer bring you a sense of novelty? You can interpret it however you want. Right now, you're the only woman in my eyes. Lu Li's eyes were burning with passion as he confessed. Tao Yuan had to admit that his gaze was indeed very moving. She almost fell for it. However, once bitten, twice shy. If she believed what he said, then she would be a fool. You don't even dare to have a meal with me. Are you so afraid of me? Or are you afraid that you'll fall in my charm? Tao Yuan looked at it seriously. Charm? Where is it? Why didn't I see any of that? I only saw her pestering me. A woman you truly like is worth pursuing relentlessly. Give me a chance, okay? I won't let you down. Only when you have hope will you be disappointed, but I don't have any for you, so there is no disappointment. But since you are so thick-skinned, I don't seem to have any room to refuse. Tao Yuan smiled. I'll take it as a banquet at Fu Hongmen. At night, the bustling beach was quiet and empty. The candlelight dinner was ready, The violin musicians played live, and the coast was lit up. Seeing the situation, Tao Yuan couldn't help but tease. This banquet at Fu Hong Min is a bit too romantic. If the atmosphere is not romantic, how can I eat you? Lu Li kissed her from behind her ear. Pulling out the chair in a gentlemanly manner, Tao Yuan sat down. The grape wine, the gentle sea breeze, such an atmosphere was slightly intoxicating. Which woman didn't like romance? Even she couldn't help but feel a little smug. Of course, it was purely because of the atmosphere, and it had nothing to do with the man opposite. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Lu Li took the opportunity to say, "You see, it's not difficult to coexist peacefully, right?" She raised her eyebrows. "That depends on your performance." As soon as she smiled at him, Lu Li felt sweetness coming from all parts of his heart, almost drowning him. Probably because he was used to being abused by her. When her attitude was a little better, he was so touched that he almost wagged his tail. Lu Li, you've fallen into the hands of this woman. As long as you give me a chance, I will definitely perform well. Cheers to coexist peacefully." He raised his glass. "Cheers!" The two goblets clinked, making a crisp sound. Looking at her through the scarlet red wine, she looked even more beautiful. The red wine was a little bitter, but became extremely sweet in the mouth, and the sweetness spread from the throat to the rest of the body. Just one sip, and he felt a little tipsy. When the wine was almost finished, Lu Li got up and walked to her, half bent over, and stretched out a hand. "May I have the honor to dance with you?" Tao Yuan was not a pretentious woman. She put down the wine glass and put her hand in his palm. The soft skin, the warm temperature, made Lu Li infatuated. He held it and did not want to let go for the rest of his life. Gently, he held it. The two danced to the music, hugged her, and felt her fragrance. Lu Li became more and more intoxicated, and his hands uncontrollably slipped to her waist. His hands wrapped around her waist, and he gently pressed her against him. Tao Yuan's body tensed up, and she had some resistance. The atmosphere just now was just right, so she did not reject him, but it did not mean that she could be so intimate with him. "You don't talk. Let me hug you for a while." His gentle voice melted her strength. Her body was still a little stiff, but she did not push anymore. She was really not used to this kind of harmony. It was very strange, and she felt uncomfortable all over. But at the same time, it was difficult for her to resist such gentleness. After all, women were easily soft-hearted. No matter how much they hated each other, at a certain moment, they would want to let down their guard and resistance because of long-term fatigue and temporarily numb themselves. Most importantly, this man was, after all, Lu Li. She had loved him for more than 10 years, and both her body and heart had long developed a kind of dependence on him. She was like a bug in a spider's web. No matter how much she struggled, she had already fallen into his inescapable net. The more she resisted, the tighter she was stuck. On the other side, Pan Shi arrived at the resort and could not get through to Tao Yuan's phone. She was anxious to look for her everywhere. Lin Yuqing had been following her like a shadow, and she could not get rid of him. "Hey, why do you keep following me? Don't you find it annoying?" "Do I?" Lin Yuqing looked innocent. "Is the resort yours? What right do you have to say that I'm following you? Speaking of which, I have shares here, and it's my territory. I can go wherever I want, and it's none of your business." Ew. Pan Shi clenched her teeth and really wanted to slap that face that was pretending to be innocent. Handsome? So what if he was handsome? The more handsome he was, the more despicable he was. "I know where you want to go. You want to destroy the relationship between husband and wife, right? I won't let you get away with it." Lin Yuqing followed behind her, nagging and criticizing her. "I say, it's fine if you have a bad temper, but why do you always like to meddle in other people's family affairs? Your heart is dark, and you can't bear to see others doing well, right?" "My heart is dark." Pan Shi pointed at herself and sneered as she rolled her eyes. "Do you think Yuan can be good with that bastard? This is called saving women who have lost their footing and preventing them from getting hurt. In your eyes, does Tao Yuan not have a brain? Does she not know how to judge good and bad? If she had a brain, would she have liked Lu Li for more than 10 years? Do you know how much she has suffered all these years and how bitter her life has been? You haven't seen her commit suicide and soak in the bathtub with blood all over her body, so of course you can speak without feeling pain. After a few years, every time she thought of that bloody scene, Pan Chi's eyes would turn red. Lin Yuqing was also quite upset. He could understand Pan Chi's feelings. If it was him, he would also protect his brother at all costs. After a while, she said slowly, I know that my brother did wrong in the past. Wrong? That's a heinous crime. Stop crying crocodile tears. If you still have a conscience, don't follow me. She turned and left, but Lin Yuqing continued to chase after her. Listen to me, that's all in the past. My brother has changed. He is sincere to Tao Yuan now, and he wants to get back together with her. His heart has long been eaten by a dog. What sincerity does he still have? He's just a lowly person, and he can't bear to see Tao Yuan living better than him. At the end of the day, he still loves himself. He's a complete selfish person. On the beach, a pair of lovers hugged each other. Pan Chi stopped in her tracks and exploded with anger. She knew that Luli had drugged Tao Yuan again. Just as she was about to rush forward, Lin Yuqing grabbed her. Let go of me! Let go, bastard! She struggled with all her might and shouted, but Lin Yuqing just wouldn't let go. She was so angry that she grabbed his arm and bit down. Her sharp teeth pierced through his skin, and Lin Yuqing cried out in pain. You're biting me. Are you a dog? Let go. Pan Chi bit even harder, and her mouth was full of the taste of blood. She vented all her anger on his hand. Let go, do you hear me? My brother is gone. Pan Chi let go of him and wiped her mouth. The smell of blood made her feel disgusted. Luli had already left, leaving Tao Yuan standing there alone. This scene was just like the relationship between them. Luli would always provoke her first, and then he would mercilessly pull away. In that relationship, it was always Tao Yuan who was singing a one-woman show. How could she not feel heartache? The two of them hugged and danced. The woman's soft body was pressed against the man's masculine and strong body, and they exchanged heat through a thin layer of cloth. Both of their hearts were a little messy. Thump, 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 just like when they first fell in love. Everything made their hearts palpitate. Luli lowered his head and looked at that delicate face. He felt that all the tenderness in his life had been evoked. He had loved Tao Yanran before, but even at the deepest point of his love, he had never felt such a strong feeling like this. He didn't get tired of looking at her. Even when he was hugging her, he still felt that it was unreal. It was as if he could only be satisfied when he branded her into his bones. This was a kind of hunger and thirst of the soul. There was a voice in his ears that kept telling him, your life's fate is in this woman's hands. Hold on to her tightly, or your life will be completely over. His eyes became more and more passionate. The blush on Tao Yuan's face became more obvious, and she lowered her eyes. Chapter 558. My heart is only satisfied when I look at you. The tip of his nose was close to her ear, and he exhaled a warm breath. Tell me, when did you dig a hole in my heart? I didn't. You did? Listen to my heartbeat. Isn't it very fast? You always say that I lie to you, but a heartbeat can't lie. When I'm with you, it beats very fast. Then you should go to the hospital for a checkup to see if you have a heart attack. He was amused by her and laughed. His chest emitted waves of laughter, and his body trembled against hers, causing her to tremble with him. You really know how to spoil the mood. Yeah, but you're not suitable for romance either. I'm not trying to be romantic on purpose. I'm just thinking about what you'll like. For me, it doesn't matter where or what I do. What's important is to be with you. Tao Yuan's heart was about to melt, and her legs were melting. Boss Lu is indeed Boss Lu. Full marks for flirting with girls. Ben, have you been flirted with? It's quite soft. Where is it soft? His voice was very evil, and coupled with the fact that he was speaking next to her ear, that kind of seductive feeling was multiplied by 1,000 times. In that second, Tao Yuan's knees really buckled, and her legs went soft, and she almost collapsed. She was a beat slower. She tried to keep up with his rhythm, maintaining her breathing, and tried her best not to let him see that she was in a sorry state. The top is soft, or the bottom is soft. She rolled her eyes at him. Why are you really? I'm asking if your brain is soft or your legs are soft. Which part is yellow? Your legs went soft just now. That's why I'm asking. Tao Yuan was speechless to the extreme. This person was only in charge of lighting the fire, not in charge of cleaning up the scene, and his skin was so thick to a certain extent. Tell me, are you thinking about it in the wrong way? If you want to dance, then dance properly. I refuse to talk. That won't do. I still have a lot to say to you, but it's not enough. How about we talk for the rest of our lives? Don't make promises that you can't keep. It will only make people feel that it's a joke. Give me a chance to prove it to you. His large palms danced around her waist. Her waist was so soft that it aroused Lu Li's possessiveness. He just wanted to ruthlessly embed her into his body. Don't you want to know the result? Tao Yuan felt that the atmosphere was getting hotter and hotter, and it was developing in a direction that she couldn't control. She subconsciously shrank back. I don't want to know. No, you think so? Baby, he intimately called out to her, his lips constantly spilling out words of love. He was panting, unable to control his own breath. He held her face and kissed her tender red lips. Tao Yuan's heart was already in her throat, thumping rapidly. Even swallowing her saliva had become incomparably difficult. Lu Li, you, don't be like this. Let me kiss you, Yin. Don't reject me. His hot breath devoured her lips. Tao Yuan's mind was in a mess, and she didn't know what to do. Lu Li, She was a little crazy, and her heart was begging him not to be like this. She will fall. The feeling of falling step by step and being powerless to break free made Tao Yuan afraid. Lu Li's face was just above her, and the light shone down along his face, making his outline even more distinct. Deep in his dark pupils, there was a star-like brilliance, shaking her heart into a mess. His beautiful thin lips were constantly murmuring, "Don't resist me, okay? Give me a chance." That voice made her weak. Give me a chance. Lu Li, her fingers were trembling. His lips were getting closer and closer. Tao Yuan seemed to have accepted her fate as she gently closed her eyes. Her eyelashes were like a small fan that was trembling, stirring up Lu Li's heart. The man who was skilled in the field of love was actually holding his breath like a young man who had his first awakening of love. Ring, ring, ring. The phone's ringtone broke the spell of passion. Tao Yuan did not immediately push Lu Li away. Instead, she was slightly disappointed. Lu Li was extremely annoyed. He shouldn't have brought his phone out. The atmosphere was a little awkward. One of his hands was still holding her waist, and the other hand was taking out his phone. He was suppressing his anger, and his breathing was uneven. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu? We are at Rennie Hospital. Miss Tao had a car accident and is now in emergency treatment." Car accident? Lu Li let go of Tao Yuan and walked to the side. "Is it serious? The current situation is not clear. Please come over quickly." Lu Li looked at Tao Yuan and hesitated for a second. "I know. I'll come over now." "What? Who had a car accident?" Seeing his tightly pursed lips, Tao Yuan already had an answer in her heart. "Is it Tao Yinran?" "Yes, she had an accident." She really knows how to pick the time." The cold mockery made Lu Li feel a little uncomfortable. "How can you say that? Isn't it? She knew we were together and did it on purpose." Who would joke about a car accident? Tao Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes again. Ordinary people wouldn't, but your Tao Yinran is not ordinary. She can do anything. Lu Li frowned. He wasn't angry at her for talking about Tao Yinran. He was just unhappy with her tone and attitude. It seemed to be very malicious. In his heart, she was not a malicious person. "Do you have to speak in this tone? Can't I say what I want to say?" Tao Yuan asked. He was so gentle to her just now, but now he was speaking to her in such a tone for Tao Yinran. Could he change his face any faster? This showed that Tao Yinran was the most important in his heart. Tao Yinran was a holy white lotus, and no one could insult her. Then what about those sweet words he said to her just now? Was he playing with her in a moment of madness? Tao Yuan was angry at Lu Li, but she was even more angry at herself. She had been tricked so many times, but she still fell for it every time. She really wanted to slap herself hard. "Okay, there's no point in you arguing with me here. Hurry up and find your sweetheart. She's in the emergency room now. I'm just worried about her. Don't explain so much. I don't care at all. I don't want to know. Tao Yuan turned around and faced the sea with her back to him. The woman who was confused just now exuded a cold aura at the moment, looking a little heartless. But what he couldn't see was that her eyes were already a little wet. She was just using the cold facade to maintain her dignity. Lu Li felt a little guilty in his heart, but he didn't know what to say. In this situation, anything he said would make her hate him. He put his hand on her shoulder gently. I'll go and see the situation. If it's not serious, I'll come back right away. Tao Yuan sneered in her heart. Tao Yanran had pretended to be in a car accident. How could it not be serious? Of course, it was as serious as it could be. She threw caution to the wind. Wouldn't it be a loss if she didn't pester him for a month? She didn't say anything, just looked at the sea and sneered. Lu Li was silent for a while and left. He still left. His aura was getting fainter and fainter. Tao Yuan laughed secretly. She knew that it would be like this. Why was she still a little disappointed? She thought that what Lu Li said to her was more or less sincere. But in his heart, no one could shake the position of Tao Yanran. Even if they would not get back together, Tao Yanran would always be a special existence. And she could only be the second in his heart at most. If she was not the only one, then she would rather not. Her heart was cold and hard by the wind. At the same time, it was difficult to suppress a trace of sadness. She only returned to the hotel after all her emotions were gone and they were no longer important. Pan Chi walked over to her and shouted with a grin. You're finally back. I've been looking for you for a long time. The bright smile warmed Tao Yuan's heart. No matter what, at least she still had this good friend. Lu Li rushed back by private plane. As soon as he got off the plane, he went straight to the hospital. The doctor said that the operation had been finished. Tao Yanran's life was not in danger, but her right leg was seriously injured. She might not be able to continue to dance in the future. Tao Yanran was still under anesthesia. Lu Li stood alone in the quiet corridor and smoked one cigarette after another. The thick smell of medicine in the air made him feel irritated. He hated the hospital. Tao Yanran's accident made him distressed. On the other hand, he couldn't stop speculating about Tao Yuan's current mood. She must have misunderstood that Tao Yanran was more important than her. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Lu Li thought for a long time and still made a call. Beep. It rang twice and then was hung up. Well, she was such a stubborn person. How could she answer his call at this time? The screen dimmed, just like his gloomy mood. Tao Yanran woke up in the morning. She was still very haggard, but she was very happy. On that pale face, 2 eyes were shining. I don't know why the doctor contacted you, but I'm very happy that you can come. How can I not come when you're in trouble? Lu Li smiled faintly and tightened the quilt for her. Did you not sleep last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. Are you worried that I can't sleep? He just smiled, and the emotions between his eyebrows were very shallow. Maybe it was because he was haggard after a sleepless night, or maybe it was because he was depressed. In short, all the reactions seemed a little forced. I'm sorry to make you worry. Tao Yanran looked very obedient at the moment, as docile as a sheep. She thought for a long time about how she was not as good as Tao Yuan. After thinking about it, it should be that she was not as gentle as Tao Yuan. She should be using this trick to confuse Lu Li. Of course, Tao Yanran would not admit that she was learning from Tao Yuan. She stubbornly thought that what Tao Yuan could do, she could do the same, and she would do better than her. Tao Yuan could not beat her, no matter in any aspect. You have a good rest. My body still hurts a little. I don't want to rest. I just want to talk to you. Her eyes were watery, affectionate, and full of dependence. Tao Yanran was the proudest woman Lu Li had ever seen. She was independent, smart, and seemed to be able to live a wonderful life without anyone. She would never depend on a man. This used to be a problem for him because he was a bit of a male chauvinist and liked his woman to depend on him. But now, she depended on him, and it made him feel pressure. Chapter 559. Didn't you say you were out of town on a business trip? Why did you come back so soon? Worried about me, right? She blinked her eyes. Although her face was haggard, her facial features were still beautiful and had a kind of morbid sexiness. As long as she smiled, her face seemed to glow and radiate brilliance. Luli did not want to answer these questions. Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to call a doctor? You are my doctor. When I see you, I feel better. If you had promised to come back to see my performance that day, I would not be lying in the hospital now. You have to be responsible for me. I am sorry. Oh, I am joking. Why do you always like to frown now? You look very serious. I don't like it. Tao Yinran was also forcing a smile. The Luli in front of her was like a walking corpse. His body was here, but his mind was not on her at all. She was very unhappy and felt like a self-delusional clown. However, she had spent so much effort to arrange this car accident. No matter what, she had to hold him back. She told herself that his abnormality was just because they had been apart for too long. He still needed time to get used to her. Soon they would be as good as before. Yinran, I'm a little hungry. Go buy me breakfast. She interrupted him. Luli nodded. Okay. He got up and left the ward, only to find that the atmosphere inside was even more depressing than in the corridor. Facing Tao Yinran was a very difficult thing for him. The longer he stayed with her, the stronger this feeling became. They arrived at the restaurant. Sir, what porridge would you like? The waiter asked several times before Luli came back to his senses and realized that he was in a trance just now. Lean meat porridge. Okay. The waiter neatly packed the porridge and handed it to him, whispering to his colleagues next to him that they were infatuated with him. So handsome. Oh, really so manly? I wonder if she's here to take care of his parents or his wife. Who knows? But you see he is wearing a wedding ring. He is married. Sure enough, good men are all married. Sigh. Luli smoked a cigarette at the entrance of the restaurant. His mind was full of Tao Yuan. He felt as if his soul had been hooked away by her and could not stop for a moment. He called her again, but she still hung up on him. But even so, it still made him feel a little more at ease, as if this was some kind of connection. He smiled bitterly. Tao Yuan received the fourth call after Luli left, but she still hung up. Morning, afternoon, and evening. Was he greeting her as per her 3 meals? From the first time she hung up the phone, he should have known that she wouldn't pick up. Why did he still keep pestering her? He was already by Tao Yinran's side, but he was still pestering her. What did this mean? Are you ready to have fun? Pan Shi walked over. Why are you holding your phone? It was that bastard again. Tell him to die. With a mischievous smile, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Don't take your phone. Sister will take you to have fun tonight. Lin Yuqing received a call from Lu Li and went to find Tao Yuan. Before he rang the doorbell, the door opened and 2 beauties in bikinis came out. Lin Yuqing was shocked at first, and then he was so stunned that he almost had a nosebleed. Pan Shi had a model's figure of more than 7 meters. Tao Yuan was not as tall as her, but her figure was also very good. Lin Yuqing cursed in his heart. What was going on? Tao Yuan was not used to wearing so little. Although she wore a silk scarf, she still felt very uncomfortable and covered her chest with her hands. Pan Shi was much more natural. She had a good figure and there was nothing to hide, so she made a noise. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a woman before? He should not bully his friend's wife. Lin Yuqing withdrew his gaze with difficulty. Where are you going? What does it have to do with you? What? Did your master send you to spy on us? With Tao Yuan present, Lin Yuqing had to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and said with a cheeky smile, What are you talking about? What's stalking? Can't I come to play with my sister-in-law? Where are we going to play? Count me in? In your dreams. Pan Shi pulled Tao Yuan away, and Lin Yuqing followed them shamelessly. Tell me, where are we going? Pan Shi was annoyed by his pestering, so she replied with one sentence. Go back and tell your master that Yuan and I are going to yacht bikini party. Tell him to go to hell. Yacht bikini party? Lin Yuqing's eyes were full of sexy bodies. Those parties were really messy. If Luli knew that Tao Yuan was going to this kind of party, he would definitely kill him. But he could not stop them even if he wanted to, so he could only continue to follow. The two boarded the yacht. It was already very high inside. A group of beauties in bikinis and men were drinking crazily. Tao Yuan wanted to escape as soon as she entered. There are too many people here. I'd better go back first. The more people, the merrier. You're not scared, are you? No, I'm not used to it. Come on, you're only 24 years old. It's the age to go crazy. Why are you living more conservative than my grandma? If you don't go crazy now, when will you go crazy? Are you still thinking about that bastard's feelings? Of course not. That's right. Pan Shi pushed her into the crowd and shouted excitedly. The party is starting. Let's get high. Tao Yuan was a little not used to it first, but soon she was involved in the lively atmosphere and danced with the music. Men and women danced together, and she no longer resisted. She was really too tired, and she was too tense. She needed to indulge. When Lin Yuqing changed his clothes, Tao Yuan had already danced with a group of men. He almost went crazy and grabbed Pan Shi and asked, "Look at what you've done. What's wrong?" "My sister and I are having a good time." "Very good," Pan Shi said proudly. "Go away. Don't get in my way. There's something wrong with your brain. If my brother sees this, he'll go crazy." "Oh, isn't that just right?" "Don't say crazy. I can't wait for him to die. Tao Yuan is different from you. She's a married woman. She can't play like this. Does it make a difference whether she's married or not? Do you want her to be a widow for that bastard? You saw it yesterday. He abandoned her and left. Maybe he has something important to do." "Yes, it's important. What about Tao Yinran? How could she not be important?" Pan Shi said sarcastically and rolled her eyes. "Since he can't give her happiness, don't interfere in her life anymore. Get out of here too. You're really unreasonable. You're shameless." The two quarreled for a while. While Lin Yuqing was distracted, Pan Shi stole his mobile phone, took a few photos of Tao Yuan's party, and sent them to Lu Li on WeChat. At the same time, in the hospital, Lu Li was peeling an apple for Tao Yinran. When his phone rang, he didn't even have time to wipe his hands and quickly took out his phone. When he saw the picture of Tao Yuan in a bikini dancing with other men, he was so angry that his eyeballs almost fell out. As soon as he left, she couldn't wait to party? How could a married man attend a bikini party? This damned woman. Tao Yinran couldn't see the screen, but she could guess what was going on. Even though Lu Li was with her all the time, he seemed to be absent-minded, which annoyed her. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lu Li locked his phone and put it back in his trouser pocket. His face was obviously much uglier. He continued to peel the apple and handed it to her. "Rest early today. Are you in a hurry to leave?" "Yes." "What's the hurry? If there's nothing important, can you accompany me for a while? I'm alone here. It's very lonely. And I hate hospitals the most. You know that. I'll find a caregiver to accompany you." "I don't need a caregiver. I need you. Do you know why I had a car accident? Because I was thinking about you at that time, so I was distracted. I promised to perform for my friend because I wanted to dance for you, but you didn't come. I was really disappointed, but I couldn't tell you. On the way back, I suddenly felt very sad and cried. My eyes were blurred with tears, so I had a car accident." Tao Yinran hated to pretend to be pitiful, but she had no other way. She said this deliberately to make Lu Li feel guilty and use his self-blame to make him stay. She thought that since she had said so much, he would not leave no matter what. But Lu Li hesitated for a moment and said, "I can only say sorry for this accident, but our relationship has ended, and we should move forward. At least I think so." Tao Yinran was deeply provoked. "Move forward? Go where? Go to Tao Yuan's place?" His silence represented an affirmative answer, which was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. The fire that Tao Yinran had been holding back for a period of time was suddenly vented. "Don't forget that she killed our baby. How can you fall in love with a murderer? That thing is past. Don't mention it again. That's our baby. Can you really forget it?" Tao Yinran was heartbroken and angry. The child was not Lu Li's, but it was her flesh and blood. She was the one who suffered the most. "Are you worthy of her child? Don't mention that thing again." Lu Li chose to escape and stood up. He didn't want to hear more words to torture him. He left a sentence of "have a good rest" and fled the ward. "Ali, Ali, come back." Tao Yinran called his name over and over again. She almost fell off the bed, but he didn't stop walking. She believed that the man who once loved her with life treated her so ruthlessly. After flying back and forth for 2 days and not sleeping last night, Lu Li's mental state was very bad, and he had a bad headache. but there was no way to rest on the plane. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw those bikini photos of Tao Yuan. The anger made him restless. Every minute and every second was torture. And Tao Yuan didn't know that a man had been crazy for her. After a wild party, she was exhausted and sat with Pan Shi with their heads leaning against each other and giggling. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Alcohol stimulated her brain, and she was very excited. Every cell was boiling and cheering. Chi-Chi, thank you. Hey, is it necessary for us to say such words to each other? Isn't that how best friends are used? Pan Shi had just knocked over a few men, so she was also drunk. You are usually too tense. If you don't go crazy when you are young, you will be old. Come, for the party, for youth, let's have another drink. Chapter 560. At midnight, the party ended. The two of them helped each other back to the hotel, and a man who had just danced with Tao Yuan followed them. Let's go, it's too early now. Let's go play again. I have a headache. I don't want to go. It won't hurt after one more drink. Go away. Pan Shi pushed him, but her strength was weak. She squinted her eyes and burped, pointing at him, and said, I know what you mean, you burp. Don't you just want to hook up with our Yuan Yuan? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Go away. Don't say that. Isn't it like this when we come out to play? Let's go, let's go. Tao Yuan and Pan Shi both drank a lot, and the man was very sober and strong, so they couldn't break free. The man was fantasizing when he suddenly received a punch in the face. One punch sent him to the ground, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Go away. He was so scared that he peed his pants and ran away. Luli supported Tao Yuan's soft body, looking at her face that was as red as a monkey's, but he was angry and distressed. Damn, how much did you drink? He didn't support Pan Shi, so Pan Shi sat on the ground and stared at him with a frown, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Luli, bastard. Didn't you leave? Luli understood Tao Yuan's character. She would definitely not attend that kind of party, so it was obvious that Pan Shi brought her there. What kind of trash friend did she have to bring her to such a dangerous place? If he didn't appear in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. In her daze, Tao Yuan saw that it was him and started to struggle. Let go, let me go. She told you to let go. Did you hear her? Why did you come back? Pan Shi staggered over, wanting to save Tao Yuan from his hands. Let go, bastard. Enough. You know she can't drink, so why did you let her drink so much? Can't I be happy? What could he do if he didn't drink? You want her to cry for you? You abandoned her first. Don't pretend to be a good person now. I'm fake. If I hadn't acted in time, what kind of danger would have occurred? A woman like you probably doesn't care, but remember, Tao Yuan is different from you. She's my wife. You only know how to say it. Have you ever treated her as your wife? Where were you when she needed you the most? You King stayed with Tao Yanran. Since you left, don't come back. I won't hand Yuan over to someone like you. Pan Shi grabbed Lu Li's arm and bit it like an octopus. Lu Li's other hand was supporting Tao Yuan, so he couldn't push Pan Shi away. His eyes turned green with anger. He had seen many exquisite women, but Pan Shi was definitely the most exquisite and the most annoying one. If she was a man, he would have beaten her to death. On the beach, Luli grabbed Tao Yuan with one hand, and his other hand was bitten by Pan Shi. He was going crazy. Just then, Lin Yuqing walked over in a drunken state and stood by the side, looking like he didn't know what was going on. Luli shouted at him, What are you looking at? Come and help. Oh. Lin Yuqing came back to his senses and hurried to pull Pan Shi. Hey, let go. Do you hear me? Are you a dog? You like biting people so much. He had been bitten before, so he knew how painful it was. He was full of sympathy for Luli. Luli's expression was as ugly as it could be. Didn't I ask you to look after her? What kind of person are you? I drink too much too. Lin Yuqing looked bitter. They disappeared in the time it took me to pee. After a great deal of effort, Pan Shi finally relented. However, she and Tao Yuan were still wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Chi-Chi, save me. Chi-Chi, let go of her. Luli, you bastard. Let go, Chi-Chi. The two of them cried as if they were parting for life and death, attracting many people to watch. Lu Li and Lin Yuqing were embarrassed. They felt like two human traffickers. They had never been so embarrassed. Grandin, don't scream. I beg you. Lin Yuqing could not cover Pan Chi's mouth, so he put her on his shoulder. I'll take care of this. You take care of sister-in-law. Let's split up. Lin Yuqing, let go of me. Let go, let go, Pan Chi screamed. Shut up. I'll sell you to Africa if you make any more noise, you troublesome woman. Lu Li glared at Tao Yuan, who was still struggling. Let go of me. I don't want you to care about me. Lu Li, let go. He didn't care how loud she was and just dragged her away. His strides were so big that Tao Yuan couldn't keep up with him since she was drunk. After stumbling a few steps, her legs gave way and she directly knelt on the beach. However, he ignored her and pulled her up again, continuing to walk. She was so anxious that her eyes were red. She used her other hand to break his fingers. Let go of me, do you hear me? You don't have the right to do this to me, you bastard. I told you to let go. Are you deaf? Let go. Let go. The man who only cared about moving forward suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Tao Yuan directly bumped into his chest. It was so hard that she blacked out and felt dizzy. Then he grabbed the right side of his face and lifted him up. His gloomy face was pressed down on him, and his eyes were burning with anger. You don't want me to care? Then who do you want to care? Do you want to be taken away by that man? So what if I do? He's 1,000, 10,000 times better than you. Tao Yuan was very angry after being messed around by him. She raised her head and looked into his angry eyes. Her slender body was still shivering from the cold, but she still looked fearless. Her eyes were red, partly because of the alcohol and partly because of her anger. He had promised that he would not treat her so savagely, but wasn't it the same now? Of course she could not believe this man's words. He was the most shameless scumbag in the world. His 5 fingers suddenly tightened, and her skin leaked out from the gaps between his fingers. His strong body pressed towards her, and his eyes shone with a fiery light. You want to anger me to death, don't you? Why do you have to go against me? Why do you have to make me angry? Tao Yuan rolled her eyes and rolled her eyes. Who are you? Why do I have to make you angry? I go to the party because I like it, and I'm happy. That's my life, and you have no right to interfere. I don't have the right? Lu Li clenched his teeth. Look at you now. Aren't you still caught by me? What can you do? What? You came all the way back from Tao Yanran just to catch us in the act? The strong smell of alcohol rushed up her throat, and Tao Yuan was so disgusted that she almost vomited. The discomfort in her stomach made her even angrier. Although she was drunk and her consciousness was not very clear, she roughly knew what kind of situation she was in. After all, this kind of thing had happened too many times, and her body had formed an instinctive resistance mechanism. Since you want to catch us in the act, why don't you do it later? When I have sex with that man, you can end. She groaned in pain because he had actually bitten her lips. She felt that her lips were bitten, and it was very painful. Lu Li was enraged by what she said. He said it word by word. You can only have me. Don't think about other men. I want it. It's none of your business. See if I could do anything about it. Her face was wrapped tightly, and Tao Yuan struggled to break free. She was so angry that she went crazy. Let go of me. Help, help, help. Help me, she cried and shouted. Lu Li had to cover her mouth and drag her to a corner. You're really disobedient. Do you know that? Anger was boiling in his chest, but he couldn't bear to hurt her. Why can't you be more obedient, and you won't have to suffer too? Help. He pinched her lips with 2 fingers. She couldn't make a sound and could only stare. Are you angry? And let me tell you, I'm 100 times angrier than you are now. I seem to have been too gentle with you in the past, causing you to do whatever you want now. It seems that I have to give you some punishment. The anger in his eyes dissipated and turned into something else. You like to go against me, right? Tao Yuan was so nervous that she kept swallowing her saliva. Her lips were already numb from being pinched by him, and her eyes were filled with fear. You have a strange charm, do you know that? Even when I'm very angry, I still feel that you're damn seductive, he said in a low voice. At the same time, his fingers tightened and grabbed her butt. It's very exciting, isn't it? Ha! Your body is so sensitive. Luli put his mouth close to her ear and breathed out a hot breath. He moved down her earlobe and kissed her neck, sometimes gently and sometimes heavily. Tao Yuan closed her eyes. Tears seeped out from the corner of her eyes, and she was about to go crazy. Luli smiled deeply. Open your eyes and look at me. See how I love you. As soon as he loosened his fingers, Tao Yuan began to curse. Bastard! Let go of me! She struggled to twist her body, but she couldn't move. Let go! Scream a little louder. But there's no one here. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. You're shameless. You can't do this to me. I'm not yours. Don't touch me with the dirty hands that you've touched Tao Yanran with. I feel disgusted. Let go of me, dirty hands? Are you talking about this hand? This hand will only touch you. It won't touch any other woman. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such a lie? For someone like you who wants to have sex with every woman you see, I curse you. I curse you to get sick. I curse you to have sores on your head and pus under your feet. I curse you to be useless. Luli didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and his eyes were abnormally bright. What good does my incompetence do to you? Your happiness still depends on me. Shameless. Your mouth is really bad. Looks like I have to give you some punishment. As he said that, his gaze sharpened, and he turned her body around with his back facing her, not giving her a chance to dodge at all. His strong body directly pressed down on her back, and he raised his hand to give her a hard slap on her buttocks. Ha! Ah, Tao Yuan screamed. She was in so much pain that tears were about to come out. Do you know the pain now? Do you still dare? As Luli said this, he slapped her, but again. Bastard! Bastard! Tao Yuan cried and cursed. Chapter 561. Her scarf had fallen off, and she was only wearing a bikini, revealing her beautiful figure. Luli had long been tempted. Tao Yuan screamed in panic. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Wife, are you afraid? Luli, you're crazy. This is outside. I like it. I promise you will like it too. I'm going to sue you. Bastard. Let me go. Tao Yuan's screams were unable to stop the man's powerful offensive. It was as fierce as a storm. In the end, she couldn't even curse anymore, and her cries turned into soft moans. Tao Yuan woke up from her nightmare and jumped up from the bed like a corpse. The sky was already very bright. The sun was dazzling outside the window, and the waves were crashing on the beach. She was covered in cold sweat, and every cell was filled with shock. She had a nightmare. She dreamed of her and Luli. That romantic scene was so clear, as if it was real. It made her feel ashamed, and her cheeks were burning. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. Fortunately, morning. Luli walked in with breakfast. On the tray, there was a glass of orange juice and a sandwich. Tao Yuan shrank back in fear and stared at him with wide eyes. You, why are you here? Of course I'm here. I'm not that kind of irresponsible man. At this moment, the man was refreshed and in a good mood. His whole face was stretched out and looked very good. There was a kind of clarity, purity, and brightness. Soaked in the sunlight, he looked like the handsome god Apollo. Tao Yuan still couldn't understand the situation in front of her. She hoped that it was just her hallucination. However, Luli was really standing there with that handsome but hateful face. He was so proud that it couldn't be ignored. Didn't you go to find Tao Yanran? He put down the tray and slowly crawled toward her on the bed. His eyes were fiery. Have you really forgotten what happened last night? Do you need me to recall it for you? The heart-wrenching parting of life and death between her and Pan Shi on the beach, the quarrel along the way, and the one in the corner. Tao Yuan's face turned pale. It was not a nightmare. She and Luli were really. He clenched and loosened his fist, and a slap flew toward his face. Of course, it didn't succeed, and Luli caught it. Her wrist was bruised after being pulled by him for a long time last night. Now it hurt when he grabbed her wrist, but Tao Yuan did not show any weakness. You want to hit me again? You raped me. Why can't I hit you? Do you think it's appropriate to use that word between husband and wife? You forcibly took my body against my will. That's how strong you are. Luli had already foreseen this reaction from her, so it did not affect his happy mood. Anyway, he enjoyed the feeling of teasing a little pet. Then what evidence do you have to prove that I'm stronger? You clearly enjoyed yourself last night. Women like men to be more violent. Admit it. Admit my ass. Don't think that just because you're a pervert, others will be as perverted as you. No one likes to be raped. If the law could punish people like you, you would have been shot 1,000 times or 10,000 times. Tao Yuan raised her voice and shouted. Luli picked his ear and deliberately put on a shameless face. If it's something like that, there's no point in saying it. Unfortunately, the law can't do anything to me. It doesn't matter if you don't admit that you enjoyed it. I remember clearly when you were aroused. You're shameless. Tao Yuan angrily pulled her wrist out. No matter how you deny it, it's still rape. You only know how to use force to subdue women. What kind of man are you? Are you a man? How manly you are. You know better than me. Tao Yuan's face turned red. His skin was thicker than an iron wall. No matter how she insulted him, it was invulnerable, and it only made him more excited. She could only admit it. It was useless to be angry. Closing her eyes, Tao Yuan tried to suppress her anger. Didn't you go back to Tao Yinran's side? Why did you come back? If I don't come back, won't I give you a chance to attract bees and butterflies outside? What do you mean by attracting bees and butterflies? Don't I even have the right to go out and play? Don't you have any sense of danger at that kind of party? Luli was furious when he talked about it. Don't you see what kind of friends you've made? Pan Chi is such a casual woman, and you still treat her as your best friend. I won't allow you to insult my friend. Pan Chi is doing it for my own good. She wants me to be happy. Unlike you, who only wants to torture me. For your own good? If it's for your own good, she wouldn't bring you to that kind of place. She's pushing you into a wolf's den. You're still helping people earn money after being sold. Is there something wrong with your brain? Listening to him speak so eloquently, as if he was the best person in the world, but in fact he was the scumbag. Tao Yuan sneered in her heart and retorted sarcastically. Yes, there's nothing wrong with my brain. Why would I like someone like you? I don't want to quarrel with you. Luli tried his best to control his temper. Quarreling was the most meaningless thing to do. We're both adults. Instead of quarreling, I prefer to solve it the way I did last night. If you have a brain, you should learn to judge. It's one thing for you to quarrel with me, but you shouldn't put yourself in danger. In my opinion, any man is safer than you, Luli. You're the dangerous one. I have my own judgment, and I know what kind of person is worth befriending. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. She held her head high, full of pride and righteousness. Luli wished he could break her wings. He admired women with their own opinions, but Tao Yuan didn't know what was good for her, and her temper was terrible. There was no way to communicate with her. Thank you for your kindness, but I have my own way of life. You can go back to Tao Yinran. Tao Yuan said, and was about to get out of bed, but Luli clasped her wrist. Seeing her frown in pain, he immediately withdrew his hand. Only then did he find that her wrist was purple, which made him feel a little guilty. Don't be like this, okay? If I really wanted to accompany her, I wouldn't be here now. I'm not here to catch you cheating, nor to criticize your way of life. I'm worried about you. Yinran had a car accident. I just went back to see the situation, but my mind can't calm down at all. I think about you like crazy. Every second is hard to bear. Luli said the words from the bottom of his heart. Even if those words hurt his self-esteem, he wanted her to understand his feelings and understand that he really cared about her. However, these words couldn't move Tao Yuan. Instead, it made her dislike him even more. When you're with Tao Yinran, you think about me. When you're with me, you worry about Tao Yinran. Are you so cheap? Is it enough to be two-timing? I'm not in that kind of relationship with her. I don't want to hear your excuses. I only know that when you and I were having a candlelight dinner, you rushed back as soon as you received her call. What can I do? Can I leave her alone? Of course not. She sneered. Tao Yinran is your darling. How can you leave her alone? Even if I believe that part of your feelings for me are true, so what? Do you think I'll tolerate you cheating on me? Men are all cheap wretches. What they haven't got is the best. I used to pester you, but you didn't care. Now that I look down on you, you want to conquer me. Isn't that the case? Once I fall in love with you again, you'll think that Tao Yanran is the one you like. Your behavior can't be described with just the word cheap. Do you know? If you were a woman, you'd be beaten to death on the road. Lu Li couldn't defend himself. The feelings I want are unique. If I can't be the only one in his heart, then I'd rather not. How can I stand to be ranked behind Tao Yanran? She and I are in the past. I made it very clear. You can't completely erase a person from your heart. But I want you to stay with me. One day, I'll completely forget her. You're more and more important in my heart. Tao. Tao Yuan raised her hand and motioned for him to stop talking. If you continue to quibble, it will only make me look down on you more. I can't do anything to you about last night. I'll just take it as being bitten by a dog. Anyway, it's not the first time this happened. Lu Li's heart was surrounded by a strong sense of powerlessness. He sighed silently. Okay, let's not talk about that. Don't be angry with me. Eat your breakfast first, okay? He handed the orange juice over. Tao Yuan glanced at it and then knocked it over with one hand. The glass fell by Lu Li's feet. The orange juice spilled on his pants and dripped down. If it was in the past, he would definitely be angry. But now, he had really lost his temper after being tortured by her. He just quietly picked up the glass. Pan Shi woke up in the middle of a headache and dizziness. The moment she opened her eyes, a face appeared in front of her. Lin Yuqing? Pan Shi kicked him off the bed. Lin Yuqing's body was already sore. The fall almost broke his bones. He held his arm and screamed, "Damn, you woman, you're too cruel. It hurts so much. Why are you on my bed? What do you mean on your bed? This is my room. What did you do to me?" Pan Shi hurriedly covered herself with a blanket. She was a bit more daring, but she wasn't a promiscuous woman. Sharing a bed with a man, especially a man like Lin Yuqing, was still a shock. "Please, don't look like I did something to you. If anyone is to suffer, it should be me, okay? Look at my face and body. You scratched me and bit me on the back. Why do you like to bite people so much? Are you a dog?" Pan Shi remembered what happened last night. After Lu Li and Lin Yuqing forcibly separated her and Tao Yuan, Lin Yuqing carried her back to the hotel. The two of them fought. In the end, they were too tired and fell asleep. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing was also drunk last night. Otherwise, he would definitely take advantage of her. After worrying about herself, Pan Shi thought of Tao Yuan. She shouted, "Oh no," and ran out of the bed. "Where are you going?" Lin Yuqing stopped her. "My sister-in-law is with my elder brother now." "I know. That's why it's not safe. You bastard, you help the wicked. If anything happens to Yuan, you'll be an accomplice." Lin Yuqing frowned. Chapter 562. Tao Yuan is no match for Lu Li. Is she a match for him with you? If my brother really wants to do something, 100 of you can't do anything. Don't mess around anymore, calm down. As they pushed and shoved, the two of them kept retreating and fell onto the bed together. Pan Shi's makeup was already messed up. It was colorful like a palette, but Lin Yuqing strangely felt that this was also very beautiful. "Don't move again. If you move again, I'll kiss you." The look in his eyes deepened, and he lost his usual cynicism. The man suddenly became serious, and he looked even more charming. If it were any other woman, their legs would definitely be weak, but Pan Shi was not weak. She was trembling with anger. "Are you threatening me?" "You can understand it that way." Lin Yuqing was very proud of himself. He had an expression that said, "I can do whatever I want to you." When people were proud, it was easy to underestimate the enemy. In the next second, he was hit hard. "Ouch!" He screamed and knelt on the ground with his hands covering his chest. His whole face was bloodshot and his veins were bulging. Pan Shi stood up and looked at the embarrassed man at her feet with disdain. She was like a proud queen, majestic. "You want to threaten me? You're still too inexperienced. Don't stop me again. Otherwise, you'll have no descendants next time." Pan Shi quickly went back to her room to change her clothes and went to save Tao Yuan. Of course, she would not be stupid enough to look in Tao Yuan's room. She asked for Lu Li's room number and went straight to his room. Ding dong, ding dong. After pressing the doorbell twice, Pan Shi was so anxious that she directly hit the door with her fist. Dong dong, dong dong. After 2 hits, the door opened. Luli stood behind the door in a white shirt and casual trousers. He was dressed in a refreshing and dazzling outfit. It was as if he was plated with a layer of gold. Looking at his calm appearance, Pan Chi knew that he must have taken advantage of her last night. She rushed in, but was pulled out by Luli. "Where's Lin Yuqing?" "Dead." "Do you think that trash can control me?" "Where was Yuan? Ask her to come out." "Do you think you can see my wife whenever you want?" "What did you do to her, you bastard?" Pan Chi cursed him a few times. Luli felt that in her eyes. He was a perverted killer who committed all kinds of crimes. "My wife, of course I can do whatever I want. What right do you have to ask? She wants to divorce you. You're forcing her." Luli just sneered at such accusations. He could see that Tao Yuan's bad temper was influenced by Pan Chi. He must not let them get too close. Pan Chi's cursing was useless. She wanted to barge in, but she couldn't. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. At this moment, a waiter walked by, and Luli waved him over. "Boss Lu." The waiter bowed respectfully. "There's a mental patient here who disturbed my vacation. Kick her out." "Yes, Boss Lu." "Me? Mental patient? You're the pervert. Give Yuan back to me. Damn it, let go, don't drag me. You should call the police to arrest him." Pan Chi's strength was no match for a man. She was forcibly dragged away by the waiter. She was still cursing as she walked. "I'll be back. If you dare to bully Tao Yuan, I won't let you go." Warn him? Ha! This woman really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Luli rolled his eyes and closed the door. Tao Yuan had just finished washing up and came out of the room. "Who is it?" "A mental patient." Chi, you also know that she's a mental patient? Then why are you so close to her? What did you do to her? "Don't worry. I'll dirty my hands even if I kill her." Tao Yuan was still worried. She wanted to find Pan Chi, but Luli blocked her way. The two of them stood at the entrance. There was only a narrow path. If he stood there, she wouldn't be able to pass. Luli looked at her with a faint smile. "She came here early in the morning to throw a tantrum. She really cares about you. I can't help but wonder, are you guys gay? Then you're in cahoots with Lin Yuqing, aren't you? You only have dirty thoughts in your head. You don't understand friendship at all. I don't understand why you have to be friends with that kind of person." She wears revealing clothes, swears every time she opens her mouth, and likes to sow discord. How is she worthy of being friends with? Tao Yuan shook her head. "You don't understand her at all. You have no right to mock her. At least when I was in the most pain, she was the one who accompanied me through it. She was also the one who let me know what freedom and happiness are, and that I have the right to pursue happiness. Do you want me to suffocate myself in the grave of marriage? The world outside is very big, and there are many men. It's not just you, Luli. Don't be too arrogant and think that you're the center of the world. I have to revolve around you. I also want you to be happy, but having fun with different men is called promiscuity, not happiness. If you're willing to give me a chance, I can also make you happy. I can't be bothered with you. Where are you going now? Are you sure you want to leave in this?" Only then did Tao Yuan remember that the bikini on her body had been changed by Luli into a nightgown. Moreover, the inside was in a vacuum state, so it was impossible for her to go out like this. Luli was even less likely to say yes. He was the only one who could enjoy such a beautiful body. He would go crazy if other men looked at her for a second longer. Forced by the situation, Tao Yuan could only ask him for help. "Get someone to bring me a set of clothes." "Do you always ask people with a sour face? Are you sure people will want to help you? You changed the clothes on me, so you have to be responsible." "Don't worry. Of course I will be responsible for you," he said thoughtfully. "I will be responsible for life." "You're really..." Tao Yuan wanted to scold him, but she was speechless. "Don't worry. I've already asked someone to buy it. Eat breakfast first." Luli reached out to hold her hand, but she avoided it. He did not force her, but took a glass of milk and handed it to her. "Drink it." "I don't want to drink it. I just want to leave here." "What's the hurry? You can't leave dressed like this anyway." Luli leisurely took a sip first. He quietly admired her body. He had clearly seen it last night, but he still felt that it was not enough. The exquisite curves under the purple silk nightgown were faintly discernible, and he could not help but be tempted. Tao Yuan soon noticed the unusual passion in his eyes, and she was embarrassed and annoyed. What are you looking at? When are you going to get the clothes? He did not do anything, but when he looked at her like that, Tao Yuan still felt as if she was being raped. She felt numb from head to toe, and her 10 toes curled up slightly and felt hot. I don't know, don't worry. Tao Yuan only wanted to say that he was not in a hurry. After all, he was not the one being raped, okay? She was very anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. I know what you're thinking. If you think it's unfair, you can also look at me. The man held the glass of milk in one hand, and the other hand slowly unbuttoned his shirt. His collarbone was exposed just now, and now even his chest muscles were faintly discernible. Tao Yuan hurriedly covered her eyes and made a stop gesture to him. Stop, stop, stop. Don't continue. No one wants to see your body. Don't you want to see? I was the one looking at you last night, and now it's your turn to look at me. Or do you not want to see my top and want to see my bottom? I'm happy to. I don't want to have a needle eye. Why would I? But I'm not sure if I will have a nosebleed. After all, someone said that my body is very hot. His slender fingers had already landed on the third button, and he could continue to move down at any time. His bronze chest muscles were already exposed, like two dangerous beasts lying dormant on both sides, ready to strike. Tao Yuan could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This kind of behavior was indeed shameless, but, to be honest, Luli did have a capital. When he did not speak, he looked very cool, with a kind of imposing aura. But when he acted like a hooligan, it was another kind of feeling. She had always felt that if he was not a domineering CEO, with his face and figure, he would be very suitable to be a model. What was she thinking? She actually almost fell for his handsome man trap. It was just the right amount of teasing, and Luli did not want to scare his little prey, so he still exposed his chest, but did not continue. Milk. I said I don't want to drink. Tao Yuan's heart was thumping, causing her breathing to be unstable. How can you not eat breakfast? If you starve, I will be the one who will feel bad. Hearing such mushy words, Tao Yuan made a vomiting expression. You don't want to drink? Are you sure? She shook her head. Then it seems that you prefer this method. Luli drank a big mouthful of milk, stretched out his long arms, directly wrapped around her waist, and brought her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed her, feeding the milk to her. Tao Yuan was forced to take a mouthful of it, and she swallowed it. Cough, 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 cough. I almost choked to death because of you. How can I feel bad for you? How can I bear to choke you to death? Does it taste good? She forcefully wiped her lips. Do you think I will feel that it tastes good if you force me in that way? Why not? I have seen it in some vulgar movies before, and I feel disgusted, but I feel that it is okay when I try it myself. The taste is really good. So, do you want to drink it yourself? Or do you want me to feed you one mouthful at a time? I personally recommend the latter. I don't want it. Tao Yuan snatched the milk, gulped it down, and drank it completely. Is this okay? When she glared at him in a fit of pique, her eyes were lively, playful, and charming. The more Luli looked at her, the more he liked her. He finally understood why some people were sadistic. It must be because the target of abuse was too tempting. After breakfast, the clothes were delivered. Tao Yuan hid in the bathroom to change. Once she came out, she was ready to leave, but Luli did not allow her to do so. Breakfast has been eaten, and the clothes have been changed. What else do you want? I almost forgot to tell you you are grounded. Grounded? Was this a term from the last century? Tao Yuan found it a little hard to understand. This is your punishment for attending that kind of party behind my back. Luli held a glass of red wine and leaned against the wall, smiling faintly. You can't be so naive to think that there will be no punishment for that matter, right? Looking at his self-righteous expression, Tao Yuan really felt that it was ridiculous. She really wanted to retort. Why should I? Where did you get the right? I play my games, and you play yours. I did not cause you any trouble, and you have no right to punish me. If you want to cause me trouble, you are welcome to do so at any time. I am not that bored. That is because you gave up your rights, but it does not mean that I will give up. I can still choose to exercise my rights as a husband. So from now on, until we go back, you must stay by my side. He raised his eyebrows and narrowed his long and narrow eyes with evil intentions. Chapter 563. Regarding the issue of being grounded, the two of them inevitably had another conflict. The result was predictable. Tao Yuan was defeated. When she was dragged to the restaurant by Lu Li for dinner, her beautiful face was gloomy. Lu Li enjoyed his steak happily. The weather was sunny and the temperature was pleasant. The weather in the south was really good. "You're not eating?" He glanced at her from the corner of his eye, looking happy. The corners of his mouth seemed to have a natural smile, slightly raised. "Do you think a grounded person will have an appetite? You're grounded, but you're also very free, aren't you? The only condition is to stay by my side. Whatever you want to play, I'll take you." "Thank you, but no need. I'm not in the mood to play anything with you. You're so resentful. People who don't know the situation will think that your husband has cheated on you. In fact, your husband loves you very much. What you said is so funny. Anyway, eat a little. Even if you want to fight with me, you have to eat to have the strength, right?" Lu Li patted her head, but she slapped his hand away and protested against it. "Don't touch me. I can't help it." He said it very gently, with a doting face. The phone vibrated. Lily took a look. "I'm going to answer a phone call. You sit here, and I'll watch you outside. If you dare to run away, I'll punish you." He took the phone and left, looking back at her as he walked. He walked out of the restaurant and smiled at her while smoking and talking on the phone in the garden outside. The lazy posture of smoking made all the ladies in the restaurant unable to take their eyes off him. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. What's so funny? Shameless." Tao Yuan gritted her teeth. The waiter came with 2 glasses of wine. "I didn't ask for wine. This is for you." The waiter secretly handed her a piece of paper. Tao Yuan's first reaction was that Pan Shi had come to save her. When Lu Li wasn't paying attention, she hurriedly opened the note. Pan Shi said that she had packed her luggage for her and was waiting for her at the back door of the restaurant. Lu Li came back after the call. Tao Yuan quickly hid the note and calmed herself down. "Did you miss me?" Thinking about why you're not dead yet." The man did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said in a very tolerant manner, "Your mouth is really vicious, but I don't mind. I'm going to the bathroom. You're not thinking of using this opportunity to escape, are you?" His eyes were full of meaning, and there was a hint of danger in them. Tao Yuan was very nervous. Did he see through her? No, it shouldn't be yet. She had to relax a little and not reveal any clues. She smiled and asked, "Do you want to follow the ladies' room?" Lu Li spread his hands, indicating that he wasn't that bored. Tao Yuan calmly walked to the washroom. While he was distracted, she slipped into another corridor and escaped. "I'm here." Pan Chi quickly waved at her. She was wearing a sun hat and glasses. She was also wrapped up so tightly that even Tao Yuan couldn't recognize her. "What the hell are you doing? Are you a spy?" "I can't help it. Lu Li's eyes are too vicious. If I don't disguise myself, I will definitely be recognized by him. He's watching you closely now. It's too difficult to get close to you. Here's your luggage. I've also bought the plane tickets. Let's go." Okay. The 2 women, hand in hand, ran for their lives. Tao Yuan just got into Pan Chi's convertible sports car. She was about to fasten her seat belt when a hand suddenly put on the car door. She was so scared that she screamed and almost lost her soul. "Where are you going?" Lu Li's arm was lazily on the car door. There was no trace of danger on his face. His smile was lazy and calm, as if he was just saying hello and chatting casually. Pan Shi didn't expect him to catch up. She was so scared that her hands were shaking. The more anxious she was, the more her hands shook. She couldn't insert the keyhole at all, and the key fell out. Lu Li raised the corner of his mouth, opened the car door, and pulled Tao Yuan out. "Let go, I don't want to go back with you, let go." "Lu Li, let go of me." Tao Yuan struggled fiercely. Lu Li was angry and amused at the same time. Did this woman think he was a human trafficker? Pan Shi also got out of the car from the other side and ran over to help. "Lu Li, let go. You're hurting her. She's not your prisoner. You have no right to imprison her. She's my wife. I have a responsibility to protect her from being kidnapped by some people with bad motives." Several security guards heard the noise and rushed over. Pan Chi hurriedly asked them for help. "He's robbing a good woman. Arrest him." But the security guards didn't listen. Instead, they detained Pan Chi. "Why did you arrest me? He's the bad guy. He's the one you should arrest. This psycho has been harassing my wife. Ask her to stay in the police station for a few days." "Yes, Boss Liu." Tao Yuan was anxious. "Tell them to let go of Chi-Chi. Do you hear me? Lu Li, I've already warned her before, but she didn't listen. If I don't punish her, she won't think I'm easy to deal with. Don't worry, she won't die after a few days in the police station. You should worry about yourself first." Tao Yuan struggled all the way and looked for help, but it was all in vain. She was forcibly dragged back to the room by Lu Li and thrown onto the bed. "You're dead," the man said with a cold smile. He tore off his tie and grabbed one of her hands, tying her to the headboard. "Why are you tying me up? Let go, let go." But he didn't listen. He took a few more ties and tied her other 3 hands and feet. Tao Yuan was now tied to the bed with her arms and legs spread out, unable to move. "Lu Li, let go of me. Are you a pervert?" She wriggled and struggled helplessly. She was angry, anxious, and humiliated. She was about to go crazy. "Since you don't want to stay by my side, then so be it. I warned you to stay here, but you didn't listen. Here, this is your punishment. I'm not your prisoner. What are you doing? Using private means? Who do you think you are? You're not a judge. I'm not a judge, but I have more power than a judge. To deal with a disobedient little woman like you, I should use private means. Look, aren't you a lot more obedient now? Go to hell." Tao Yuan couldn't help but curse. Her face was completely red. Lu Li could clearly see through her every little thought. His lips curled up evilly. "Why are you blushing? Did you think of something? Is it the same as what I think? Think your head. Let go of me." The man loosened the buttons on his shirt and climbed onto the bed. A pair of long arms propped on both sides of her head and suddenly pressed down. Their noses were almost touching, and she could only see his face. Tao Yuan nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was like a strong magnetic field, strongly affecting her body. She was about to be drowned by those dangerous feelings. She held her breath and tried to minimize her presence. "Weren't you very good at scolding people? Why didn't you continue scolding? Why are you holding your breath? Look at your little face. It's all red. Do you want to suffocate yourself to death?" The more he spoke, the closer he got. Tao Yuan nervously swallowed her saliva again. This man's breath was poisonous. This man's gaze was magical. Even when she hated him to the bone, she still felt like she was about to sink into his pitch-black pupils. Her heart felt like it was being grasped by a hand, constantly pulling it down and sinking into oblivion. Lu Li lowered his head and gently pecked her ear, occasionally sticking out his tongue to lick it. Her cochlea was her sensitive spot. Once he touched it, she would tremble as if she was electrocuted. "Do you like it? Not speaking? If you don't speak, I'll take it as a silent agreement." He smiled wickedly. Tao Yuan finally could not hold it in and angrily stopped him. "Don't touch me. You're already a fish on my chopping board. I could do whatever I want. For someone like me, how could I let go of a delicacy that's already in my mouth? Don't you think so?" Tao Yuan's eyes were red. Her face was also red, and her breathing was erratic. No matter how she tried to control it, she still revealed her fear of him. "People like you should go to hell," she said hatefully. "I'll go to hell just because I'm playing with my wife? I don't think so. That feeling should be more wonderful than going to heaven. Don't you want to try it? I'd rather die." What's the hurry? "In a while, I'll let you die, a death that'll make you wish you were dead." Lu Li originally just wanted to scare her, but the tied-up woman looked especially wild. Every pore in his body felt stimulated and was itching to ruthlessly torture her. He had already begun to automatically imagine those scenes. Don't do anything rash. I don't want to help." "Help?" Tao Yuan let out a desperate cry for help. The man on top of her suddenly laughed. The laughter came from Tao Yuan's chest. She could not suppress her anger. "What are you laughing at? I'm just scaring you." He straightened his body and slowly adjusted his shirt. "We'll definitely play this game, but it has to be under the condition that you're willing. After all, I'm not a man who likes to use force in bed. You don't like it? You, Luli, like this the most. Are you hinting for me to continue? Tao Yuan was so scared that she screamed. She had no idea how to farm. Don't touch me. The man got off the bed. Since you just want to scare me, you've achieved your goal, right? Can you let me go now? Tao Yuan thought of a tied-up sparrow and was about to go crazy. I want to go to the washroom. Oh, don't tell me you want me on the bed. You won't. Tao Yuan was indeed not to that extent. I'm hungry. I want to eat lunch. I coaxed you to eat just now, but you didn't eat. Now that lunchtime has passed, I won't wait for you. If you don't regulate your meal time, you won't eat on time in the future. The tone and method he used to lecture her was like an adult lecturing child. Tao Yuan was not satisfied. Whenever he was unhappy, he grounded her and even tied her up. Which one of them was more childish? Deep in his bones, he was a giant baby wearing human skin, extremely childish. Calm down. Arguing with this kind of person would only anger her to death. Tao Yuan took a few deep breaths and adjusted her tone. Let go of me. Let's talk. Now you know how to talk. The man seemed to have been waiting for her to say this. He raised his eyebrows with a hint of pride. His eyes were clearly saying, I can't deal with you. Chapter 564. It's too late. Besides, your promise has no credibility with me. I prefer to use this method to educate you. He showed a very gentle smile. Enjoy it slowly. Tao Yuan experienced the most difficult afternoon of her life. The clock on the wall moved extremely slowly. Even 5 minutes felt like a year. She painfully thought that freedom was so precious. On the contrary, Luli was very comfortable. He sat in a leather chair, smoking, drinking, and reading documents. From time to time, he would comfort her with a few hypocritical words. He was in a very good mood. The sky slowly darkened. Tao Yuan felt that she was going to die in bed. Finally, the man got up, looked at his watch, and said coolly, It's 6 o'clock. Time flies. Have you learned your lesson? Will you still oppose me in the future? Tao Yuan closed her eyes and ignored him. She was resentful. Are you addicted to tying me up and don't want to let go? If I answer you, will you let go of me? Luli smiled and did not say anything. He untied one of her hands. I'll ask you again. Have you learned your lesson? Tao Yuan nodded hard. Let go of me. Will you go to those parties behind my back in the future? No, I won't do it again. Tao Yuan thought that as long as he let her go, she would be willing to say anything. That's good. Don't make me angry in the future. I don't want to tie you up again. Luli gently pecked her lips and then let go of the other 3 places. His tie was very soft, so it did not hurt Tao Yuan. But after being tied up for so long, her limbs were stiff and numb. Luli realized that he had gone too far. He regretted it and helped her up. Are you numb? Let me massage it for you. I don't want your hypocrisy. Go away. Tao Yuan suddenly became emotional and pushed him away with her shoulder. You tied me up. Why are you pretending to be a good person now? I just wanted to scare you. Is there anyone as scary as you? I'm not your prisoner. Why are you tying me up? The grievances that had been suppressed for 4 hours suddenly broke the dam, and Tao Yuan's tears fell down. You bastard! I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I'm sorry I was wrong. Luli hugged her and gently coaxed her. I lost my mind because I was jealous. That day, you were almost taken away by that man. I can't imagine what would have happened to you if I had been a step slower. I just hope that you can be more vigilant and learn to protect yourself. Don't let those men who approach you with ulterior motives take advantage of you. You're lying. You're selfish and petty. You bullied me on purpose. Torturing me made you happy and fulfilled, didn't it? You lunatic bastard. I'll die in your hands sooner or later. She cursed and hit him like a madwoman for a long time. Luli endured it all. It was his fault. Even if he was worried about her, he shouldn't have used this method as a punishment. He had really crossed the line. When Tao Yuan was tired of hitting and cursing, he hugged her tightly. At first, she struggled a bit, but soon she lost her strength. Her curses turned into sobs. Don't tie me up again. Okay, swear. I swear. However, if you're willing to let me tie you up and play exciting sex games with you, then it's a different story. I won't. I'm not a masochist. Tao Yuan punched him sadly. Her crying face was delicate and pitiful. Lu Li's heart ached. That's not abuse. That's love for you. You're talking nonsense. You're the most selfish and hateful person. Okay, I'm selfish. I'm hateful. I apologize. Lu Li's heart ached as he wiped away her tears. You can scold me all you want. Don't cry anymore. Tao Yuan was still sobbing. She suddenly realized that she was in his arms, and her tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly. What the hell? She was so angry that she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Okay? She quickly broke free from his arms and wiped her tears. Don't be a hypocrite. I was angry before, and I regret it now. Most importantly, my heart aches for you. That's definitely true. Is it fun to say such beautiful words after I've tied you up? Should I be grateful to you for torturing me? Tao Yuan suddenly thought of something important, and her face tightened. How's Pan Chi? Let her go. She came out half an hour ago. You can't really think that I'll lock her up for a few days, right? Seeing that he didn't want to lie, Tao Yuan was relieved, but she didn't let him off. What can a person like you do? There are indeed few women who can annoy me as much as she does, but I'm magnanimous and won't argue with her. Saying that she'll stay in the police station for a few days is just to scare her. I believe that after this, she won't dare to meddle in other people's business. Listening to his tone and that arrogant attitude, it was as if he was a private judge who could punish people however he wanted. But this was a powerful society. Those with power and influence could manipulate the fate of others at will. No matter how angry she was, there was nothing she could do. Hungry? Let's go eat. I don't want to eat. Louis just stood up and stopped. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled at her faintly. Have you forgotten the pain after the scar is healed? What did I say just now? You must eat on time. Have you forgotten it so quickly? Tao Yuan secretly swallowed her saliva. She was afraid that he would punish her again, so she bluffed. You said that you won't tie me up again. I promise not to tie you up again, but I have a lot of ways. I advise you not to ask for trouble. Don't be like a hedgehog all the time. I don't want to bully you. Luli patted her head as if he was coaxing a little pet who was throwing a tantrum. Although, the way you cry and throw a tantrum in my arms is really cute. She was forced to eat, but when the food was served, Tao Yuan realized that she was really hungry. She only had a sandwich and milk in the morning, and she was hungry in the afternoon. She also threw a tantrum in the afternoon. It would be strange if she wasn't hungry. Anyway, she had already made a fool of herself in front of him, so she wolfed down the food without caring about her image. Luli smoked and admired her ferocious appearance. He couldn't help but want to laugh. When he first met her after coming back from abroad, the impression this woman gave him was that she was mature, elegant, noble, cold, unreasonable, heartless, and heartless. He thought that she had really changed into a different person. But after spending some time with her, her nature was revealed bit by bit. What she had before was just a facade. Actually, how strong could a woman be? She was fragile, delicate, and needed a man's care like a flower. Looking at her ugly appearance, Luli was actually full of tenderness. Was this what they meant by being taken advantage of? The way you look now. There are 4 words to describe it. He took a deep puff of the cigarette and slowly exhaled, mocking her. A vicious dog pouncing on its prey. The woman who was busy eating rolled her eyes at him. You're the dog. Eat slowly. No one is fighting with you. If it's not enough, order more. I cough. Tao Yuan ate too fast and choked. Luli quickly handed her a glass of water and sat beside her. He smoothed her back and sighed helplessly. How are you acting like the wife of a CEO? You're more like a refugee. Tao Yuan choked and blushed. She struggled to catch her breath and slapped his perverted hand away. Why are you sitting here? Go back. I'd better sit, in case anything happens to you, because you eat too fast. Lu Li's long arm rested on the back of her chair, almost encircling her in the crook of his arm. Because he did it secretly, Tao Yuan did not notice that they were very close. She just did not like him sitting beside her. However, a fly would come back again. She could only ignore him and continue eating. After eating and drinking, Lu Li sent her back to her room. He did not force her to sleep with him, which was the biggest gift to Tao Yuan, so she did not refuse him. At the door, Luli obviously did not want to leave. He leaned on the porch and looked at her with lingering eyes, hinting for her to invite him in. However, before he could say anything, Tao Yuan had already said goodbye and closed the door. What a heartless woman. Luli shook his head and wanted to press the doorbell, but he hesitated. It was better not to give her any pressure tonight. No matter how reluctant he was, he could only leave. After entering the door, Tao Yuan waited for a while and only breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the footsteps go away. After a day of fooling around, her nerves were highly strained and she was about to collapse. She decided to take a bath and relax. After taking a bath for more than an hour and applying a beautiful facial mask, she felt much more comfortable. Just as she was about to sleep, the doorbell rang. The moment she opened the door, she cursed. "What do you want now? Are you done?" Outside the door, Ouyang Shua was stunned and teased. "Why are you so grumpy? Are you on your period? Why are you here? Who do you think it is?" Ouyang Shua put his hands in his trouser pockets and stood there leisurely, looking like a beast in human clothing. His beautiful appearance always exuded a hint of evil, especially when he smiled. Although Ouyang Shua was not a good person, he was not as perverted as Luli. Tao Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and showed a trace of exhaustion. "No one. Aren't you going to invite me in?" As soon as he finished asking, he did not wait for her to reply and said, "Thank you," then walked past her and entered the room. Tao Yuan widened her eyes speechlessly. She did not agree to it at all. Okay? Did all men nowadays have heterosexual cancer? She chased after him. "I'm going to sleep. It's only 11 o'clock. It's already very late, and I'm very sleepy." She yawned loudly. "There are some work-related matters that I want to talk to you about. Can't we talk about it tomorrow?" It was late at night, a man and a woman alone in a room. No matter how she thought about it, Tao Yuan felt uncomfortable and only wanted to chase him away as soon as possible. "Since I'm here, I can't come here for nothing." Ouyang Shua completely ignored her dissatisfaction. Anyway, a man like him should be welcomed wherever he went and would bring out the best in any place. Just based on his beautiful appearance, he was so confident. But before she could finish, he had already sat down and unbuttoned his suit with one hand, revealing the gray shirt inside. He calmly made a decision. Chapter 565. From the moment Ouyang Shua appeared, entered uninvited, and talked to himself, Tao Yuan was speechless. This was her inner monologue. "What wine do you have here? Let's talk about work. Why drink wine?" Tao Yuan thought to herself. Was he going to talk about life philosophy from poetry? "We're not in the company. Why so serious? What wine do you have?" Another fly that couldn't be driven away. Tao Yuan was helpless. "What wine do you want to drink?" "Anything is fine. It depends on what you like. If you want to drink something stronger, it's okay. Even if I get drunk, I won't take advantage of you. Of course, if you're passionate, then I—" "Stop. Red wine, okay?" Ouyang Shua nodded like a gentleman. "Whatever you like." Tao Yuan went to the wine cabinet and found a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets. Not only did they chat, but they also had to drink. Who knew how long they would have to drink? Her beauty sleep was going to be ruined. "How was your vacation? Happy?" That was terrifying. What a tragedy. Tao Yuan couldn't say it out loud. "If I had known, I would have gone to work. I'll go back tomorrow." "So fast? I just got here." "What's up with the project at the resort? What are you doing here?" "The lie is that there are still a few documents for me to sign." "Oh, then what's the truth?" "The truth is that I missed you, so I came over." Ouyang Shua's appearance was already feminine enough. It was even more inappropriate for him to say such words. His scorching gaze could make all women prostrate themselves at his feet. But this had no effect on Tao Yuan, so she was too lazy to respond. "Why? You don't believe me? But the truth is, I always felt that something was missing when you weren't around, and I couldn't concentrate on work. Later, I realized that it was because you weren't around. When I realized that, I missed you even more." Ouyang's words were half true. He knew that he had a good impression of Tao Yuan, But he didn't expect that he would miss her so much. It wasn't because he was her target. It was purely because he was thinking about her. Sometimes, in the middle of work, he would think about her quarreling with him. He would think about her angry face and her beautiful round eyes. Then he laughed nervously. Coming to find her was part of his plan, but that kind of anticipation was not part of his plan. He didn't even have time to go back to his room before coming to find her. This was the first time he had experienced such impatience. The moment he saw her, he finally understood where that urgent feeling came from. She had dug a hole in his heart that only she could fill. Of course, Tao Yuan didn't know Ouyang Shua's feelings. This man had repeatedly provoked her and said some words from time to time. She was already used to it. She just thought that he was a playboy and liked to flirt around. She took a sip of red wine and replied with one word. Oh, that's it? What else do you want? You want me to lie to you and say that I miss you too? I can't say it, and you won't believe me. Tell me, maybe I will believe you. I don't like to lie. Women who are too rational are very boring. Yes, I'm very boring, so don't use the methods you use to deal with girls on me. It's a waste of time. Tao Yuan's heart of stone would hurt men more or less, but Ouyang Shua didn't mind. Instead, he smiled relaxedly. No matter how much I spend on you, it will never be a waste. It was one thing for Tao Yuan not to believe his words, but Ouyang Shua's eyes were very magical. The 100,000 volts emitted from them made her shiver all over and her back go numb. This cunning man was too good at using his appearance to his advantage. If it were any other woman, she would have been seduced by him. Didn't you say to talk about work? You affect my work efficiency. Isn't this a work matter? He said it as if that was the case, but he was obviously talking nonsense with a serious face. Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered to deal with him for another second. I'm going to rest. You can go. It's still early. It's already annoying that you came in uninvited. Don't stay here, okay? Get up. Ouyang Shua was still sitting there, slowly drinking the red wine, but he didn't move with a what can you do to me posture. Get up. Tao Yuan couldn't help but pull him. Hey, get up. Ouyang Shua held her right hand. Her skin was smooth and soft. This was the only pair of hands that he didn't want to let go of once he held them. Even a scheming man like him would have times when he couldn't help it. His heart moved, and he couldn't help but say, I said I miss you, it's true. You have a charm, do you know? I feel like I'm attracted. Who will believe your nonsense? Let go of my hand. She tried to pull her hand out of his palm. Yes. I'm full of nonsense, but there are always some truths. If possible, I also hope it's not true. Tao Yuan couldn't understand what he was saying at all. She just thought that one of his nerves had gone haywire again. His struggle provoked Ouyang Shua's desire to conquer. Why could Luli have her, but he couldn't? He couldn't take it slow anymore. The man who was always calm suddenly felt very annoyed. He didn't want to care about any plans. He didn't mind having her body first. Thinking of this, he pulled her into his arms. Tao Yuan fell on his lap. Just when she was about to scold him, she was frightened by his eyes. The usual smile in those amber eyes was pierced by coldness, filled with a strong desire to possess, as if he had suddenly changed into a different person. It was very scary. She knew that he was a dangerous person, but no matter what, he had always been using an elegant appearance to disguise himself. But now it was completely torn apart. No matter how elegant a fox was, it was still a beast. It was cruel to the bones. Could it be that she had awakened that side of him? I said that I missed you, but why are you so disdainful? Could it be that my words can't be trusted? You let go of me. Ouyang Shua. She continued to struggle, but he tightened his grip and his chest continued to squeeze into her body. Let go of me. He grabbed her chin, causing her to groan in pain. She angrily glared at him. Are you crazy? I'm warning you, let go of me. Ouyang Shua didn't know what was wrong with him. In short, he suddenly became very angry and suddenly exploded. He could clearly see the fierce look in her eyes. That look was something that only he had seen before, and he had never shown it to others, but she had awakened the devil in his body. Her panic was so tempting, and the anger that stirred in his chest stirred his desire for her. He remembered the taste of her sweetness. Ouyang Shua was like a starving beast that had finally found its prey and couldn't wait to devour it. He had always done things according to plan, living too rationally and being too tired. At this moment, he didn't care about anything. He just wanted to have her. Tao Yuan placed a hand on his chest, futilely stopping him from coming closer. Don't be like this. You're drunk. Ouyang Shua, don't. I told you to let go. Tao Yuan screamed out. She used all her strength to push him, knocking over the wine glass in his hand and splashing it all over his body. He didn't know if it was because of the spilled wine or her scream, but Ouyang Shua suddenly woke up and realized what he had just done. What was wrong with him? It was as if he had been cursed. He didn't know what he was doing at all. Tao Yuan struggled out his arms, panting. Anger, fear, and many other emotions rushed to the top of her head. He actually lost control. Ouyang Shua came back to his senses and quickly returned to his previous appearance. I was just joking with you. Are you scared? His tone was very light, but Tao Yuan knew that it wasn't a joke at all. Ouyang Shua's behavior, just now, was like a schizophrenic. No, he didn't have a split personality. The one just now was the real him. The one she usually saw was just a disguise. But she didn't dare to anger him anymore and calmed herself down. Are you crazy? Is there anyone who is as scary as you? I didn't expect you to be so timid. Hurry up and leave. He helplessly looked at his shirt and pants that were stained red. Do you think I can leave like this? You don't mind if I take a shower here, right? If you don't say anything, it means that you agree. Don't worry, I'll leave after I'm done. Ouyang Shua got up and took a step forward. Tao Yuan took 2 steps back. His eyes darkened. It seemed that she was already wary of him. He entered the bathroom. Tao Yuan clutched her heart, her whole body covered in cold sweat. She originally thought that Lu Li was the most dangerous person, but now it seemed that Ouyang Shua wasn't much better. It was just that he hit it better. Did she commit murder and arson in her previous life? Why did she provoke 2 lunatics at the same time? After being in danger for a long time, she would be forced to become mentally ill sooner or later. After taking a shower, Ouyang Shua came out in a bathrobe. The belt was very loose, revealing a large part of his chest. His skin was fairer than a woman's, and his body was also on the thin side. But his chest and abdominal muscles were very strong, thin, and strong. His pure and beautiful body was also very seductive. His wet hair rested on his forehead, revealing a pair of peach blossom smiling eyes. The corners of his eyes were upturned, so it gave people the feeling that he was always smiling. His smile was mysterious and unfathomable, inviting people to investigate. Can you tighten your belt a little more? You're not wearing underwear. You're really observant. Do I still need to observe? Tao Yuan was embarrassed and embarrassed. I can see it where? Ouyang Shua deliberately lowered his head to look. Hey, you. Tao Yuan hurriedly covered her eyes. I'm not blind. Can you pay attention to your image? Maybe I'm purposely trying to show you. No one wants to see it. Ouyang Shua wiped his hair with one hand and smiled lazily. Only those who are attentive will notice it. You're the one who wants to see it. Speaking of which, between me and Lu Li, whose is more spectacular? Don't say such things again. Get lost. Tao Yuan pushed him away. Just when they reached the doorbell rang. She looked out. Damn it. Why was Lu Li here again? Looking at Tao Yuan's frightened reaction, Ouyang Shua did not need to guess who it was. Lu Li's visit was also part of his plan. Men understood men the best. Just now, when Lu Li stood at the door with a reluctant and unwilling look, it meant that he would definitely come again tonight. This was also the reason why he kept dragging and refusing to leave. Tao Yuan's little face was pale, panicking, and at a loss. Ouyang Shua asked lazily. Chapter 566. No. After she screamed, she quickly covered her mouth and lowered her voice. It's Lu Li. Oh, it's Boss Lu. Is he here to discuss work with you? Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. The deliberate look on his face was really hateful. This bastard had no other ability, but he was good at gloating. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang twice again. Are you going to keep the door closed? You hide first. Why? Why is he asking me? You're dressed like this, he'll definitely misunderstand. But we didn't do anything. I can explain to him. It'll be strange if you can explain it clearly. He doesn't trust you that much. Ouyang Shuo raised his eyebrows and smirked. Have you been caught having an affair before? No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Hurry and hide. Tao Yuan pushed him into the room inside. Hide in the washroom inside. Hurry up. She kept urging him and broke into a cold sweat. Only then did Ouyang Shuo walk in slowly. Tao Yuan took a few deep breaths to adjust herself and went to open the door. However, she did not fully open the door. She only opened the door a little and looked at the man outside warily. Why are you here again? Why did you take so long to open the door? I was worried that something might have happened to you. What could have happened to me? I was taking a shower just now. I didn't hear you. What's the matter? I miss you again. Luli said the words of love very naturally. His eyes were gentle with hidden expectations. That kind of gentleness was very touching. However, Tao Yuan was in a highly tense state now. She had no time to be moved. She just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. I'm going to rest. I'll go in and sit for a while. It won't take long. It's almost midnight. I'm really sleepy. I've been tormented by you the whole day, and I'm exhausted. Can you let me go? She put her palms together and begged. Please, please. Her pitiful look softened Lu Li's heart. He was hesitating whether he should leave or not when he suddenly caught a flash of panic in Tao Yuan's eyes. Although she hid it well, nothing could escape his sharp eyes. She was hiding something from him. Did he not let her in because there was someone inside? Luli did not question her directly. His expression was still gentle. Just for a while. I'll leave after chatting with you for a while. Tao Yuan pushed him with one hand, trying to stop him from coming in. Luli. The man walked in and looked around. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Tao Yuan stood nervously at the side, her heart beating like thunder. Perhaps it was because he had a guilty conscience. She felt that he was like a detective. Even the smallest details could not escape his eyes. She had already put away Ouyang Shuo's clothes, shoes, and wine glasses. There should be no more loopholes. Why does it smell like red wine? She gave a shudder. I just put on a red wine facial mask. She was quick-witted. Afraid that he would not believe her, she added. The red wine facial mask has the effect of soothing and whitening the skin. Oh, yes. She nodded vigorously. You can go now, right? Are you in such a hurry to drive me away? Don't you miss me? He asked ambiguously. His eyes were fiery and sentimental. The next second, her soft body was embraced by him. Tao Yuan was caught off guard and hurriedly pushed his chest with her forearm. Luli, I like it when you call my name. It sounds nice. As soon as he got closer, the faint tobacco fragrance on his body filled Tao Yuan's nose. It penetrated into her internal organs, seeped into her soul, and softened her limbs. Luli, this person, no matter how hateful his character was, he was a seductive existence that would make people unconsciously sink into his charm. Even his somewhat hateful gentleness seemed so attractive. Tao Yuan began to tremble again. She could not control her body, and gradually, she could not control her heart. She could see herself in his dark eyes. She was nervous, shy, helpless, and unable to control her emotions. How long have we been apart? Has it been an hour? Why do I miss you so much? It feels like a century. With one hand around her waist and the other hand caressing her smooth skin, his voice was full of lingering emotions. His voice was low and deep, and it had a kind of magic that made people intoxicated. What about you? Do you miss me? Tao Yuan was so nervous that her eyelashes fluttered. She was in a state of emptiness and could not think at all. There were only some small gasps coming from her throat, and it was impossible to form a complete syllable. Look at how nervous you are. Are you afraid that I will eat you? You're obviously moved like me. Why do you want to deny it? Isn't it tiring to fight with your own heart? Every question he asked seemed to question her soul, wanting her to clearly recognize the things that she had always refused to admit. Tao Yuan felt that one of her feet had already stepped into a swamp and was constantly sinking. There was a feeling that she had fallen into an inescapable net that he had set up. She was deeply intoxicated. He looked at her nervous little face that was flushed red. Her cheeks were a beautiful color, her pink lips were trembling, and her little tongue was also trembling. An unintentional temptation was the most tempting. There was nothing that could make a man more irresistible than a woman as pure as a deer. His large palm caressed her slender waist. The soft touch made him unable to let go. It was as if his palm was slowly infected with her fragrance and had the same body temperature as hers. Tao Yuan was really bewitched and had forgotten about Ouyang Shua's existence. There was only each other in their world. Her breathing was messy and disturbed. When their lips touched, she could not help but let out a moan. Like a traveler who had been thirsty for a long time, as if she had been waiting for this kiss, she unconsciously stood on her tiptoes. The little fist that was originally pressed against his chest gripped his shirt so tightly that it was deformed. But her whole body was soft right now. If she did not hold on to him, she would definitely melt. As their lips and tongues moved, the woman's sweet pudding smell and the man's faint tobacco smell mingled together, confusing each other's minds. The atmosphere became hotter and hotter. Both of their bodies were the source of heat, and the heat was deeply intertwined. Everything had developed so naturally, following their own hearts. They both longed for each other. Their bodies intertwined. Dong! The sudden sound from inside scared Tao Yuan. She pushed Luli away like a bird that was startled by the mere twang of a bough. Damn, she had actually forgotten that Ouyang Shua was still inside. Luli's consciousness was also awakened. She was not the only one who was intoxicated by that kiss. He had forgotten his own purpose. What's going on inside? As he spoke, he deliberately wanted to walk in. Tao Yuan hurriedly pulled him back. No, nothing. The bottle fell, right? Don't go in. Her flustered look betrayed everything, but she could not control it at all. Her heart was thumping like a drum. Would he notice? What if he insisted on going in? Ouyang Shua was only wearing a bathrobe. How could she explain it clearly? Tao Yuan thought that she was dead this time, but Luli actually did not continue to ask and stopped walking. Well, then I'll go back first. Rest early. He touched her face and gave her a good-night kiss before he left. Tao Yuan was so nervous that she almost cried. Every minute and second just now was too much psychological pressure. Sooner or later, she would be forced to have a mental illness. She slumped on the sofa, her eyes listless, and her face was still in a state of shock. Ouyang Shua came out of the bathroom and looked at her with a gloating expression. Look at how scared you are. Should I call an ambulance for you? He reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Hey, come back to your senses. Tao Yuan slapped his hand away and got annoyed. It's all your fault for coming here so late and refusing to leave. Something bad almost happened. We didn't do anything. You don't know how possessive Luli is. She rolled her eyes at him. So, he kissed you forcibly just now? You peeked. Do I need to? Suddenly, there was no sound, but there was no sound of breathing. That was not sex, but kissing. Ouyang Shua's tone was very calm, but did not mean that he was calm inside. He had not thought that the kiss between Luli and Tao Yuan would make him feel so uncomfortable. It was as if there was a fire burning in his stomach, so he deliberately threw a bottle to interrupt their kiss. Get lost. Tao Yuan chased him out of the door, thinking that the farce was finally over, but she did not expect Luli to be standing at the door. Ouyang Shua was wearing a bathrobe, she was scared, and Luli was looking gloomy. The three of them were standing at the door. Tao Yuan let out an ah and began to tremble. Why did you? I suddenly remembered that there was something I did not say, so I came back. He casually found an excuse. It was clearly not. He had seen that something was wrong with her and had been waiting at the door to catch her. Tao Yuan was angry at his cunning, but it was not her turn to be angry. It was impossible not to misunderstand the situation. Luli had such a bad temper. Would he kill her? Thump, 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 thump. Tao Yuan could only hear her heart beating so fast that it was about to jump out of her throat. Would today be the day of her death? At the door, the three of them had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was stagnant. Boss Lu. Ouyang Shuo was the first to break the silence. He was the only one who looked happy and did not feel embarrassed at all. He explained calmly, "Don't misunderstand. I am just looking for manager Tao to talk about work." Although he said not to misunderstand, his tone was obviously to deliberately make people misunderstand. It was not the first time that Lu Li was provoked by him. This man obviously had ulterior motives. He was deliberately provoking him, and if he lost control, it would be to his liking. In a contest between men, Lu Li had always been the one who won. He would not lose his mind to the point of flying into a rage. It's okay to talk about work, but it does not have to be at night. A man coming out of a woman's room in the middle of the night and dressed like this is easy to be misunderstood. But I believe my wife. Lu Li put one hand on Tao Yuan's shoulder and looked gentle, but his fingers were secretly tightening. She could only endure the pain. "Oh, really?" Ouyang Shuo countered with a mocking tone. "If you have something to talk about work in the future, please do it during the day. I don't want anyone to disturb my wife at night." Ouyang Shuo shrugged. Chapter 567. There are many annoying traits, but there's one that stands out, and that is being self-righteous. Lu Li smiled. He was not angry, but he was dignified. Never use your own thoughts to infer others. My wife does not need other men to play the role of a flower protector. Do you understand? Boss Lu has already said it so clearly, I can't not understand. Ouyang Shuo spread his hands. Then Boss Lu should accompany Mrs. Lu more. After all, in my opinion, she is very lonely. A lonely woman is easy to give others an opportunity to take advantage of her. Lu Li narrowed his eyes and clenched his fingers again. After Ouyang Shuo left, Tao Yuan was dragged into the room, and she hurriedly explained. "It's not what you think it is between me and him. Listen to me." Lu Li raised his hand. Tao Yuan really thought that he was going to slap her to death and closed her eyes in fear. However, actually just flicked her forehead with his finger. She opened her eyes a little and looked at him with trepidation. "Do you have to make me angry?" His facial features showed that he was unhappy, but he was not angry, nor did he look like he was going to fight. Tao Yuan was stunned. Shouldn't he be furious? Why didn't it seem like that? You'd better explain to me. Why would there be a man hiding in your room so late at night? Are you willing to listen to my explanation? To be honest, he was so rational and humane. Tao Yuan was surprised and a little touched. I didn't expect him to suddenly visit. He said that he wanted to talk to me about work, and then we drank some wine. You were drinking? Lu Li frowned and pinched her chin. Just drinking, nothing else. You wanted to do something else. She gritted her teeth in pain. I didn't mean that. I mean, we were just drinking, and then I accidentally spilled the wine on him, and he took a bath here. Then why did you hide him? She pouted. It's because you're unreasonable and hot-tempered. I was afraid that you would misunderstand. Lu Li sneered. Do you think you can fool me with that little trick of yours? I know what you're thinking with just one look. You're quite sly, actually blocking people at the door. Do you know that he has ill intentions towards you? For a playboy like him, it's just a whim, just for fun. Play? Huh. Can you afford to play? I didn't say I wanted to play with him. I just taught you to be wary of men. How could you forget it so quickly? Woman, you're really... Do you want me to tie you up again? Tao Yuan shook her head vigorously. No, you swore you wouldn't tie me up again. You think I don't have other ways to deal with you? I didn't do anything wrong. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I said that I don't believe you. I won't give you a chance to explain. I just don't like the fact that there are always so many flies around you. After I chased one away, another one would come. The ghosts won't go away. As soon as Lu Li said that, his eyes lit up. He was angry that he didn't know her charms before. Now that he had personally experienced her charms and was deeply attracted to her, he was even angrier. This hateful woman, if she wanted to seduce any man, it would be a piece of cake. She didn't even need to do anything. A large number of lascivious men would automatically rush to her. Do you think I want to attract rotten men? Tao Yuan mumbled softly. I'm also very annoyed, okay? You say it's annoying, but aren't you the one who gave him a chance? I think you really enjoy it. What? You're crying to men everywhere about our disharmony. Are you lonely? Tao Yuan felt uncomfortable hearing this and retorted sarcastically. Everyone knows how bad our marriage is. I don't need to cry. That was in the past. It's different now. There's no difference. Tao Yuan's expression turned cold and resolute. I'm sorry if I caused you to misunderstand, but I have to tell you clearly that my idea of divorce has never changed. It won't change in the future. I don't want to continue pestering you. I still insist on divorce. This time, Luli was really angry. His Adam's apple moved, and his eyebrows were knitted so tightly that they could kill a fly. He knew that in the current situation, he couldn't completely change her decision, but he couldn't make her waver at all. She said divorce so firmly. Her eyes were calm. She didn't say it out of anger. All his efforts for so long were like punches in the air. It was meaningless. This woman was still as heartless as ever. This made him feel disappointed and powerless. Subconsciously, he chose to escape. Otherwise, if they continued to argue, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. He had suffered like that too many times. He didn't want to repeat the same mistake. I don't want to discuss this with you now, he said. Anyway, I don't want a divorce. Don't make a decision until the last step. Since you've explained what happened tonight, I'm willing to believe you. Tao Yuan clenched her fists. She felt a little uncomfortable. She would rather he fly into a rage than choose to believe her. In the end, they would have to divorce. It was better to break up completely than to stay together forever, wasn't it? She was really tired of continuing to drag it on. That night, Tao Yuan couldn't sleep. She only slept for a while when it was close to dawn. She was sleepy when she heard someone ringing the doorbell. She was very annoyed. Ouyang Shuo, who had disturbed her from her dreams, was in a good mood. He teased her when he saw her messy hair and sleepy eyes. Were you a thief last night? Don't you know that disturbing people's sleep is a serious crime? It's already 10 o'clock. It's very late. You usually go to work at 8 o'clock. I thought you had the habit of getting up early. I'm on vacation now. Ouyang Shuo shook his finger. It's not exactly a vacation. There's still a lot of work to be done. Hurry up and wash up and get ready to go. Tao Yuan was annoyed and pinched her eyebrows. Don't you think last night was not enough? Do you really want Luli to hit you? We're going to work, not to steal. Besides, he said himself that in the future, when he talks to you about work, it has to be during the day. Now is the day. I don't want to annoy him anymore. I've never heard of a woman who can't work with male colleagues after marriage. If that's the case, she might as well go home and be a rich wife. Stop nagging. You only have 15 minutes. Tao Yuan simply washed up and went out with Ouyang Shuo without any makeup. They visited several companies in the morning and dealt with a lot of things. In the afternoon, they visited a well-known local real estate company. The chairman was a woman, Yang Ling, who had a place on the Forbes list. There were many young, strong women, but Yang Ling was not just a strong woman. She had a big chest, a slim waist, long legs, and was tall and beautiful. Even a woman like Tao Yuan was about to be bent, and Yang Ling was attracted to Ouyang Shuo. She kept chatting with him, and the strong love in her eyes was not concealed. Halfway through, Tao Yuan went to the restroom. Yang Ling also came in to touch up her makeup and conveniently asked about Ouyang Shuo. How long have you worked under Director Ouyang? 1 month. He just transferred here not long ago. Oh, how is he? Of course, Tao Yuan would not speak ill of her boss in front of outsiders. What's more, this Yang Ling was very interested in Ouyang Shuo. She suddenly had an idea. It's not that I'm boasting, but our director Ouyang's character is absolutely good. He's 1 in 100 good men. Really? I think he's a bit of a playboy. Don't you think he looks like that kind of evil bad man? Yang Ling spoke very directly. Absolutely not. He doesn't know how clean he is. Some men look honest on the outside, but are actually very playboy. But Director Ouyang is the opposite. Is he gay? He didn't look at me much just now. Huh. You know, men always like to stare at my chest. Only gay men don't look at me. The director is a gentleman. Of course, he's different from those men. He just broke up with his girlfriend not long ago. He's definitely not gay. I heard that his previous girlfriends were mature and capable beauties. I think Director Yang, you're completely in line with his preferences. Yang Ling was very happy to hear that. Really? Tao Yuan nodded seriously. How about this? Leave me your phone number. After I confirm the location of the dinner with the director, I'll send it to you. Let's have a chance encounter. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Tao Yuan knew that it was a bit unkind to do this, but she was really too anxious to get rid of Ouyang Shaw. Yang Ling was a very charming woman. Maybe Ouyang Shaw would be attracted to her. If she could make this pair happen, would it be considered a good thing? A famous local Western restaurant. The environment was first class, and the atmosphere was romantic. There was no need for champagne. The beautiful scenery outside the window was already slightly intoxicating. It's rare for you to take the initiative to treat me. I'm really flattered. Ouyang Shaw put one hand on the edge of the wine glass and teased. You make it sound like I'm very stingy. Although my salary is not high and I can't treat you to a big meal, I'm not stingy. Didn't you say that you don't like Western restaurants? I see that there are couples around us. It looks like we're on a date. You chose the location. If I'm caught by Director Liu, I won't be responsible. Tao Yuan, of course, had her own plans. This was a date, but not a date between her and Ouyang Shaw. It belonged to her and Yang Ling. To make them together, how could she not arrange a romantic candlelight dinner? This was called no sacrifice, no gain. She had put in a lot of money. You've been following me around for a day. Are you tired? I'm used to it. I don't feel tired. Moreover, I can watch Director pick up girls. Pick up girls? Me? Ouyang Shaw was full of interest. His eyebrows were full of charm. Are you sure I want to pick up girls? I usually wait for girls to come and pick me up. What you said is true. Director Yang's interest in you is not hidden. Even the richest woman in the area is attracted to you. Your charm is boundless. A woman like Director Yang is mature, capable, rich, slender, and long legs. Most importantly, big breasts and brains. No man can resist her charm. Don't you think so? Yang Ling is indeed a stunner. Ouyang Shaw poured a glass of wine for Tao Yuan and himself. He calmly commented. He did not show any special interest. It was more like he was objectively evaluating an item. She's a good choice. I think she's suitable for a serious relationship. She's more than enough for you. Oh, but I don't need her to be rich when I choose a woman. She won't be richer than me anyway. As for appearance and figure, they are important, but feelings are also important. For example, I have feelings for you. Chapter 568. Director Ouyang, Manager Tao, what a coincidence. Yang Ling pretended that it was a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. Tao Yuan also pretended to be surprised, but the two secretly exchanged glances. Of course, all of this did not escape Ouyang Shaw's eyes. As the saying goes, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. Tao Yuan suddenly invited him to dinner. Naturally, it was not a good thing. As he expected, this woman had set up a trap for him. Did Director Yang make an appointment? I did, but the other party had something to do and couldn't make it. If that's the case, why don't you join us? Is that okay? Yang Ling deliberately asked Ouyang Shaw. She did not want to appear too sentimental. It's better to meet by chance than to invite. Have a seat. Tao Yuan listened to Yang Ling and Ouyang Shaw chatting for a while and guessed that it was time for her to leave. I suddenly remembered that I have an appointment with a friend. I'll leave first. Enjoy your meal, goodbye. Acting was not easy, but she finally got rid of him. Tao Yuan shook her head. She wanted to hail a car, but she could not. She could only hail one as she walked. Honk honk. The horn sounded behind her, and Tao Yuan quickly stepped aside. The car followed her, and Ouyang Shaw sat in the driver's seat and opened the door from the inside. Get in. In the car, Tao Yuan was very depressed. She had planned this date carefully, but she only got rid of Ouyang Shaw for less than 5 minutes. She felt dizzy. Didn't you have an appointment with a friend? Where's she? Ouyang Shaw kept laughing, and it was obvious that he was purposely teasing her. Didn't I get caught by you before I even saw her? What about Director Yang? Aren't you having dinner together? What a coincidence. I remember you said that you don't believe in coincidences. I also think that the so-called coincidences are often arranged by people. How could it be so coincidental? It means that you are fated. You are the one who has the heart, but I appreciate your kindness. Do I have the words, "I need a woman" written on my face? Or did you change your career to be a matchmaker? Is it interesting to play this kind of game with me? Do you know who your opponent is? Of course, Tao Yuan knew that she couldn't fool him. Wasn't she being cornered? She would be suffocated if he stuck to her. She is excellent in all aspects. It is your honor that she likes. Why don't you cherish her? She is, but that does not mean that I must sleep with her. Since you are so, why don't you let me? He directly said such a thing, and Tao Yuan was very embarrassed and annoyed. Even if you're joking, you should know your limits. I'm not joking. I'm serious. It's not like you don't know how much I want to sleep with you. If you do that again, I'll get off. Ouyang Shua, you are a good boss and very charming. However, I am already married. No matter what my marriage with Luli is like, I will never have an affair with someone else. Luli is more dangerous than you think. And I can't afford to anger him. Are you threatening me with your husband? Ouyang Shua smiled. But do you think I will be afraid? This is not a game. You can't imagine what Luli can do when he is ruthless. I said it before. I don't care. He smiled at her enigmatically in a bright light. Do you believe it? He can't do anything to me. Tao Yuan wanted to say that there was no one in the world that Luli couldn't do anything to. However, Ouyang Shua said it so confidently. She felt that there must be some unknown secret behind it, or even a conspiracy. Ouyang Shua was hostile to Luli. She was more certain now. If your reason for rejecting me is marriage, then this excuse is invalid. Will you give me a chance if you divorce me? Tao Yuan shook her head. I won't like you. How will you know if you don't try? You just said that I'm very charming. That's for other women who don't understand you. I admit that bad men sometimes attract women's desire to conquer, but I've already experienced Luli, a bad man, and the result is that I'm covered in bruises. I won't make the same mistake again. Of course, I will fall in love and get married again after the divorce, but I want stability. You're too dangerous. I can't afford to play your game. All the rejection is because I don't like you. When you like me, there will be no reason. Love has always been a dangerous game. But I can't like you from the beginning. Do you understand? Now, even the relationship between superior and subordinate has made me feel conflicted, let alone going further. To be more direct, I hate you. Ouyang Shua listened to her quietly, with a confident smile on his face. But when she said the words, "I hate you," his eyebrows twitched. Other than the few people from the Liu family, this was the first time Tao Yuan said these words directly. She felt that it was quite hurtful. However, people like Ouyang Shua didn't have a heart. He probably never tasted the feeling of being hurt in his life. So, she didn't need to consider his feelings. The car suddenly stopped, and she looked at him in confusion. Get out of the car. What? He smiled at her flirtatiously. Don't you want me to sleep with Yang Ling? Isn't it good to do as you wish? His words gave her the feeling that he slept with Yang Ling on purpose to anger her. Even his smile was harsh, deliberately making her uncomfortable. Tao Yuan did feel a little uncomfortable, but she still got out of the car without saying anything. The car immediately drove away, and Tao Yuan could only continue to move forward on foot. At the traffic light, a Mercedes-Benz limousine was parked there. The middle-aged woman in the front passenger seat was elegant, and the driver beside her was a handsome young man. Tao Yuan took a closer look. It was actually Su Baihe and the family driver, Zhang Hua. She actually bumped into them here, so unlucky. But the next scene made her completely stunned. Zhang Hua actually leaned over and kissed Su Baihe. Su Baihe just symbolically pushed him twice, and then began to respond to his kiss. The two of them kissed and forgot about each other. Su Baihe and Zhang Hua. Tao Yuan was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Su Baihe was indeed not a good woman, but she was also well-behaved. She had never associated her with the word cheating. After all, their age was there. Luli was already so old. Moreover, Zhang Hua was about the same age as Lu Qingwan and could be her son. Tao Yuan's worldview was severely shocked. You're so annoying. What if someone saw you on the street? How could that be? Who would have thought that Mrs. Liu would steal on the street? Why did you say that word again? I don't like to hear it. Don't you think it's very exciting? Huh? Otherwise, why would you look for me? Last night, when I said that word, you were so excited that you hugged me tightly and kept begging me. Sai, don't say it. You're so annoying. Subaiha pouted like a young girl. Although Subaiha was old, she took good care of herself and had a good foundation. Even at her age, she was still very charming. Otherwise, Zhang Hua would not have wronged himself by stealing with an old woman. Of course, he was not doing it for feelings, but for money. Subaiha usually gave him a lot of money, which was equivalent to giving him money. I'm going back tomorrow. It's so annoying. I hate seeing that old man. Then don't go back, huh? Stay for a few more days. I'll take good care of you. I also want to, but I've already been out for a week. If I don't go back, the old man will be suspicious. There's so many pairs of eyes at home. It won't be so easy to stay with you again. Subaiha was still very dependent on Zhang Hua. It's okay. I will accompany you. Oh, right. Give me some money. Why do you want money again? Didn't I just give you 100,000 last week? When you were a chauffeur, your monthly salary was only 10,000. Isn't that enough for a living? Don't ask, just give it to me. I'll take good care of you tonight. I promise you'll feel better than last night. 100,000 was just a small amount to Subaiha. She softened after Zhang Hua said a few sweet words. This is what you said. If it's not better than last night, I won't give you money. The two of them did not notice her and drove away. Tao Yuan stood there alone. It was as if something disgusting was stuck in her throat. It was sticky and nauseating. Not far away, Ouyang Shua's car was still parked in the dark. He looked at this scene coldly. Without a doubt, this was arranged by him again. The timing was just right. The corner of his mouth curved into a sinister sneer. Tao Yuan walked back to the hotel. Luli was waiting for her at the door. He stepped on the cigarette butt and walked towards her. Where did you go? Why did you come back so late? His face was much more relaxed than yesterday. He was deliberately gentle. As soon as Tao Yuan saw him, she thought of a scene where Subaiha had an affair. She sympathized with Luli. When parents cheated, it was a great harm to any child. Moreover, when a mother cheated with a man younger than her, Luli would go crazy if he knew. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I just came back. I'm a little tired. She pinched her eyebrows. Seeing that she was not as resistant as last night, Luli felt a little better. Where did you go? You're so tired. I went to a few real estate companies. Oh, Luli could not help but ask. With Ouyang Shua? Yes. Of course, he was a little unhappy. But they had just quarreled yesterday. He did not want to keep asking like a jealous husband. Quarreling like that would not lead to any result. I'll go back tomorrow. So soon? Stay for 2 more days. I still have some work to do. My holiday has already ended. I want to go back early. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Luli knew that it was useless to persuade her, so he could only give up. Moreover, he was very busy these days. He had no time to accompany her. It was easy for Ouyang Shua to take advantage of him. It was good for her to leave. Anyway, Ouyang Shua could not leave. Since you have decided, go back first. I'll deal with things here as soon as possible. He still wanted to say something, but she was a little absent-minded and tired. He did not want to pester her anymore. Rest early. I'll go back first. He wanted to give her a good-night kiss, but Tao Yuan avoided it. Luli was very helpless and could only watch her enter the room. Chapter 569. Tao Yuan's flight was early the next morning, and it was noon when she returned. Last night, she found a reliable private investigator. The other party was very efficient, and within 2 days, there was already a result. According to our investigation, Mrs. Liu and Zhang Hua's relationship started half a year ago. If we are not wrong, Mrs. Liu was the one who seduced Zhang Hua. Every time Mr. Liu went on a business trip, Mrs. Liu would get a room with Zhang Hua. Mrs. Liu is very cautious and used other people's names in the room records, but it was indeed her. As for whether they had sex at home, we are not sure. They said it was stealing, but it was actually Mrs. Liu keeping Zhang Hua. In the past 6 months, she has given Zhang Hua more than 1,000,000 yuan, and every time, it was 100,000 yuan. Zhang Hua took the money to gamble in Macau and lost it all. The photos Tao Yuan saw were all taken in the past 2 days. Tao Yuan had to admit that when she saw the evidence, she really wanted to expose it to the media and ruin Su Baihe's reputation. She wanted to let the whole world see the true face of this rich lady and take revenge. However, she had to consider Liu Yanting's feelings and the impact it would have on the Liu family. But it would be too kind of her to just let it go. She had to make good use of this card. Tao Yuan returned to the Liu family, and Liu Qingwan rushed to her as soon as she saw her. Today is not the 15th or the end of the month. Why are you back? Dad is not here, and you can't find anyone to please him. Don't come back and annoy him. I'm Mrs. Liu, recognized by the law. I can go back to this house if I wanna. What do you do about it? This is my house, not yours. Why do you have to do that? Get out. Liu Qingwan pushed her, but Tao Yuan quickly avoided her. Liu Qingwan lost her balance and fell on her, but Tao Yuan sneered and enjoyed her embarrassment. You are like an unkillable cockroach, provoking me again and again and humiliating yourself. To be honest, I quite admire you. If it was in the past, you have been beaten to death. If you don't cause trouble for me, we can live in harmony. This time, her target was Su Baihe. Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered with Liu Qingwan. If you continue to provoke me recklessly, I won't go easy on you. Throwing down this warning, he went upstairs. At lunchtime, Su Baihe came back, and Tao Yuan watched her get out of Zhanghua's car. One of them was a wife, and the other was a chauffeur. Coupled with the age difference, no one would suspect anything. Sure enough, the most dangerous place was the safest. Liu Yanting would never have thought that his wife would cheat on him right under his nose. Su Baihe was in a good mood, but when she saw Tao Yuan sitting at the dining table, she stopped and frowned. Why did you come back? Mom, you came back just in time. Hurry up and chase her out. She just hit me again. Liu Qingwan couldn't win against Tao Yuan and hurriedly complained to Su Baihe. Tao Yuan sipped her coffee calmly. Don't slander me. You were the one who hit me just now. I dodged and you fell. You're the one who's crippled, and you're blaming others? All right, don't argue with her. She's purposely trying to anger you. Su Baihe had just enjoyed an extreme climax and was in a good mood. She couldn't be bothered to let Tao Yuan ruin her mood. After not seeing her for a while, Su Baihe had become much younger and prettier. She was bright and charming. Tao Yuan couldn't help but admit that love was the best for a woman. But this was under the condition that it was kept secret. Once it was exposed, Su Baihe would be finished. Tao Yuan didn't know that she was so ruthless in the past. Just like that, Liu Qingwan was unwilling. Mom, she bullied me. All right, stop arguing. Eat your meal. The dishes were served. They were all the favorite Shanghai dishes of the mother and daughter. They were more sweet, and Tao Yuan lost her appetite at first glance. Nanny Li, please cook a pork rib for me. Thank you. Yes, young madam. Don't go. Su Baihe stopped Nanny Li and said to Tao Yuan, if you want to eat, can't you cook it yourself? Why do you have to order my people around? Every time you say that you are the young madam of the Liu family, but have you done any housework before? You only enjoy your rights and don't fulfill your obligations. You must be dreaming. Is it so easy to be the daughter-in-law of our Liu family? So many women fight to be the young madam of a rich family. It's all for enjoyment and not to cook. Furthermore, during the first year of marriage, I did all the housework at home. They are them. How can you compare to them? They are the daughters of prestigious families. Were you? Su Baihe mocked in a strange tone. Furthermore, they know how to give birth. Can you? You'll be happy if I don't give birth, right? If I get pregnant one day, you'll be suspicious and need to do a paternity test. How troublesome is that? It won't be good if this spreads out. At least you know your place. I've always been. Those who don't know their place are probably the others. Tao Yuan glanced at Liu Qingwan. Liu Qingwan was infuriated. Why are you looking at me? Do you believe that I'll dig out your eyes? You know that my brother doesn't like you, yet you still shamelessly come home. I'm on good terms with him now. We even went on a business trip together last week. Su Baihe's expression changed when she heard that. How long did you stay there? About 10 days. I only came back the day before yesterday. Why? Did you go there too? No. Su Baihe lowered her head to avoid her gaze. That place was so big. Tao Yuan probably didn't see her in Zhonghua. Otherwise, she would have made a fuss. Tao Yuan asked Nanny Li to add more food, but Su Baihe didn't say anything. Seeing that Zhonghua was there in the afternoon, Tao Yuan stayed at home. When she was basking in the sun on the balcony, she saw Su Baihe and Zhonghua in the garden. Zhonghua didn't know what sweet nothings he said, but Su Baihe laughed like a flower. Zhonghua suddenly kissed Su Baihe on the cheek. Su Baihe hurriedly pushed him away and looked around. Tao Yuan hid behind the window. Su Baihe was really bold at home. Tao Yuan thought to herself, "This is our home. Are you crazy?" Su Baihe resisted. "You're too beautiful. I can't control myself." Zhonghua said. He knew how to please a woman, especially an empty and lonely old woman like Su Baihe. Su Baihe shivered. "Sai, you're so annoying. Don't I like it when I'm so annoying? Huh? Who was the one who kept begging me last night?" "Stop it. We're at home. What are you afraid of?" The old man didn't come back. "I'll go to your room at 2 o'clock tonight." Zhonghua lost money again. He wanted to serve Su Baihe well in bed tonight. When she was in a good mood, he would ask her for money. What? No. What if someone saw us? Su Baihe was very cautious in the beginning. But after not being caught for half a year, she became more and more bold. But it was still too dangerous at home. "No, it's so late. We're all asleep. I'll be very careful." Su Baihe struggled for a while, but she couldn't resist Zhonghua's offensive. Most importantly, she had been aroused by Zhonghua. She wanted to strip Zhonghua naked the moment she saw him. "Can you?" "Huh. Fine. Don't be found." Late at night, the master bedroom was filled with the scenery of spring. Su Baihe was even more excited in her own bedroom. She fought with Zhonghua until 4 o'clock. When Zhonghua came out, he suddenly saw Lu Qingwan standing at the door. He was shocked and slapped Lu Qingwan. Su Baihe was also frightened. Qingwan, I hate you all to death." Lu Qingwan left angrily. What should we do now?" Zhonghua was scared out of his wits. "She won't tell the old man, right?" "She won't. You go back first. I'll persuade her." Zhonghua was worried that he might lose his life, so he repeatedly warned, "Don't let her tell anyone, or I'll be dead." "I know. Hurry up and leave." The corridor was dark, and no one saw it. Tao Yuan stood in the corner and saw this scene. She sneered. Su Baihe didn't sleep the whole night. The next morning, she brought breakfast into Lu Qingwan's room. "Get out." Lu Qingwan grabbed a pillow and threw it at her. "Get out. I don't want to see you," she shouted loudly. Su Baihe quickly closed the door. "Keep your voice down." "Why? Are you afraid of others finding out?" "Since you're afraid, why did you do that?" Lu Qingwan was so angry that she cried the whole night. She never thought that her mother would cheat on her. "If your father can do it, why can't I? Do you think he doesn't have any women outside? He has at least 3 or 4, and he even has a secretary." All these years, his women have never stopped, and because of Tao Yuan's matter, he has always made me angry. He doesn't care about me at all. You know how wronged I've been all these years. Don't you sympathize with me at all? Even so, you can't cheat, and with a driver. He's the same age as me. Don't you feel disgusted when you have sex with him? He's so young. What does he want from you? Isn't it because he wants your money? Why are you so stupid? Do you think I don't know? I'm not afraid of him cheating me of my money. I have money. If I can buy happiness, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. Your father and I have no feelings for each other. We're just tied together by our marriage. I've almost forgotten the happiness of being a woman. It was Zhonghua who helped me find it. What he brought me was not only superficial, but also psychological comfort. That's enough. How can you make it sound so righteous? It's disgusting. Dad let you down, but what about me and brother? Did you think about us when you cheated? I'm so disappointed in you. Did you think about the consequences? So, you can't tell your father. No matter how angry Lu Qingwan was, she wouldn't go to the extent of telling Lu Yanting. It wouldn't do her or their family any good. I can pretend that I didn't see what happened last night, but you have to break up with him. Okay, I promise you. Baby, I know you care about me. Don't touch me. I still feel disgusted. Right. Why did you suddenly appear in front of my room last night? Someone kept knocking on my door in the middle of the night. I asked who it was, but he didn't answer. After knocking for the third time, I got up. I heard movement in your room, so I went to take a look. I didn't expect him to come out. Who would suddenly knock on your door in the middle of the night? The mother and daughter's faces turned pale at the same time. Tao Yuan? It must be her. I was wondering why she suddenly came home. She already knew. She's dead. Chapter 570. Su Baihe was also very uneasy, but she was older than Lu Qingwan, so she was more mature. Don't panic. If she wanted to tell your father, she would have already said so. She wouldn't have let you find out first. She is deliberately giving me a warning. She must have other motives. I will go and ask her. Tao Yuan was in a very good mood today. She was touching up her makeup when Su Baihe barged in and asked angrily, "What do you want?" Tao Yuan smiled and glanced at her calmly in the mirror. "What do you mean? I don't understand." "Don't play dumb. When did you know about me and Zhonghua? What do you want?" "Oh, you mean stealing?" Tao Yuan pretended to have just remembered. A rich lady from a rich family has an affair with a chauffeur who can be her son. This scandal is explosive. There must be a lot of people who want to see it. Once it is on the news, you will be famous. What right do you have to talk about me? Didn't you also make my son a cuckold? But no one has any evidence against me. But I have evidence against you. Just come at me. Why did you drag Qingwan into this? She's still a child. When Tao Yuan heard this, she felt indescribably annoyed. She put down the makeup brush with a pa sound, and her face darkened. Don't always use her words as an excuse. She can't do what Lu Qingwan did. Assisting is a crime. She should have been in jail at the age of 16. So you're taking revenge on me? You did that 3 years ago. You should have foreseen this day. You have to pay for what you have done, right? If you tell father about this, he will believe you. Why not? In this family, I am the one he trusts the most. You know this very well. Tao Yuan picked up a photo of the two of them coming out of the hotel and deliberately showed it. Is it clear enough? Su Baihe snatched it and tore it into pieces. Tear it up. I still have the negatives. I can make as many as I want. Tao Yuan could imagine how hateful she looked right now, but she felt indescribably carefree after venting her anger. A kind person would be bullied. If she wanted to live as she pleased, she would rather be a bad person. What do you want? I only have 2 simple requests. First, kneel down and apologize to me. Su Baihe couldn't believe her ears. After a long while, she squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Kneel and apologize to you? Are you crazy? I am your elder, and you actually want me to kneel? Can you take it? Back then, you treated me so well. I could do whatever I want to you. Why can't I accept it? Don't go too far. Up to you. At most, I'll send those photos to the media and let the whole world see the real face of Mrs. Liu. What's in it for you? I can take revenge. That's the biggest benefit. Tao Yuan chuckled and raised her eyebrows proudly, but her eyes were as piercing as ice. The grudge from back then, I still remember it clearly. I have always been waiting for this day. I don't believe you dare to do that. Why not? My life has been completely ruined by you and your mother. What am I afraid of? If I expose your scandal, maybe Lu Li will divorce me out of anger. That will be even better. Anyway, you don't have to doubt if I have the guts. The answer is yes. Are you going to kneel or not? Su Baihe resisted the urge to rush up and tear Tao Yuan apart. She never thought that one day she would be humiliated like this. However, she had no other choice. She closed her eyes and knelt down. Is this okay? Tao Yuan felt very happy. She sat down and crossed her legs, looking proud and proud. Where's my apology? I'm sorry. Sorry for what? 3 years ago, I shouldn't have sent you to that man's bed. It's my fault. Hee. Although you said it so reluctantly, I'm already very happy to see you kneeling in front of me so miserably. This is to give you a lesson. Don't think that you're really that powerful. There will be retribution for doing bad things. Although it's a little late, it will definitely come. Su Baihe wanted to stand up, but Tao Yuan scolded her. Continue to kneel and listen to me. She asked herself if this was a little too ruthless. The result was that of course not. For a person like Su Baihe, who had committed the most heinous crime, she should use violence against violence. She should be more ruthless than her. Remember, I'm not the soft persimmon that you can casually knead. In terms of ruthlessness, I'm more ruthless than you. In the future, you and your little vixen daughter should be more polite when you speak to me. Otherwise, what? Are you angry? Don't be angry to death. I still have a task for you. I really want a divorce now, but your son is pestering me. No matter what, he won't agree. I'm almost annoyed to death by him. Quickly think of a way to divorce him. Tao Yuan's tone was as if Lu Li was some defective product that she was anxious to throw away. Su Baihe found it more unbearable than being insulted herself. At that time, you insisted on marrying my son. How can you say such words now? Didn't I say it? Every dog has its day. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. This is also a kind of retribution. I want you to divorce more than anyone else. If there was any other way, I would have let you divorce long ago. That's because you haven't done your best. A person as vicious as you shouldn't need me to teach you how to do it. In short, if Luli doesn't divorce in half a month, then your scandal will be on the headlines. Luli got off the plane at 12 o'clock. He originally planned to go to the company directly, but the servant called and said that Su Baihe was sick. He could only go home first. Su Baihe was lying on the bed. She didn't have any makeup and looked haggard. Why did you suddenly faint? Luli asked anxiously. Isn't it because of that good wife of yours? Su Baihe spoke weakly, and the first sentence she said was, "When are you going to divorce?" Luli frowned. "We'll talk about this later." Later? When is the next time? Mom, isn't Yiren back? Since that woman also agreed to divorce, what are you waiting for? I don't want to talk about this now. What are you running away from? Don't tell me you fell in love with Tao Yuan. With Su Baihe's current state, if he admitted it, she would definitely faint again. Luli could only put it in another way. My relationship with her has changed a little. What do you mean? You don't want a divorce anymore? Not for the time being. Oh my God. Su Baihe suffered a heavy blow and felt dizzy. No wonder she dared to talk back to me and even scolded you in front of me for pestering her. It turns out that you're degrading yourself. You're sticking to her and being humiliated. Are you blind to like that kind of woman? Why did I faint? Isn't it because I fainted because of her? Why are you quarreling again? She's already riding on my head. How can I take that kind of anger? It's not like you don't know how she usually treats me. I know her temper is a little stubborn, but people are mutual, and your attitude toward her is not good. What do you mean? You're still blaming me? Su Baihe was furious. Didn't I do it for you? It's because she harmed you that we treated her that way. Do you still remember how you treated her in the past? Luli pinched his eyebrows with a headache. That was in the past. Anyway, don't interfere in the matter between me and her anymore. Yesterday, Su Baihe had just suffered a great humiliation and hated Tao Yuan to the bone. Now even her son, who was her spiritual pillar, was standing on Tao Yuan's side. Su Baihe was about to collapse. Dealing with me for an outsider. Are you still my son? Su Baihe's heart-wrenching roar made Lu Li slightly shocked. His mother had always been very proud and strong. This was the first time he saw her acting so strangely. I'm not dealing with you. I just don't want you to interfere. I don't care. In short, I'm either her or her. If you don't divorce her, I'll leave you. Mom, don't call me Mom. I don't have an unfilial son like you. You and your dad have drugged her. You can't save her. You're emotionally unstable now. Take a rest first. Do you think I'm angry with you? I'm determined this time. I mean what I say. If you don't divorce her in a week, I'll pretend that I don't have you as my son. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully. Get out. I don't want to see you now. Luli had no choice but to leave. He sat in the living room and smoked a cigarette. Nanny Lee brought a plate of fruits. Young master, don't smoke so much. Eat some fruits. Well, by the way, Nanny Lee, did my mom and Tao Yuan quarrel these 2 days? Nanny Lee lowered her head and answered according to Su Baihe's instructions. Yes, young madam and madam quarreled in the room yesterday. Why did they quarrel? Su Baihe asked Nanny Lee to push all the blame to Tao Yuan, but Nanny Lee couldn't do it. From the bottom of her heart, she liked Tao Yuan very much. I don't know. Well, Go to your work. Luli finished smoking and went to the company. After the meeting, he asked Tao Yuan to stay alone. Luli didn't say anything at first, but looked at Tao Yuan with a meaningful look. She didn't have time to talk in riddles with him, so she looked at her watch. What's the matter? I still have a lot of work to do today. You're in a good mood? Tao Yuan shrugged. It's okay. Nothing to be unhappy about. My mom fainted yesterday, did you know? Tao Yuan thought, Su Baihe is indeed Su Baihe. She took action so quickly. This was good. She just wanted to end the marriage as soon as possible after dragging it for so long. No matter how despicable Su Baihe was, she would accept it. Oh, is that so? She asked casually. Is she okay? What do you think? How would I know? And do you know why she fainted? Tao Yuan shook her head. It can't be because of me, right? After you quarreled yesterday, my mom fainted. Oh, that's really because of me. You know your mom's temper and mine. If the two of us are together, we can't avoid Mars colliding with Earth. The consequences will be serious. But I don't care. She can't bear it. I can't do anything. Chapter 571. She has never acted like an elder to me. How do you want me to treat her? Tao Yuan deliberately said these words to provoke Lu Li. No matter how hateful he was still a filial son. He definitely couldn't stand her bullying his mother. To be honest, my temper is not bad. If it was someone else who was tortured by the mother and daughter, I'm afraid there would have been a massacre. Lu Li was amused by these words and was deeply suspicious. Your temper is not bad? How can your temper be good? That's all because of you. As soon as I came back, my mother's first sentence was to force us to divorce. Oh, really? A filial son like you. Why don't you quickly follow your mother's wishes and divorce this heinous woman? So this is your goal? Lu Li smiled faintly, but his eyes were very sharp. His dark pupils stared at her, as if he could see through all her thoughts at a glance. Tao Yuan's body tensed under his gaze. In order to divorce me, you deliberately argued with my mother and then asked her to force me to divorce you. Is that right? Tao Yuan pinched her fingers and did not say anything. This was what she hated the most. Nothing could be hidden from his eyes. She denied it. I've talked to you about the divorce a long time ago. Is there need to take such a big detour? My dispute with her is not a matter of a day or two. Don't rush to explain. I know exactly what you're thinking, but I can tell you clearly that you're wasting your energy. That's not necessarily true. If she and I have reached the point where we can't coexist, will you choose me? Since I can say what I just said, I have the ability to handle your relationship properly. You don't need to worry for me. I just want to give you a piece of advice. Don't play tricks. No matter how you struggle, you can't escape from my palm. He clenched his palm as if she was a plaything in his palm and could not escape even if she had wings. But Tao Yuan would not be frightened by him. That's not necessarily true. I have to try no matter what, right? I'm a very stubborn person. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't let it go. Your hope is destined to be destroyed. Your mother hates me. Your sister hates me. Your family conflict is so serious. Why don't you divorce me? Do you really want to break off relations with your family? Doesn't my dad like you very much? I used to hate you, but haven't I fallen in love with you now? Tao Yuan made a vomiting expression in a very unrefined manner. Please don't insult the word love. Everything you do has nothing to do with love. It's just a hunting game. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in being your prey. Don't stray from the topic. No matter what conflict you have with my mother, she's not in good health now. You should give in to her. She's in poor health? You didn't see how dazzling she was yesterday. She was more nourished than anyone else. Tao Yuan didn't continue speaking after she reached this point. From the beginning, she did not intend to let Lu Li know about this. Of course, she would not admit that it was because of his feelings. Her explanation to herself was that she wanted to use this to restrain Su Baihe and facilitate the divorce. What do you mean? Nothing, I'm just saying. Anyway, I'm telling you clearly that your mother, your sister, and I will never coexist peacefully. If they provoke me, I will never back down. I will say all kinds of malicious words. Lu Li thought that his attitude was very good, but Tao Yuan was not moved by force or persuasion. He was at his wit's end. After all, we are a family. Do you really have to make a big deal out of it? Why didn't you ask your mother this question 3 years ago? I escaped because I was lucky, but their behavior is still unforgivable. The war will only become more and more intense. If you don't want to see the family never have a peaceful day, the only way is to divorce. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? I will never divorce this marriage. See, I can't convince you, so don't try to convince me. It's your decision whether you want a divorce or not, but how I treat your family is my business. No matter what you say, I will always have this attitude. Luli shook his head and raised his hands in surrender. Fine, you're stubborn. I can't change your mind. I will deal with my mother. You don't have to go home often. That won't do. Your mother has finally been angered by me. I have to take advantage of the victory. Tao Yuan smiled inhumanely, with the face of a vicious daughter-in-law. Do you want me to chase after her to the bed and greet her? Tao Yuan, that's enough. Don't be so unforgiving. I can't ask you to forgive my mother, but she is so old after all. Do you have to be so cruel? I'm like this. I will take revenge for the smallest grievance. I will treat her the same way she treated me. Last night, I told her the same thing. Every dog has its day. She has done so many things. Sooner or later, she will be punished. Luli slammed the table and stood up. Bang! With a loud bang, Tao Yuan's body trembled, but she remained calm and sneered at the angry man. What? Are you going to hit me for your mother? You are so filial. Why don't you follow her wishes and divorce me? Why do you hate me so much? I know you have a thorn in your heart, so I've been tolerating you. But you're going too far. That person is my mother. I know that person is your mother, but she is not my mother. What does it have to do with me? To be honest, even if she dies now, I won't feel the slightest bit of feeling. Oh no, I might feel happy. Luli was so enraged by her words that the veins on his forehead were popping out. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not the first day you know me. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I will say what I think in my heart. Don't have any expectations of my relationship with your mother. At the end of the day, this is karma. The reason I became so cold-blooded is all thanks to your mother and sister's meticulous training. They taught me that blindly being kind will only lead to being bullied and humiliated by others. Some people should be dealt with violence. The way I deal with your mother now is learn from her. Luli was so angry that he would spit blood on the spot. He believed that she wasn't as bad as she made herself out to be, but anyone would be annoyed to hear something like that. Just as the two of them were about to fight, the sudden ringing of a cell phone temporarily stopped the spread of the war. Luli took out his cell phone and stared at Tao Yuan. She did not want to be outdone and rolled her eyes at him. He was even more annoyed. It's me. I got it. I will go over tonight. He hung up the phone, and his anger strangely subsided in an instant. This is the smell of a conspiracy. Tao Yuan was very vigilant. I see that you are full of energy. Why don't you accompany me to the hospital tonight? He said it very naturally, but this was definitely the most ridiculous thing that Tao Yuan had heard this year. Hospital? You want me to accompany you to see Tao Yanran? Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you want to see two women fight for you? Will you? Of course not. If she is willing to accept you now, I don't know how grateful I will be to her. I won't disturb the two of you. Goodbye. She tried to get away, but Luli grabbed her by the collar like he was grabbing a chick. Did I agree to let you go? Before Tao Yuan could get away, she was pulled back by Luli. This kind of thing happened too many times. Her body reacted quickly. Almost instinctively, she began to jump up and struggle. What are you doing? Didn't I say it? I haven't agreed to let you go. He said matter-of-factly. Tao Yuan's height of 1.66 meters was not short among women. But for Luli, she looked very petite. He held her by the collar, and she could only wave her arms helplessly. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. My legs are on my body. I can go wherever I want. I don't need your permission. Let go of me. Let go, do you hear me? I hear you, but I don't want to let go. Now that he was in control of her, he felt a little better. He was Luli, a man favored by the heavens. He was arrogant to the extreme. How could he allow a woman to ride on his head? It was one thing that he was willing to spoil her, but it didn't mean that there was no bottom line. This is the company. So this is my territory. On my turf, I could do whatever I want to you. Can you even say no? Tao Yuan took a deep breath. She had already cursed him from head to toe 10,000 times in her heart. But she didn't want to curse in front of him. The one who was angry was the loser. She didn't want to be angered by him. I say, Boss Liu, you are a man who has received higher education. You should know how to respect equality. Isn't it unreasonable for you to detain an employee like this? Yes, it's indeed unreasonable to detain an employee. But I'm detaining my wife now. Is there a problem? This is the company. We have to distinguish between public and private affairs. Here, I'm just your subordinate. I have no other identity. I'm the CEO. I have the final say. I don't need you to teach me those principles. If you don't need me to teach you, then why are you detaining me? A hint of impatience could already be seen between Tao Yuan's brows. I have a lot of work. I don't have time to play these games with you. During this process, Tao Yuan had been struggling. Unfortunately, a woman's strength was too different from a man's. He didn't want to let go, so she couldn't do anything. What do you want? Accompany me to the hospital. Tao Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes inelegantly. Then may I ask what identity I will be using? As a subordinate, I'm just a small manager. I don't think I can reach that level yet. If I visit your ex-girlfriend or current girlfriend as your wife, I don't think it's appropriate. Don't you think so? Looking at her words, every word was so sour. She was even prouder than him. Luli couldn't help but ask himself what he liked about this woman. She was willing to be abused so many times. Could it be that there was a masochistic gene in his bones that he didn't know about, and it was all stimulated by her? Taking her to see Tao Yanran was just a fleeting thought. At first, he just said it to tease her, but now it seemed that it was necessary. Chapter 572. At the end of the day, only by removing the thorn in her heart, Tao Yanran, could she give him a chance. He just wanted to completely solve the conflict between them, even if it would be cruel to Tao Yanran. You're visiting a friend of mine as my wife. Is that okay? Friend? That's easy for you to say. That person is the one you love to death and almost became Mrs. Liu's ex-girlfriend. She's also my half-sister. Of course, I've never admitted it. She used to be my best friend. With such a complicated relationship, I can't wait to avoid her, and she hates me to the core. Why should I disturb you? I'm not that insensible. Are you afraid of her? Afraid of her? Why should I be afraid of her? Tao Yuan chuckled and shook her head. Your provocation is useless against me. Didn't you say that I'm your wife? Fine, then I'll stand in the position of a wife. I know that you and your mistress are having an affair, but it doesn't mean that I can tolerate you two flirting under my nose. I'm really not that great. Then what do you want to do? Fight with her? For you? It's not worth it. You have a problem with women. You always like to talk to yourself and treat your imagination as reality. Who said that I want to flirt with her under your nose? Can't I flirt with you under her nose? Tao Yuan couldn't help shivering, and goosebumps rose all over her body. He thought that it was charming to say that, right? But she only wanted to vomit when she heard it. A man who regarded shamelessness as glory was really the best. I don't want to flirt with you, and I don't want to see you flirt with each other. There's no need to continue this topic. Please let go. Goodbye. He took a step forward and stood in front of her, blocking the door. He was a little like a delinquent who blocked innocent female students in the back alley of a high school. He was so bad, so evil, and a little sloppy, but at the same time, he was a man who exuded a mature charm. Even Tao Yuan found it a little hard to resist him. It's fine if you don't want to see Tao Yanran, but you have to do something else with me. No matter what it was definitely nothing good. Tao Yuan stared at him without saying a word. He bent down and moved closer to her ear. His lips were half pressed against her eardrum as he exhaled a warm breath of air. Do that. You, Tao Yuan panicked. The face in front of her seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. A scarlet light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. This man was completely bad. Looks like you like the latter. Luli smiled deeply and lowered his head to kiss her. I'm warning you, don't mess around, Luli, she shouted impatiently and pushed, but he grabbed her wrist and pulled it above her head. However, Tao Yuan still had one hand, and she slapped it without thinking. Of course, she did not succeed. Almost at the same time she raised her hand, her wrist was pressed against the wall by Lu Li. Pa! With a loud sound, she instantly became a mosquito nailed to the wall, unable to move both her arms. I say, have I spoiled you too much? You're always slapping me in the face. I'll let you have your way once, and now you think that I can let you hit me so easily? And when he spoke, there was not the slightest bit of displeasure. He was sloppy and had a faint smile on his face, appearing a little frivolous. You don't respect me, so why can't I hit you? Tao Yuan raised her head and stared at him without fear. She was a woman, so she was naturally much more delicate. However, she was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. Even a rabbit would bite when it was anxious, not to mention that she was not a rabbit. I'm not someone that you can bully. Don't think that I'll surrender. Of course I know that you're full of thorns, and they're all used to deal with me. I know better than anyone how difficult it is to deal with you, Tao Yuan. Lu Li chuckled softly. He actually felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction when he said these words. Was it really like what she said, that he had already become a psychopath? Even when she monopolized his thorns, she felt that she had a unique person, and other men could forget about touching her. Since you know, why don't you let go of me? Tao Yuan said loudly. Are you trying to scare me? Lu Li laughed. Who can you scare with that menacing look of yours? No matter how powerful a cat is, it's just a cat. It's impossible for it to become a leopard. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, you're still at the bottom. Understand? Tao Yuan opened her mouth, but actually could not refute. Of course, a soft and cute cat is also very cute. No wonder I've tasted it. He rubbed the tip of his nose against her hair, like an intimate gesture between lovers, but made Tao Yuan feel disgusted. Every cell in her body was resisting. You smell so good. Lu Li could not help but sigh. Is this how you seduce me? And you're sick. Yes, I'm sick and very sick. Otherwise, why would I fall in love with you? Staring at that little face that was flushed with anger, that nervous and stubborn look, Lu Li really felt that he had been poisoned. Otherwise, why would he be so obsessed? Every day, he wanted to stay by her side. He wanted to look at her all the time. But even if he was intimate with her like this, he still felt that he was not satisfied. What poison did you give me? It's so hard for me to resist. Both of their throats were choked. In that narrow space, the air had been squeezed dry, and only the burning flames were suffocating. Lu Li, Tao Yuan only felt that her nose was filled with his breath. The faint smell of tobacco and nicotine numbed her nerves, seeping into the deepest part of her body and messing up her breathing. I like to be called by my name. He held her chin and looked at her deeply, as if he wanted to look into the deepest part of her soul and leave a mark that belonged solely to him. In that second of confusion, Lu Li had already kissed her. His thin lips held her soft lips, gently moving around. Tao Yuan's body could not help but tremble. She actually let him kiss her? The woman who came back to her senses immediately struggled fiercely, but his body was too strong, suppressing him, and she could not push him away at all. Woo! Woo! It was his sweet peach taste that aroused Lu Li's deepest thirst. He was like a beast that had been starving for a long time and finally found a delicious prey. He just wanted to devour her completely. The more she struggled, the more he squeezed into her body, as if he would not stop until he completely melted into her. A light kiss had already made him burn with anger. He could not control his strength and became rough. In the large conference room, Lu Li opened his arms and pressed Tao Yuan against the corner, fiercely plundering. He could not be gentle with her at all. Once he kissed her, he could not help but want more and more, squeezing everything out of her. How could she taste so wonderful? Among the women he had tasted, even the seductive Tao Yanran could not compare to 1,000th of her. Oh, he had fallen in love. Tao Yuan refused to give in. She had already been seduced by his kiss too many times, so this time, she would not let him succeed. The movement of her lips could no longer satisfy the man. He tried to pry open her teeth, but she firmly bit down, refusing to let him have his way. Lu Li bit her lips hard. While she was moaning in pain, he penetrated deeper and tasted all of her as he wished. He tempted her to dance with him. While their tongues were intertwined, he held her face in his hands. His actions were so rough, as if he wanted to devour her. This was not a kiss at all. Tao Yuan could not stand the pain and could not help moaning. Whoa, release pain. Lu Li, you're hurting me. Tao Yuan pushed him away. He was panting, his eyes burning. Suddenly withdrawing from the whirlpool of passion, Lu Li was in a daze for a few seconds. Her face was pale from the pain, but her lips were scarlet. Her upper lip had been bitten, and there was a strange charm to it. He regretted hurting her, but he was really too thirsty. Tao Yuan did not know what he was thinking, but she was really angry. Her lips were still numb and painful. She hated him kissing her so easily, and she hated his rough and barbaric plundering just now. The two of them confronted each other for a while without saying anything. It was not until their breathing calmed down that Tao Yuan gritted her teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Is there something wrong with your brain? Who gave you so much power over me? You're my woman. We're getting a divorce. That's what you think, but I can't agree to it. It took me more than 10 years to realize that you taste so wonderful. Tell me, how can I bear to let you go? Tao Yuan wanted to scold him for being shameless, but what could she do? Was there any use? She laughed coldly. In the end, you, Boss Lu, have eaten too much meat and fish and want to change your taste occasionally. Then what do you want? Can I do it with you 10 times in exchange for a divorce agreement? Her words were mocking him, but if she could quickly end this entanglement, Tao Yuan was also willing to sacrifice herself. In order to get a divorce, she would do anything. Are you taking the initiative to ask me for sex? I've had enough of you. You don't feel annoyed, but I'm annoyed by you. As long as I can get a divorce, I'm willing to do anything. If I only want your body, then I can lie to you and do it with me 10 times, and I'll agree to a divorce. But it's a pity that I want a lifetime. In other words, you can only blame yourself for tasting too good. I don't think 10 times will be enough to satisfy me. The reason why you can casually say a lifetime is because you've never thought about what it means. It's easy to fall in love, but hard to stay together. Even a deeply in love can't promise a lifetime. What right do you, Lu Li, have? Only an irresponsible person would talk nonsense. Then give me a chance. Let's keep going and see how far we can go. Is that okay? Tao Yuan shook her head. You think it's interesting because for you, it's just the beginning. But I've been walking alone for 14 years. I'm very tired. I just want to end everything quickly. Then you can treat it as a new beginning. Let's start together. I just want a divorce. Because of Tao Yanran. Although she denied it, Lu Li was very clear that Tao Yanran was the crux of everything. So instead of explaining and promising to Tao Yuan, it was better to bring her to Tao Yanran and end in front of her. Accompany me to the hospital. I said I'm not going. Chapter 573. Tao Yuan touched her upper lip, which had been bitten. Her every move in the company was being watched closely, especially when she was alone with Lu Li just now. The people in the department must be watching her closely. I can ask for leave to go home. You only have 2 choices. First, go to the hospital with me. Second, don't go to the hospital. Stay here and finish what you just did. Every word he said was clear, and he would do what he said. Lu Li crossed his arms and leaned against the conference table, waiting for her answer calmly. The car accident was arranged by Tao Yanran herself. Of course, she would not break her own leg, but in order to be more credible, she was ruthless. Her right leg was seriously injured, and she could only stay in hospital. After Lu Li left that day, he never came back, not even a phone call. Tao Yanran suffered for more than a week, and she really could not stand it anymore. So she asked the hospital to call him. She knew that men were very soft-hearted, so she deliberately made herself look haggard and pitiful. But she never thought that Lu Li did not come alone, but with Tao Yuan. She was immediately hit hard. Her face was completely frozen, and her face was pale. Tao Yuan reluctantly followed Lu Li to the hospital. But when she saw Tao Yinran's haggard face, she suddenly felt that everything was worth it. Who was Tao Yinran? She was a sexy and coquettish goddess, a beauty pursued by men. She was so coquettish and beautiful at all times, but now she had fallen into such a sorry state. It was so pitiful. She couldn't help but want to take a picture of it with her phone. The war between women was very sharp, and it was done step by step. Tao Yuan's beauty contrasted with Tao Yinran's haggard state. She felt angry, embarrassed, and hated herself for being so ugly in front of her. She tried to comfort herself that no matter how haggard she was 10,000 times more beautiful than Tao Yuan. She did not need to feel inferior. She wanted to squeeze out a smile, but it was very difficult. She tried several times, but she could not smile. You, why are you here together? Tao Yinran secretly tightens the bedsheets. Her hatred makes her nails dig deep into her flesh, and her fingers are as cold as ice. We just got off work together, so I brought her over to take a look. Luli felt a little guilty towards Tao Yinran. He knew how much harm he had done to her, especially when she was in the hospital. What he had done was indeed too cruel. However, he wanted Tao Yinran to give up. He also wanted Tao Yuan to see clearly that it was over between him and Tao Yinran. For Tao Yuan, since she didn't want to come, she had to play the role of a bad woman. Yeah, I didn't want to come at first, but I insisted on coming. They might even think that I'm here to gloat. TSK so haggard? Looks like the accident was very serious. I heard that she can't even dance anymore. Don't tell me she got amputated? Tao Yinran was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices and her face was pale. How could he be so miserable? What a pity. She shakes her head sympathetically. I still remember when I was in college. Every time you danced in the school's performance, the male students would go crazy. It would be a pity if he can't continue to dance in the future. Tao Yinran wants to curse. She almost lost control and shouted that her legs were fine and she could continue to dance. But she held back and didn't fall for it. She knew that Tao Yuan wanted to stimulate her and force her to shout out the truth. The corner of her mouth has been twitching, but she still squeezed out a sneer. Thank you, I'm very good. If you were here to laugh at me, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You don't look very good now. In fact, there is no need to be brave. If you need anything, you can tell me. I will help you. What she said was a bit too much, and her tone was full of gloating. Luli couldn't bear it, and signaled her to stop talking with his eyes. However, Tao Yuan raised her chin, implying, You brought me here, so I can say whatever I want. Why do you care? Ali, why? Why did you bring her here? Tao Yuan and Luli took a breath and met her eyes. We want to start over. In the future, we will come to see you together. Tao Yinran suffered a second injury. He brought Tao Yuan here and gave her a fatal blow. Now he even said such words in front of her. Did he really want her to die? Like a sharp knife stabbed into her heart, Tao Yinran felt suffocated. Her nose and eyes were sour. She wanted to roar and cry, but she could only endure it. Tao Yuan tried to think that they were just acting, but Tao Yinran didn't look like she was acting. Did Lu Li really not want to be with Tao Yinran? But it was impossible. Didn't he love Tao Yinran so much? Now that she was back, wasn't it natural for them to be together? What the hell was going on? Tao Yinran's eyes had become cold. Do you know what you're saying? His voice trembled violently as he spoke, and it was mixed with hatred. She broke us up, and now you want to be with her? If she didn't insist on marrying you, we would be very happy now. What's done is done. You say it lightly, but can you really be with a murderer? Are you worthy of her child? Tao Yuan was sullen. She really admired Tao Yinran's ability to lie through her teeth. When she was pregnant with someone else's child, she deliberately framed her for causing her miscarriage. She had endured it, but people couldn't be so shameless. And she kept saying that she was a murderer. She, Tao Yinran, was the murderer. However, a woman who could even bear to kill her own child. What else couldn't she do? Sure enough, the most despicable person was invincible. Tao Yinran was too terrible. There was a flash of pain in Lu Li's eyes, but he didn't waver. His eyes quickly became clear. I've said it before, I don't want to mention the past. Since it's painful, then I choose to forget. Every word he uttered was clear enough to show his determination. Forget. He could even forget the culprit who killed his child. Did he love Tao Yuan that much? Tao Yinran felt that everything was absurd and ridiculous. Everything that happened at this moment was a mockery of her. She regretted coming back to find him. No, she shouldn't regret it. It was Tao Yuan who took Luli away that year. She must take him back and take revenge on her. If she didn't do this, she would never be happy in her life. However, the reality was that Tao Yuan humiliated her again. On the other hand, Luli was standing on her side, trying to embarrass himself with her. If she could, she wished she could stab them to death. Anyway, if she couldn't get it, Tao Yuan couldn't get it either. And since Luli could be so cruel to her, then he deserved to die. I know you haven't had a good time these few years, but time will heal the wounds. Choose to forget the painful memories, then you can continue to move forward. Tao Yinran wanted to say, what if it wasn't enough? If time could really heal the wounds, then she wouldn't be humiliated by them now. Seeing her suppressing her anger, Tao Yuan felt extremely happy. Afraid that she wouldn't be angered to death, she went forward and held Lu Li's hand, intertwining their fingers as she smiled. That's right, let the past be in the past. Why continue to suffer in pain? Don't worry, we'll come to see you often in the future. If you need anything, just tell us, and we'll help you. Tao Yinran was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She was so proud that she had never thought that one day it would be Tao Yuan's turn to show off in front of her. Their tightly intertwined fingers hurt her eyes. Ring, ring, ring. Luli took out his cell phone and glanced at it. It was a call from Subaiha. He looked at Tao Yinran and then frowned at Tao Yuan. He looked into her eyes, meaning to tell her not to go too far. I'll go out to answer the phone first. Tao Yuan replied with a very hypocritical smile. Go ahead, I'll take care of you here. It's okay. Luli left the ward. Tao Yinran grabbed the pillow and threw it over, cursing loudly. You damn bitch. Tao Yuan turned her head and easily dodged it, smiling calmly. Don't get excited, or else if you fall off the bed, I'll find a professional doctor to examine you. Then your secret will be exposed. Deliberately causing a car accident and pretending that you can't dance anymore. Your trick is really ruthless. I admire you. You've put in so much effort for a man. You should really be awarded an award. A woman defiling herself like this. Even I feel distressed. Compared to you who's been kneeling and licking a man for more than 10 years, what am I? When it comes to having no dignity. Speaking of being pathetic, who can compare to you, Tao Yuan? But at least I won't degrade myself like you, and my efforts are rewarded. Although it's a little late, what will come will come. What about you? Is it useful to use your trick? TSK, TSK. Men's hearts are really cruel. You used to love me so much, but in the blink of an eye, you brought another woman to you, and it's the woman you hate the most. I can't imagine how angry you are now. Do you hate me very much? Tao Yuan crossed her arms in front of her chest and taunted with an air of superiority. You probably didn't expect to lose to me, did you? I didn't lose. Tao Yinran retorted loudly. He was just temporarily bewitched by you. Do you think Ali really loves you? You're just playing with yourself. Even if he's playing, he'd rather play with me than you. You should know why he brought me to you, right? He's done with you, understand? Don't think you're so great just because you're a villain. What are you, Tao Yuan? Can you even compare to me? In terms of scheming and ruthlessness, I'm not as good as you, but I have a way to snatch Lu Li's heart from you. What can you do to me? Other than lying on the bed like a waste and yelling at me, what else can you do? Whoever has Lu Li's heart will be the winner. Tao Yinran was almost burned to death by the burning anger in her chest. Her face turned green and white, and she was so angry that her eyeballs almost fell out. In the past, Tao Yuan was just her little follower. Men's eyes were always following her, and no one would pay attention to Tao Yuan. How could she win? Why? She refused to accept it. Are you angry? Not reconciled? Tao Yuan laughed twice, looking especially hateful. There's really no need. Even though Lu Li keeps pestering me, I don't really like him. To put bluntly, he's just a follower who follows me every day. I'm annoyed by his pestering, so I reluctantly agreed to consider it. But in fact, I still have a lot of choices, and I can change my mind at any time. Chapter 574. Why wouldn't I dare? I've said the same words more than 100 times, but he still wants me. Otherwise, how can it be called pestering? I don't care about the man you want at all. But looking at your unwilling look, I think that even if I don't accept him, it's not bad to have him and make you unhappy. You bitch. Tao Yinran slaps her, but Tao Yuan grabs her hand and pushes it away. She almost falls off the bed. She grabs the edge of the bed with one hand and turns pale with fright. The wound on her leg has not healed yet. If she falls off, she will be hospitalized for another half a month. I advise you to be sensible. Don't ask for trouble anymore. Even if I push you off the bed and beat you today, Luli won't do anything to me. If you don't believe me, you can try. You do have to be so cruel. I am cruel? This is the funniest joke Tao Yuan has ever heard. You're qualified to say that I am cruel? Compared with you, I am ashamed of myself. I can never abort my own child in my life. Tao Yinran hurriedly looks at the door. You said you wouldn't tell Ali about that. I didn't want to tell him. Isn't it more interesting to let him find out your true colors himself? But why are you so nervous? Anyway, he has clearly said that he wants to end things with you. I don't think he will care too much about how you cheated on him 3 years ago. You were pregnant with another man's child and said it was his. You vicious bitch, are you gloating over my misfortune? If you hadn't caught me, would I have left Ali? I'm Mrs. Liu now. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. You have to thank me for this. If you become Mrs. Liu and Luli accidentally finds out that the child is not his, what do you think he will do to you? Do you think you can hide it from him for a lifetime? If Tao Yuan hadn't loved Luli deeply at that time, she wouldn't have used this as an exchange, and Tao Yinran wouldn't have framed her for the abortion. If it were now, she couldn't wait for them to be together. A few years after the child was born, she would throw the paternity test in front of Luli. His expression would definitely be very interesting. What right do you have to criticize me? How dare you say you're not selfish? Ali and I have such a good relationship, but you still haven't given up. You really inherited your mother's cheap blood. Tao Yuan smiled instead of getting angry. What do you call this? A thief crying thief? It was your mother who interfered in my parents' relationship. If she hadn't used some despicable means to get pregnant with you, my father wouldn't have been forced to marry her. The two of you, mother and daughter, are really the same. Whatever you say, my mother is the legitimate Mrs. Tao. Your mother is the third, and so are you. According to this logic, I am now the legitimate Mrs. Liu. Who do you think you are? 3? It's a pity that even if you want to be the third, Ali still doesn't want you. People say that he doesn't want a woman who comes to his door, which shows how much men despise women. Tao Yinran was emotional, and her face was so red that it was about to explode. I love him. You love him? So someone held a knife to your neck and forced you to have sex with other men and get pregnant with other men's children? Letting Luli be a cheap father. Is this how you love someone? Don't insult the word love. Tao Yinran was very angry, but she couldn't refute. There were too many men chasing after her when she was a student, and she liked to go to the bar to play. So she had a relationship with Ouyang Shaw. That was the most regretful thing she had done in her life. But in front of Tao Yuan, she certainly wouldn't admit her regret. What are you so proud of? How Luli liked me before. He will love me again in the future. And you're just a toy for him to play with when he is bored. I am his true love. If you want to deceive yourself like this, I can't do anything about it. Tao Yuan's smile was especially kind. Just continue to think like this. Luli received a call from Su Baihe, who was crying and forcing him to divorce. This marriage, no matter who said, Luli would not divorce, but Su Baihe was his mother after all, and he couldn't completely ignore her feelings. So now he could only try to delay the time. It was very troublesome. Finish the phone call. Why did you come out? I'm a patient. I need to rest. Seeing the undisguised pride in her eyes, Luli knew that she must have done something good. What did you say again? Nothing, if you want to know. Isn't it better to ask her yourself? I'm leaving first. Tao Yuan was in a good mood and left. Luli looked at the ward and finally followed her footsteps. Listen, we have to talk. Talk about what? Our relationship. Tao Yuan looked at him indifferently. Is there any need to talk? Luli stopped her in her tracks. You've already seen it. Tao Yinran and I are done. In fact, we have ended a long time ago. This time she came back, I didn't think about getting back together with her at all. It's your wishful thinking that we will start over again. That's all your imagination. It's just a temporary end. Who knows if old feelings will rekindle in the future. The decision I made will not change. Luli emphasized. Tao Yuan looked at him with a faint smile. Don't be too absolute. Just 3 months ago, you didn't expect that we would be in this situation now, didn't you? You used to hate me to the bone, but what about now? Love and hate can be transformed into each other. Not to mention that Tao Yanran is the woman you used to love deeply. She is a time bomb, and you may rekindle your old feelings at any time. Do I make you so insecure? He had the nerve to ask this question. If he, Luli, could give people a sense of security, then there would be no scumbags in the world. However, Tao Yuan thought so in her heart. She didn't want to say it so badly, but there was really no need to be at daggers drawn. In fact, I haven't seriously considered this question. After all, I want a divorce. I really don't care whether you have a sense of security or not. But if you ask me, then, yes, I don't believe you at all. From a woman's point of view, I quite sympathize with Tao Yinran. And you're really cruel. You hurt me badly for Tao Yinran. Now you like me, and you hurt Tao Yinran for me. Don't you think you are really selfish for a woman you used to love? I'm selfish, but I'm also forced to do so. You always don't believe me, and the door of your heart is closed to me. For so long, I can't walk into your world at all. I want you to know that Tao Yinran and I are completely over. You don't have to give me a chance because of her. Tao Yuan shook her head. First, even if you do this, I still don't believe you. Second, I didn't reject you just for her. If you think that you and Tao Yinran are over, then I also feel the same. In my heart, you and I have long been over, and it is impossible for us to rekindle. If she had said this emotionally, Luli would have thought that she was just being angry. However, she was so calm and composed. This was a decision that had been made after careful consideration. No one could change her mind. If there was a divorce in front of her now, she would sign it without hesitation and never contact him again. She was such a cruel person. Luli also asked himself, since she had decided to end it, was it really necessary for him to continue to pester her and make her hate him even more? He was a man with an extremely strong sense of self-esteem. Being pestered like this, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, he still didn't want to give up, not because he was unwilling, but because he loved her. No matter how difficult it was, he had to fight for their feelings, just like she used to fight for their feelings without any hesitation. If she could do it, then he could do it too. He believed that she still had feelings for him. With this thought, Luli instantly regained his confidence. He bent down and held her shoulders. Tao Yuan struggled a bit, but because of his gentle movements, she didn't resist too much. I know I made you feel very insecure, and I understand you. I blame myself for hurting you. Yinran and I ended 3 years ago. Of course, you won't believe my promise, but I hope you can give me time to prove it. Luli, let me finish. He looked into her eyes sincerely, and their eyes could only contain each other. I know you're anxious to end this failed marriage, but don't say that you don't love me anymore. You still have feelings for me, I'm sure of that. Her brows slightly furrowed. His certainty made her heart a little confused. We were drunk both times, but you weren't completely unconscious. Your body easily accepted me. If there was no love, our bodies wouldn't be so compatible, and we wouldn't be so perfect together. You can lie to your heart, but you can't lie to the feeling your body gives you. She bit her lips. Yes, just because she was drunk did not mean that she had forgotten the intimate scenes of that night. The rhythm of his movements in her body, the lingering, trembling, and satisfaction in the depths of her soul. She could not deny that he had given her the greatest pleasure as a woman. She would often secretly recall the pleasure of being in heaven. He was her first man, and just this alone made him different from other men. She still had some feelings for him, but after being disappointed again and again, that little bit of remnant feelings had almost been wiped out. There was more panic and no sense of security. She didn't need a relationship where she was worried about gains and losses. As long as they divorced, they would be completely over. She always told herself that and looked forward to it day by day. But his entanglement had pulled her into a quagmire. She saw herself sinking deeper and deeper. She struggled with all her might, but it was useless. Her struggle only increased the speed at which she sank. Tao Yuan silently sighed. Yes, I enjoy doing it with you, but what does this mean? Could this be enough to maintain a marriage? Do you know that the foundation of a harmonious marriage is trust? If there isn't even trust, it's filled with suspicion and can't see the future. It's the same as building on a mirage that can collapse at any time. That kind of marriage is destined to be a disaster. I've already wasted 3 years, and I don't want to ruin it even more. After saying so much, you just don't have confidence in me. But confidence can be built again. I don't want you to believe me immediately. I just need you to give me time and a chance to build your confidence. Okay. Chapter 575. It was hard to refuse a proud man who lowered himself to ask. But being soft-hearted to him was equivalent to being cruel to herself. Tao Yuan had suffered too many times, so she would rather hurt others than be hurt. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Lu Li felt very disappointed, and a strong sense of powerlessness surged from the bottom of his heart. There was nothing he couldn't do since he was young, but now that he had worked so hard, it was all in vain. It was like punching the air. Even if he was exhausted, it didn't have any effect. How could he not feel helpless? But could he blame her for being stone-hearted? He couldn't. He had disappointed her too many times and made her sad too many times. In the end, it was all his fault. Why did he have to blame her? He didn't know what she wanted to say, but Lu Li only knew that he didn't want to hear any rejection for the time being. Forget it. Let's not talk about this now. He let go of her shoulder and forced a smile. That smile made Tao Yuan feel a little sad. After more than 10 years of unrequited love, no one knew better than her how it felt to be cruelly rejected by the person you love the most. There was no such thing as empathy in this world, but anyone who had loved would understand. Perhaps it was only a short time for him, but in this second, she still felt sorry for him. Actually, you must be tired after dragging it out until now, right? Divorce or not divorce, every time we discussed it again and again, there was no result. It just made us more tired. Both of us are too stubborn, and we can never convince each other, but the failed marriage is there, and neither you nor I can change it. Starting over with a shadow is bound to fail. Every time we talk about this, you will choose to escape, but the next time the result will be the same, and it won't change. If you really like me, at least cherish me at this moment. Please let me go, okay? Do you think I haven't tried? Lu Li asked. I don't know why I like you. I refuse to accept this fact more than anyone else, but I can't do it. If I can, I would rather dig out my heart and make it stop. Tao Yuan, you have also loved before. You know that those feelings can't be controlled, and even you can't change it. Since you can't convince the other party, then let's leave everything to time. Maybe it will give us an answer. The Lu family. Su Baiha had been bedridden for a few days. Her heart was filled with anger, and she looked sickly and old. As soon as Lu Qingwan entered the room, she asked anxiously, "Is your brother back?" Lu Qingwan shook her head in annoyance. I called him twice, but he didn't pick up. When you called him just now, didn't he say that he wasn't coming back? He said he was busy, but the secretary said that he got off work a long time ago. He must be with that bitch Tao Yuan now. Su Baiha gnashed her teeth in hatred. Her son, whom she had painstakingly nurtured, and her greatest pride in this life, had become someone else's man. It would have been fine if it was anyone else, but it was actually Tao Yuan. Back then, Lu Li had almost destroyed her. She still remembered that when Lu Li had just married Tao Yuan, it was as if he had changed into another person. He spent every day drinking and sleeping with different women. He didn't go to the company, and he didn't go home. That year, She washed her face with tears every day, adding her hatred to Tao Yuan and torturing her. Call him a few more times and ask him to come back immediately. Just say that I'm seriously ill. It's no use. You know my brother's temper. If he wanted to come back, he would have come back a long time ago. If he doesn't want to come back, it's useless for you to pretend to be sick. Who said that I'm pretending? I'm really sick because of him. I'm so angry that I'm going to die. Why are you angry at me? It's not that I don't want him to come back. Besides, aren't you the one who gave Tao Yuan something to use against you? Lu Qingwan thought of what she saw that night, and her stomach felt disgusted. Her mother actually had an affair with a 20-year-old man. She was going crazy just thinking about it. With so many troubles in front of her, she was extremely irritated. How can you say such things at a time like this? It's true. I promised to keep it a secret for you, but it doesn't mean that I've forgiven you. I'm angry just looking at you now. Su Baihe was already angry. Hearing Lu Qingwan's words, she became even more annoyed. Then go and tell your father and your brother that I cheated on him. Just let me die. I don't want to live anyway. Okay. Why are you playing with me? Do you think I want to? Aren't I helping you now? Do you think that bitch raised a little ghost? Otherwise, how could she charm my brother? Dad, too. I think it's very strange. Who knows? But now she doesn't want to be with Ali anymore. She wants a divorce. I don't think she's acting. Lu Qingwan coldly twitched the corner of her mouth. She probably has a man outside. She finds a spare tire and then breaks up. Aren't all women like this? I also want that woman to get out of our house as soon as possible, but your brother doesn't agree. I can't do anything about it. I've threatened to kill myself, but he still wants her. I think it's useless, even if I want to hang myself. Su Baihe really believed that Tao Yuan would do something to expose her. There were only 10 days left before her deadline. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. By the way, isn't Yinren back? Don't mention her. I feel that she is just fooling me. She has always said that she wants to get back together with my brother, but there has been no result until now. If my brother really wanted to get back together with her, he would have been with her long ago. He must be fascinated by Tao Yuan now. He doesn't want Tao Yinren anymore. Didn't they almost get married at the beginning? Your brother suffered so much because of her. It's impossible that he doesn't have any feelings for her. So, you go and find her quickly. See if she has any other way. If there is, I'm willing to cooperate with her. Lu Qingwan and Su Baihe went to the hospital the next day after their discussion. Tao Yinren was lying on the bed, sickly and listless. Lu Qingwan knew at a glance that the situation was not good. She had high hopes for Tao Yinren before and regarded her as a trump card. But now, she looked down on her a little. So what if she was beautiful? She still couldn't win against Tao Yuan. If it had no value, then it was trash. She squeezed out a smile and walked in. Sister Yinren, Qingwan, why are you here? You had such a serious traffic accident. How can I not come? How is your leg? The doctor said it's very serious. Yes. Tao Yinren didn't know how to answer. She always had a sense of superiority in front of Lu Qingwan. She treated Lu Qingwan as her marionette. She didn't want her to feel miserable. But if she said that she deliberately hit the car and was not lame, it would be very sad. Can I dance again in the future? It depends. If I recover well, I can still dance. Tao Yinren laughed awkwardly and quickly diverted the topic. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I just came back from abroad. If I knew you had a car accident, I would have come to see you earlier. Sigh, it's a bad year for you. It's just the beginning of the year. So unlucky. Did my brother come to see you? He just left. He comes often. I was worried that it would affect his work, but he said it was okay. Tao Yinren forced a smile. Lu Qingwan might know that she was lying, but she could only hold on. Lu Qingwan knew that she would put on a brave front. Her brother just came back from abroad. How could he accompany her often? She must have fallen out of favor. Was there any use in winning her over? Forget it. She had no other way now. She had to try whether it was useful or not. By the way, how have you been recently? Annoying. My mom and my brother are having a big fight because of Tao Yuan. My mother wants them to divorce, but my brother doesn't agree. I don't know what he is thinking. Since he likes you, why don't he divorce Tao Yuan? Tao Yinren could hear that Lu Qingwan was mocking her. She was a little angry, but she could only endure it. She was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. If it was in the past, Lu Qingwan would always hug her legs and lick her. She was in such a miserable situation because of Tao Yuan. She hated her so much. Tao Yanran told herself to calm down. Since Lu Qingwan came to find her, she must still want to cooperate with her. They had a common enemy. They should not have internal strife at this time. How is it now? My mother is sick. Is Auntie okay? She's fine. If my brother divorced Tao Yuan and married you, how good would it be? My mother's illness would definitely be cured. Sister Yanran, it's been so long. Do you have any ideas? Does your brother know about Tao Yuan's affair? I think he knows something, but there is no evidence. Tao Yuan can deny it. She's really good at talking. She can even make the dead come back to life. My brother and my father both fell for her tricks. There is no evidence, but we can make it for her. Tao Yanran's eyes flashed with a cunning light. Doesn't she have an old lover named Fang Yicheng? Yes, but since Fang Yicheng went back to take charge of the Fang Enterprise, they have not been in touch. Then find a way to get them in touch again, and then Tao Yanran came to Lu Qingwan's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Qingwan was a little worried. Will this work? My brother is very protective of Tao Yuan now. If I set them up, my brother will not spare me. If you do things carefully, no one will know. Besides, do you have a better idea? Tao Yanran's eyes were full of viciousness. If we continue to delay, Ali will only trust her more and more. We might as well go all out. When the rice is cooked, Ali will definitely not want her. Thinking of the anger Su Baihe and herself had suffered these years, Lu Qingwan made up her mind. Okay, do as you say. Tao Yuan got off work early today and arrived home at 7 o'clock. It took her 20 minutes to cook a bowl of noodles. She had just eaten 2 mouthfuls when the doorbell rang. There was a leak in the bathroom. She called and thought that the property management sent someone to fix it. So she opened the door directly. She did not expect that the person outside was Lu Li. Why are you here again? She was a little impatient. It was not easy for her to get some peace. Couldn't he bother her? Hi. Lu Li greeted her and walked in with 2 paper bags. Hey, I haven't let you in yet. Go out. Lu Li glanced at the 2 bites of noodles on the table. Chapter 576. Egg noodles? Why is it not nutritious? If you eat this every day, your chest will become smaller. He glanced at her chest, and Tao Yuan covered her chest. What are you looking at? Don't look. I bought this from Shiko. You're in luck today. He took out a lunchbox from the paper bag. Shiko, you went around most of the city just to buy dinner? I had no choice. I wanted to ask you to go with me, but I knew you would refuse, so I had to buy it. It has a professional thermal bag, and it's still hot. It doesn't affect the taste. You're so free. Tao Yuan was hungry at the moment, so she ignored him and continued to eat the noodles. You still want to eat? Don't you want to eat mine? I have my own. Why should I eat yours? Then don't regret it. Lu Li opened the lunchbox. Braised fish, pigeon soup, shredded sweet potato. He took a deep breath exaggeratedly. It's someone's favorite. It smells so good. Tao Yuan didn't know the taste of the food. She thought the noodles she cooked were delicious, but compared with the delicious private dishes, it was like feeding a pig. A bowl of clear broth noodle soup only had 2 eggs and no mincemeat. How delicious could it be? Are you sure you don't want to eat it? No. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Li picked up the chopsticks and ate quickly. He made a sound of enjoyment while eating. The fish is so tender. It melts in the mouth, and the soup is very mellow. Tao Yuan couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She was so hungry that she was growling. You can eat it, but do you have to make that sound? You deserve a beating. Isn't your noodles delicious too? Why? Do you want to eat mine? She really wanted to have a backbone and say that she didn't want to eat his food, but in front of delicious food, all principles were thrown out the window. Tao Yuan pushed the noodles aside and brought his dishes over. Lu Li raised his eyebrows proudly. Didn't you say you don't want to eat? The conflict between you and me has nothing to do with food. Food is not a crime. Tao Yuan spoke eloquently. The taste was too good. She simply wanted to swallow her own tongue. It was too delicious, really too delicious. She was so moved. The head chef of this private restaurant used to be our family's chef. He's from my mother's hometown. My mother thinks very highly of him. When he left, she was very reluctant, but she didn't restrict his development. Instead, she gave him 300,000 yuan to open the restaurant. Over the years, my mother often visited his restaurant. Tao Yuan was eating well, but she suddenly felt a little nauseous. So, the purpose of this meal is to clear your mother's name? Now, what a touching story. I'm just stating a fact. I know the conflict between the two of you is deep-rooted. In your eyes, my mother is an old witch, but she's not as bad as you think. So, I'm not that great. I don't care how many good deeds she has done, or how others think of her. All I know is that she's good to me, and she's good. If she's not good to me, then she's not good. I'm very sure of one thing. A woman who can send her daughter-in-law to another man's bed must have a very evil heart. She was wrong in that matter, but she doesn't think she was wrong. Tao Yuan drank a mouthful of water and said sarcastically, "On the contrary, if she knew that she didn't achieve her goal, she would definitely be furious. She can't wait for me to die. She's your mother, so she must be very good to you. But I've seen her at her most vicious. You've never tried to prepare a meal, but she smashed all the dishes on you. You've never tried to be punished by kneeling for 5 hours just because you said something wrong. You've never tried to be locked out by her when you came back at night. It was sub-zero weather, and it was raining heavily. I hid at the door and had a high fever the next day. That year, she tortured me like this. I didn't die in her hands because I was tough. If it were someone else, they would have died 100 times. But even if she tortured someone, your mother wouldn't have a trace of conscience. On the contrary, she would think that it was what she should do and that she did a good job. Tao Yuan was furious when she thought of those things. She didn't dare to imagine how she had survived in the past. If it were now, if Su Baihe had done any of those things, she would have fought with her. Therefore, what Su Baihe had done could not be made up for by kneeling and apologizing. If it weren't for Lu Yanting, she would have exposed those photos to the media. Lu Li's heart ached when he heard that. If she hadn't suffered so much, Tao Yuan wouldn't have become like this. There was no point in pursuing who was right and who was wrong. He just wanted to make it up to her and repair the relationship between her and his mother. If their relationship was bad, it would be hard for him to be stuck in the middle. I know that you've been wronged, but is there any use in holding a grudge? Then do you think it's possible for me to pretend that nothing happened? Not to mention that I can't do it. Even if I can, your mother can't. Then what do you want me to do? Continue to be willingly abused by her, fantasizing that one day my constant concessions will make her change? Tao Yuan rolled her eyes and laughed. Is the word silly and sweet written on my face? Or is it idiot? Let me tell you, some people's viciousness is deep in their bones, like your mother and your sister. If you want them to have humanity, you have to drain their blood. So, the conflict between me and them will never change. Just give up. As long as you don't divorce me, your Lu family will never have a day of peace. Every word of Tao Yuan's was so heartless that Lu Li felt a chill in his heart. However, she had suffered so much. How could he have the heart to blame her? He could only laugh at himself. It seems that I've wasted my effort. It's not just a waste of effort. You're asking for it. I've already said it very clearly. Don't mention your mother or your sister in front of me in the future. They make me sick. Lu Li shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. The two of them finished the meal in silence. Lu Li cleaned up the tableware. Tao Yuan thought that he was going to leave, but he put the garbage bag at the door and came back. Why aren't you leaving? Who said I'm leaving? I'll stay here tonight. Lu Li said matter-of-factly, like the man in charge. Who agreed that you'll stay here? We're husband and wife. This is my prenuptial property. What does that matter? Even you're mine, so naturally, what is yours is also mine. Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with his logic. Anyway, this man was so arrogant that the entire world was his. I don't agree. We've already slept together. What's there to mind? It's just sex. You won't get pregnant unless you climb into my bed in the middle of the night. Then, the man wanted to say something, but stopped. He had a faint smile on his handsome face. Tao Yuan couldn't help rolling her eyes. Who wants to climb into your bed? Narcissistic. Aren't you a neat freak? The luggage has been moved away. Aren't you going to change your clothes tonight? I've left a few clothes in the closet. Scheming man. Is a no problem? Tao Yuan knew how thick-skinned he was. She asked him patiently, if I say there's a problem, you won't stay? Lu Li shook his head. Then I won't talk nonsense. I knew you would say yes. His lips curled up into a charming smile, and he rubbed her fluffy head. Tao Yuan slapped his hand away. Hey, don't touch me. You're annoying. The man entered the bedroom. Tao Yuan heard the sound of him packing. He must have hidden a lot of clothes in the closet. Why didn't she check them clearly at that time? She had a bad feeling that the two of them would go back to their previous cohabitation. She had spent so much effort to kick him out, but in the end, they didn't even get a divorce. Instead, they went back to a distant place. She was speechless. She had spent 14 years of her youth on him. She had no more time and energy to waste. She was also very tired. The divorce was so far away, so desperate. When Lu Li came out of the shower, Tao Yuan was watching TV in the living room. In order to avoid him, she had wanted to hide in the room, but she felt that there was no need to let him affect her life. She had to live her life as it should be. She could just pretend that he was invisible. But the handsome man who had finished the shower was naked. His strong muscles were shining with water droplets. His waist was wide, and his hips were narrow. His legs were long and slender. Especially the bath towel around his waist. It was loose and could fall at any time. Tao Yuan couldn't help blushing, and her heart beating fast when she saw it. When he smiled at her with his eyes narrowed as he dried his hair, her heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was about to explode. She hadn't slept with him for a long time. Suddenly seeing such a scene, she felt her nose getting hot and about to bleed. Not only did he have the perfect golden ratio, but his muscles were also so good-looking. His bronze skin, the shark line that stretched all the way into the bath towel, faintly discernible. Tao Yuan secretly swallowed her saliva. Regardless of whether he was using a honey trap or not, it had affected her. The most direct effect between a man and a woman was the magnetic field. When he smiled, her face instantly turned completely red. She hurriedly pulled her gaze back to the TV, but her heart was still beating fast, and the heat on her face couldn't dissipate. Lu Li paced back and forth in front of the TV. After more than 10 paces, Tao Yuan was sure that he was doing it on purpose and protested. Can you stay away from the TV? You're blocking me. He glanced at the handsome man in the Korean drama on the TV. What's there to watch? Can a bunch of sissies compare to me? Narcissistic. Tao Yuan pouted. Why did she feel that his bath towel that could fall at any time was an eyesore? Can you put on your clothes? Is there a problem with me doing this? Your bath towel could fall at any time. Oh, so I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. I can't stand it. I think you obviously want to see it. People say that what you think in your heart is what you see with your eyes. You always think of me there, so you'll pay special attention in mind. I am not. Tao Yuan immediately denied it, but she stuttered a little. Please, you're so conspicuous. It's hard for me not to see you, okay? Exhibitionist. I've never liked to wear clothes at home, but you're not alone now. Please behave yourself and pay attention to your image. I'll wear whatever I want. Just don't peek at me. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.